it takes too long, but he hits the free fire on 2 players!
Oh my gosh, Ayala! Don't do it to him, Ayala! Don't do it to him!
Happens, the magic happens! Mythic! Oh! Oh, from Naden gets the first.
Reload.
What an opening salvo.
Ooh.
Oh,
the beam, it's a 1v1.
Say peekaboo, 1 down, 3 to go. Ooh, this is gonna be zombie boys. They need a speech. They got 1, they're looking at 2.
Oh, this looks good. Actually, this looks real good, baby.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ladies Titan Series Season 1 Finals. That's right, Titan Series brings in the ladies, and they are going to show why they're powerful tonight. And they truly are. The competition is stacked. 20 teams entered, 16 teams compete. 3 weeks, man. That's all they got to, try and qualify to play for $2,000, but also that PMSL slot. And, well, now that they're here, can they control it? Can they take the moment and end up as champions? We are going to find out. I'm your host, Taylor Reflections Noble, but I can't do the job alone. Let's bring in some fresh faces to the Titan series, and I couldn't be more excited to introduce Spider Tiff, Span Cargo, and Bella Fox. It feels so good to be here with all of you. Spider, we've worked together quite some time. Bella Fox, Span Cargo, this is our first time. Bella Fox, though, I feel like I know you. You've been in chat for every Titan series, it seems. It's great to have you on the desk.
Thank you so much. I'm excited to be here. I'm excited to be participating in, from this side of things. You're right. I've been heavily invested in the Titan series. I think it's amazing. It's huge for NA. And it's been really nice to see what that's just kind of done for the teams, not only ones that we know about, but ones that we necessarily didn't know about. And I'm really excited now that we've brought on a ladies series as well. So I'm just genuinely excited to be here.
I am as well. I couldn't be more through the roof, quite honestly. Span Cargo, it's great to finally meet you. You know PUBG Mobile in and out. You're going to be wonderful to have on the desk tonight.
Thank you. I'm really excited to be here because same here, Bella. Right when I heard that there was going to be a women's Titan series, I was so glad to be a part of it with the finals. I got to go and take a look at what they've been fighting for so far, and honestly, a lot of the teams are looking great. So these finals, they're going to be pretty explosive.
I think they will be. You've been diving deep into the stats. I'll be weighing heavily on you to give me those stats and break it down for everybody at home. Spider Tiff, great to see you once again. We've worked across multiple titles. Now you're entering into PUBG Mobile. You're probably excited.
I am so excited, and likewise to Bella and Span Cargo, I think it's really important to highlight the ladies competitive scene, specifically in PUBG Mobile. So shout out to Titan Series, and I can't wait. We're talking about what we're going to see. Span Cargo goes, it's going to be explosive. Well, I'm just ready to jump into map number 1. I know we've got a little bit to talk about before that because I just want to see how they're going to kick off the momentum. I've been keeping my eye on a couple of teams, and it seems as if they've been heating up as time goes on. So I guess only time will tell.
Explosive is the word, though. I feel like Titan Series has been elevated because of the grenades and all the grenade usage. It's been absolutely wild, specifically for the Season 4 Titan Series as we enter into Season 1 for the ladies. Curious to see how many nades are going to be thrown. And from what I hear, these end games are powerful. They're chaotic. And I gotta say, I love that as the host. I get to watch all this tonight, which is going to be great. Bella, we take a look at our standings 1 through 8. Who stands out to you?
Oh man, I mean, 1 through 8. I'm really looking. I've been doing some diving, and the Panthers are top 2 when it comes to heal strats and I forget it was, but they are top 2 of the 5 qualifying items that we were looking at. So I'm really thinking the Panthers are gonna show up strong today.
So potentially some hill-offs. That's what I'm hearing from Bella. I like that. Panthers are going to be powerful there. We take a look at 9 through 16, and this is where things started to get dicey, specifically as we get down to Candy Queens and Metroid. Span Cargo, they barely skate through, but they're here for a reason.
They are here for a reason. I mean, participating in a 3-week event to get here, it's a lot of effort, right? And there's actually, looking at their stats, they had some good weeks and some bad weeks. So I'm hoping that today, with the finals being one day, that they're really going to be able to kind of wrap up any issues that they did have and come out strong. Hopefully they've warmed up by now.
I hope they have. They've had plenty of time to do so. We take a look at all of our teams here tonight, Spider Tiff, and just to throw some at you, right? I mean, I look at Passionfruit Esports. Can't wait to watch them. I've been watching them throughout the Titan series. Of course, now we get to see the females play. You also go through Black Mamba, and you got quite a few others who have, you know, a male portion of the team. Now the ladies get to represent the org. Spider Tiff, that's a big deal for them.
It's a huge deal, and I think it just goes to show you with support, with having their own series, and even in a video that's going to pop up on broadcast later, a lot of the ladies are talking about how it's just different getting to compete solely against females, and with that in particular is the play style changes that would be differential between Premier and in the ladies division. And I know you kind of alluded to it, right? You're like, hey, you know, those end games are going to be really action packed, and that's because a lot of these ladies have that differential play style that we'll all get to witness here tonight on the live finals.
That's it. From what I hear, they're very methodical. They think through everything they're about to do, and it's very rare that they make a push without a reason as to why they're pushing. Aggression is one thing. You live by the sword, you die by the sword, but if you get over aggressive, you can be put into the dirt very quickly, which I think the ladies are going to do a great job at avoiding that, if you will. Let's take a look, though, at our overall scoring and bonus points, because this is very big. So first and foremost, just to walk you through match points tonight, first place, winner, chicken dinner. You walk away with 10 plus points. The goal is to at least get top 8. That's where you're getting some bonus points, and those bonus points absolutely add up, especially after map number 6. You never know if you're going to just be 1 point away from winning or maybe even break it into top 3. Each elimination is 1 point, but the bonus points were played for throughout the 3 weeks, and that means 8 teams are walking into today with some bonus points, which is quite good, I would have to say. We take a look at our standings with bonus points, and we get to see who's leading the charge, and it's going to be Galactic Esports coming in with 10 points. So starting off, Bella, right? Galactic already 10 points ahead, but as you know from watching Titan series, there's this curse. All right, number 1 team from the qualifiers usually comes into the finals with 10 bonus points, and then they don't make an impact. Can Galactic finally break the curse?
100%. They're breaking it today. Mark my words.
All right. I like that, fella. And listen, you said that with conviction, okay? So I like the confidence. And for you, Spend Cargo, right, we go through 9 through 16, and obviously nobody gets bonus points, but that doesn't mean they're down and out just yet. C4 is a great example of that, right? Throughout the qualifiers of Titan Series Season 4, C4 was a team that just didn't play well during qualifiers. They come into the regional finals, and they always perform well, minus the last season. So Spend Cargo, 9 through 16, they're still in it.
I'm not worried about them. You know, every single time it gets to finals, it's a new day, right? It's a new set of games. It's not quite clean slate because of those bonus points, but you know, now everybody is used to the lobby. They've hopefully synergized. They have no more issues, hopefully. And I think that they're going to do well. Like even some of the teams that we're going to be watching with the interview later on, like they know exactly what they need to do well today.
They absolutely do, and I hope they understand, right, the gravity of what today means, because there is a prize pool, and I'm talking $2,000, Spider Tiff. $2,000, that's a lot to play for, and that drop-off from first to second, it's quite a bit.
It is substantial, right? It's almost as if it's all or nothing, but no, it's just the top 3. Congratulations to those, because it'll be $1,200 for first place, second place will be $500, and third, $300. And granted, that is going to be split out through the team, so you're right, Reflections. That $1,200 does sound a lot nicer.
Sounds a lot better than 500, but let me say this, right? Top 3 walking away with money regardless is something special, and everybody's going to be gunning for that spot. But money is great, okay? And money, like, you can spend it any way you like. However, one thing, though, that is going to be absolutely earned tonight is that PMSL qualifying spot. Now, this was a thing that was earned during the Titan series on the other side for Premier League, but this time around, the ladies also get their chance. Now, there's several teams today who can earn that spot. It's only going to be the North American teams. PMSL, this is a big opportunity to really showcase that not only are you the best lady team, but also the best team in general when it comes to PUBG Mobile. Spend Cargo, I go back to you. PMSL, it's a big deal. To qualify for that league would mean a ton.
It would. I mean, as I already mentioned, every single time you get to a new qualifier, new event that you're able to participate in, you know that you and your team have done something, right? You know that you're going to get better, and every single game that you participate in, it's going to feel well. You're going to start synergizing. and you're just gonna succeed. So if the first team that gets that slot, like, it's just gonna go up from there even.
Up from there, and who knows, might become a pro team, which would be really special to see. I've been doing this a long time, 11 years now, and I love when we showcase ladies and really do these ladies tournaments because they are incredible. They really are, and I don't feel like they necessarily get the spotlight that's deserved, but this series brings it directly onto them, and we get to learn not only about their playstyle, but about them potentially in general. Map rotation for tonight. We've got 6 wonderful maps that are going to be played, and it's going to be pretty intense. Now, Erangel, Miramar. All right, let's talk about that, Bella, because those are going to be played, at least for Erangel, 3 times, Miramar 2 times. Sanhok is the map that kind of breaks it up a bit, potentially a momentum-shifting map.
I mean, it really, really is. Erangel, you know, what's special about Erangel is that there is probably not a blade of grass on this map that every single player does not know. You know what I mean?
I like
this is the map that we know forwards, backwards, inside, and out. And so if there was ever a time when you were going to make a move, or if you were going to try to make a move on somebody, this one would be it, because you know all the terrain, you know everything going into it. It's stacked for you.
It should be teams at this point bread and butter, all right? It's been around since the very beginning, and I think Erangel is where you start off strong for week number 1. Now, Spider Tiff, you love BRs, okay? And PUBG Mobile, your first time here. Just real quickly, I wanted to ask you, what are the keys to success for teams to, maybe move forward today, to earn that PMSL spot, to win the first season of Titan Series for the ladies, right? What do you look for in a team to be successful?
I'm looking for cohesiveness in the teams, right? You had 3 offline qualifiers to kind of get into the groove of things, find the mix. Where are you going to have your entry fraggers, your IGL? Do you trust them to make those right moves? So kicking things off strong in map number 1, I'm expecting a team to kind of come out on top. Now, granted, I have been in particular looking at one in particular. We'll talk about that later when we have maybe some of our predictions. And if things go well in map number 1 for them, despite not having bonus points, or maybe not as many as some other teams, I think they'll be fine.
Right. I think they will be, man. Look, at the end of the day, they're here for a reason. Bonus points are not. From what I've observed in the previous Titan series, bonus points only take you so far. Your game performance is what really matters at the end of the day. But now let's hop into my favorite section, and one where we get to really pick your brains and put it all on the line. It's our prediction segment. Bella Fox, let's start with you. Come out strong, okay? Because you said it best, right, Erangel? There's not a blade of grass that these ladies, they don't know about, all right? So who you going with for map number 1?
Listen, I know, and Span, I'm so sorry to drop this one on you, but I did notice earlier that Passionfruit Esports Fem, they really do. They lead out with the damage. So I'm really curious to see what the backstory is there. I think they come in 9th. Right now, leading into the finals. So I am really looking for them to make some moves. It's apparent that they can connect on their shots. I'm really looking to see where that story leads.
Okay, so I like it. We're going number 9. We're going Passionfruit. Passionfruit looking to go big. Now, Spam, Bella said she was sorry. What are you going with? What's your prediction?
She said that because I also said earlier that I'm looking forward to Passionfruit. I know that exactly in the qualifiers throughout all 3 weeks, they were top in terms of damage. I'm just waiting for them to be able to go on ahead, turn that damage into actual eliminations, therefore points, and hopefully they can stay alive a little bit longer. You'll even hear from Halara later. They're really looking to continue to build the synergy with their team and prove that they're the best team, right? So if they have that mentality going in, that confidence, I'm sure they'll be able to pull it out.
Okay, I like it. 9th place team already getting 2 off the rip. That doesn't happen too often. However, I gotta respect the brains you have, Bella Fox, Ben Cargo, because your PUBG Mobile, your ladies team. So Passionfruit, maybe going to be a big surprise. Would love to dive a bit deeper into that in just a bit. Spider Tiff, though, fresh on the desk, fresh to PUBG Mobile. Who are you going with for your first ever prediction?
Look, as much as I would love to go with Passionfruit Esports like Bella and Span Cargo, because Hala did mention they had just a bad week and they rebounded really quickly and they've improved on the synergy and they know what they need to do. But that means I'm going to shake things up. I'm picking Moneymaker, and let me tell you why. Because in the most recent week, week 3, they won 2 games on Erangel. They had average eliminations of 3.4, which is one of the highest. The only thing that they need to work on is that average placement. Now, granted, yes, those wins came in the most recent week 3. The issue with that is prior to that, they were not very consistent in but that's just the name of the game. So it's a set of 6 games. Maybe you finally figured some things out in week 3, and now you just want to bring that consistency here.
Okay, fair enough. Moneymakers shaking up things, right? Plus Passionfruit going 2 for 3. Not looking too bad for those 2 rosters. For me, though, there's respect that needs to be given to Galactic Esports. Come on, they're first place for a reason. They got 10 bonus points after today. Now, I know it's not the boldest pick out there. All right, they're number 1. I'm going with them. I mean, it's kind of strong. But, hey, Galactic Esports, I'm going to at least give them respect off the rip. They got first place for a reason. Now, can they get first place in map 1? If they do, Bella, you might be onto something about the curse being broken, right? Those 10 bonus points. Curse broken? Maybe tonight. You sounded confident. I had to believe you, but it looks like map number 1 is just about ready to get started. We're going into Erangel, and I could not be more ecstatic to get it going. The Ladies Titan Series Season 1 Finals is about to begin. Spider Tisp and Cargo, take it away.
Hey, thank you so much, Reflections Span. I cannot wait to jump into the action. I always talk about map 1 being one of my favorite in any kind of game series, where some of my friends, they'll be like, oh no, it's 5 and 6. It's when things really start tying it up. But I'd be curious how you feel, because going straight into map 1, deterring away from it, starting off on Erangel, it's going to be a good time.
Oh, map 1, you know, it kind of sets the tone, right? Of course, you chose Moneymakers. Last week, it set the tone for this one. They're probably coming in confident, but this map 1 as well will also do a lot to their mental, right? So even though they did well in that week 3, if they don't do well in this one, they might be shaken a little bit, but hopefully these ladies have played so much at this point that they won't be shaken too bad. It looks like our plane path as well is right down the center. Everyone will hopefully be able to go and grab their drop spots and start off with a really good game.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we want, right? And you call it a very vital point, because when I was doing some research and seeing some past historically, a lot of the plane pass would actually go kind of to that southern to northward trajectory, which gave a lot of the teams that were looking to kind of vie out in military base enough time. But now you're going to have teams like Metroid Six, should they decide to actually land on that southern island as per typical in those qualifiers, they're going to have less time.
Exactly. So we'll see where the first zone goes as well. But as of right now, everybody's going to be quite happy. And so, you know, we already went ahead and talked a little bit about Moneymakers and Passion Fruits. And there's just a couple of things that I actually want to see from them a little bit differently. I'm just going to pick on them just a tiny bit.
Okay.
They've made it here and they've earned it, of course. But for Passion Fruit, I already picked on them a little bit. They can get the damage. Now they need to go on ahead and get the eliminations. And Moneymaker, there is a big point of consistency and success in these kinds of games, but also not all the time, just as Moneymakers showed off, right? Like, as long as they have an explosive day or week or game, they can go on ahead and do something big. So starting with this game, if one team sets it off with a ton more points than the others, I think that's gonna set a good day of games for them.
Exactly. Kicking things off strong, knowing that if you did what it took to succeed in week 3, then hey, you can probably make things work out. But as we get that nice spectator flying in POV of Piavka, if I hopefully said that right, and hey, if I butcher anyone's name, please come for me later. Tell me. I would love to make sure that I get that correct, because yo, that is crazy, right?
Same here, actually. There's going to be some names that I'm going to need to be told how to pronounce them, but you know, we'll give them credit where credit's due, right? We'll see it, we'll call them out, we'll call out their team. Ooh, and it already looks like we're getting a few shots out. That was actually quite dangerous. Leora making their way across the bridge. That would have been a huge loss for Moneymakers there if Leora was ripped out of that vehicle, but luckily they were able to get across this bridge before they were fully shot out. That's a dangerous rotation, though.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to start off in that early game showing that you just need to pick up that vehicle, hit a rotation that's quite quick, but you're already making your way towards that kind of military base where we talked about how Metroid Six will position there and make sure they get a good chunk of loot. But a lot of the playstyle differentials that we've witnessed here in the Titan series, for our ladies in particular, in comparison to the Premier, is that they spend just a quick minute or two potentially looting and then gearing up for that mid game. They want to play it a little more reserved, so we likely will see that happen today.
I did like that rotation from Moneymakers immediately, though. I mean, the rest of the teammates more on the northern side. I don't think on military just yet, if I'm not mistaken, right? But right when they saw that first circle pop, they immediately sent one person down to at least grab a compound, grab themselves a location where that main circle is going to go. And now I just hope that the rest of their players are able to make it across as well. Now, I think they were just able to squeeze by because the other team holding that bridge wasn't able to loot up, but now they might just be ready. We'll see Natalia there with an AUG, if I'm not mistaken, already taking some shots over at Moneymakers, and it looks like they'll get a little bit of damage, but so far so good.
No, we're just actually watching a hot pursuit right now. We've got Bianca just kind of peeking out the window, making sure that if anyone wants to chow this rotation. But you make a very good point there. I think it's very smart to rotate down to that southern island as quickly as possible, just knowing that there are only 2 bridges that will be the kind of traveled pattern. So Moneymaker getting in there early on. Another team that I'm looking for to make that rotation earlier would be Rukh Dreamcore. Typically like to position themselves in that dead center of zone, but with it pulling so southern from them, a little different.
I was holding my breath a little bit there too. I was like, oh, are they about to hit the sniper shot or something right as we're talking about it? But here comes 2 more teams. Oh my goodness, V Esports actually making their way, getting run into by another team. Rukh trying to make the rotation at the same time. It looks like they're already going to get an elimination. Early eliminations are always nice, but will this pause mess them up? Now they have an entire other team in front of them, and Black Mambas are still kind of holding that bridge. Looks like they're not going to take the shots though. Maybe they don't want to make them known of their location, because V Esports, it kind of looks like they're setting up to hold this bridge as well.
I think it's smart, right? If you can kind of get a good position early and take that high ground and really exemplify that as position. But V Esports, yeah, just moving in and out of this compound. They have vehicles should they need to kind of reassess and change where they approach this from. But just keeping ultimate high ground and kind of in that gatekeeping potential as that play zone is kind of shifting towards enclosing. Gonna be the best move.
I actually love this. So V Esports is also on my list of will make a comeback teams because they were lower down overall in the qualifiers getting here, but they made it here purely on eliminations mostly. I'll say they have so many eliminations, it's crazy. Their placement points were fell a little bit more on the wayside, but we already see here that they're so aggressive, already getting 2 eliminations, and it's not even circle 1 closed. Like, I think they're still definitely going for eliminations. I just hope that they're able to hold on a little bit longer for those placement points.
Yeah, because honestly, if you're not consistent, it doesn't matter at the end of the day, because you're getting 10 points for a first place winner chicken dinner here tonight. And V Esports, you're kind of coming in 12th place overall, so you didn't actually grab any of those bonus points from the qualifier. So starting off strong, grabbing a few eliminations will be the way to succeed, like you mentioned, but can they hold on and keep moving? But Black Mamba, having lost out on 1, will need to kind of reposition and figure out the best way. Nunu here from deepground, also vibing, living their best life. Let's go upstairs, see what's going on.
I'm actually glad that we're spectating Nunu here, because in the qualifiers, Nunu for deepground was definitely, I will say, was the top player, right? Nunu was able to go on ahead and get both the top eliminations and damage for her team. And of course, it is a team game. Everybody else was able to contribute, but I just wanted to point out that Nunu was able to get that. And I'm hoping in this one that the team will be able to support each other. And whoa, a lot of shots right there happening from the Panthers. Sorry, super distracted there. The Panthers able to get a knock onto Carol, actually. Those peaks are just a little bit too dangerous. I don't know if the rest of deepground are close enough to save that. I think Panthers is about to secure their first elimination.
Carol, yeah, still knocked outside. And you would think that Carol had all the right moves, kind of just doing a little shoulder peek there, trying to just keep that distance between them from afar. But the Panthers just showing why they are so dominating, getting that second place worth of bonus points and coming into this. Only Galactic Esports on top of them, but still Moneymaker. Kind of having a couple issues here on the staircase. A lot of action going on. Leora needs to kind of close the distance and maybe group up and be able to take this engagement as a team.
Man, Moneymakers, they were able to get down here so early, and of course, already being in a fight and losing 1 person, that's not the best situation. Looks like they're able to get 2 people away from the rest. That 2-2 split, it's so dangerous. If you commit to a 2-2 split, you have to know that right when another team is driving towards you, you either are committing to a fight, the other 2 need to come in immediately and help out, or those 2 that are getting crashed need to get out as fast as possible. Unfortunately, 1 member from Moneymakers wasn't able to make it, but 3 still up. They can still do a lot of damage this game.
They really can, as we take a look at the Witchers on your screen right now, kind of holding one of the most southern positions on our southern island. As we get a good look at that map screen, you can see kind of Moneymakers is still in that 2-1 split, and Leora will likely need to kind of hit that rotation. But the Witchers here, this could be one of those mid-game fights should Moneymakers decide to kind of lay on them, but keep an eye on Rukh kind of on that left side of the Witchers. Now, I previously mentioned they find themselves center of zone and they are outside the first play zone right now, so that makes things a little more difficult for their approach.
Here we go. We're seeing everybody else continuing their rotations. At this point, since it's been a while, everybody's going to be trying to cross these bridges at the same time. We can see Candy Queens right next to an entire other team. They're a little bit split, I think. Only 2 of them here. I don't think they entirely realize that deepground is holding up on this cliff. One of them, I think, finally realized pulling away. Unfortunately, won't quite connect, but the other person is sitting right underneath them on that hill. I don't think they realize that she's there. She might be able to pop on over, start getting some knots onto deep ground, and maybe the rest of the teammates will be able to help out. Oh, no. Skady decided to save her life. No! Oh, Skady, the top player from Candy Queens from Qualifers eliminations, will go out early. That's not going to be good for Candy Queens.
No, that is unfortunate. Trying to get out of dodge, but will be caught from afar. And Liz just trying to kind of see what kind of damage and pressure they can put on. But deepground Coral back up in it in the vehicle, looking to position themselves quite nicely here on the edge. Now, let me talk about this for a second, Spawn Cargo, because I think this is also a very unique spot to kind of try to play for headies here and look for damage that's a little more surprising. But how do you feel about deepground's positioning?
I'm actually not mad at it in that they're playing quite safely at this point, right? Like this zone, it has shown that it is still on both the mainland and the island, and everybody right now are making a mad dash towards the island, and they have no information over there. So instead of just going ahead and making a hard push, they're just kind of going to wait it out, wait for the circle to close even more, and make the blue make them move, right? So they're staying safer on the northern side, seeing if other people get into fights, and then they'll make a rotation in. I think that's the safe move to find more information.
I think it's smart as well, and for teams like Galactic Esports that actually have chosen to play more of that mainland style and not committing to crossing over to the southern island just yet, they could run into other top teams such as the Panthers, which would make for a really action-packed endgame. But as I say that, Phoenix Esports finding themselves in a little bit of a bout here.
I was actually watching that on our map, right? Unfortunately for Phoenix, Sharky, this location here is so good for these kinds of circles because it's right in the center. You can get so much information from the mainland and the island, and there's usually boat spawns around here. It does look like Novita is successfully able to hide for right now, but Lotus Esports knows that they are not alone here, and they're going to start finding them out. Here we go, starting to prep up this top of the barn with some nades, trying to flush them out. Little do they know that she's actually up on the roof. She may be able to get a surprise 1 or 2 knocks here, and that'll really start off the fight for them. Otherwise, a 2v4, this is going to be difficult for them to pull off.
Yeah, but they're leaving Bev just hanging back, and I love that kind of anchoring for them as they kind of boost up here. But Novita on the roof from Phoenix Esports can play spoiler to Lotus Esports, but I've been keeping an eye on Lotus. They have, just outside of a 5 average placement and showing why they're consistent, able to snuff out Novita there. So even though we wanted that element of surprise for Phoenix, it's just not going to go through.
They were just able to spot them out outside of that window, and just like that last nade, those last couple of shots, Phoenix Esports is in fact going to be our first team eliminated from Game 1.
Very unfortunate. It's not necessarily how you want to kick off the week in the finals, but you just have to sit back and say what went wrong for us. Maybe our approach wasn't as we thought, and then you just go cohesiveness, and then you just go GG, go next, hit him back on that second map. But for Lotus Esports, taking that very vital spot to really secure this building for them, that's a big win. But checking in with Rukh, they're not inside kind of, well, actually, no, they have made their way to a really preferential position. They were originally just outside this play zone, kind of to that southwestern side, but they have made a very substantial rotation with just 1 team ahead of them on the mountainside.
Yeah, they didn't quite get the best spot over here, which is up there on the mountainside, but honestly, this is one of the second best locations. They're able to safely be inside that compound. It's really hard to crash because of all of the gates around it, and there's so many locations that you can play. You could already see them actually rotating out to play in those little dips there. That's going to be a very strong position, especially because, I mean, as IGLs, they're taking a look at this and they're having to estimate, okay, is this going to pull back up to the northern side on the mainland, or is it going to come back to us? And there's a high probability it's going to pull down to the southern side, and if it does, they're set for a very long time. The rest of these teams, you can already see deepground making a swim for it. They're not confident in their position anymore, and good thing they started swimming when they did, because they do have to make that rotation south.
Yeah, it is pulling to that southern island in deepground. You're right, looking like Michael Phelps in an open water swim, even though I'm pretty sure he never did that. So GG's to him and all of his trophies. But now you're looking at Incognit Esports here, vying for position as well, trying to pick one member of the Panthers off or hitting a rotation in the vehicles. But we talked about their positioning earlier and how it was relatively conservative here. And a lot of teams are looking to park their vehicles and try to play for as the low ground in these kind of crevices as they can. But they don't necessarily want to give away that positioning yet, right? They're like, oh, maybe we will take some cover fire there and a little bit of suppression, but they're not really going to be hyper aggressive in pushing out of that comfort space.
They're trying to drive out of there so they can make this rotation onto that island, and unfortunately the Panthers are beating them. Take some shots towards them, make sure that they're not going to cross at the same time, because the worst thing to do is fight and lose people on rotation. It looks like they will be able to kind of spread it out so that they'll be fine for now. It also looks like we're already sharing some compounds on the island. Over here in Factory, it looks like we got Metroid Six. Whoa! What gun was that? They're prepared for this push by V Esports there. Was that a Frost? They're ready. V-Lady already taking some shots in, getting a knock on a yummy with that nade. That was a great nade from Virgo. Getting that. Hey,
Reflections was asking. He's like, are we going to see nade damage? Well, here it is. You asked for it, and Virgo is ready to answer back with one of their own, making it, just snaking it through the doorway, peppering some shots down to really try to prevent any pushes. But with one already down and Virgo having to reposition, things could be a little
Esports already doing so well. None of them are knocked, but they have 2 knocks onto the others, if I'm not mistaken. Already making the run for it, trying to chase them down. I mean, this is the right thing for them to do. Metroid Six just trying to back out of the situation. But at this point, Mayu, I don't think you're going to be able to get out. V Esports knows exactly where you are. Nice usage of that Molotov, though, trying to hold it off for now, hoping the other people will be eliminated. But we'll wait and see. We'll see if this nade goes big as well.
And it's tough, right? Metroid Six, the team that lands here in military base on the southern island, you would think they would have that preferential ability to hold down their spot, but it's just they needed to be able to defend themselves, and Maya was able to knock one, but will get pulled right after, and Metro Six will fall.
Oh, that DBS, that's the correct gun, right, for this close quarters fight. I'm sure that they purposely chose DBSs knowing that people might push their factory, but unfortunately when it comes down to a 1v4, bodies is what wins out. So that was a really nice trade. Unfortunately, there goes yet another team. 14 are left alive, and we actually still have the majority of them trying to get inside of this new circle, one of them being Galactic Esports. I like what they're doing right now, biding their time, waiting for everybody else to get in zone, because you know that the rotations to Military Island is always chaotic. How do you feel about it, Tiff?
I love chaos. Look, that sounds really wild. So if we're going to have the majority of teams jockeying for positioning here in the end game, I'm here for it, because that is just going to lead to that explosive, love that word that you used there to talk about this, towards these end games, right? Because everyone, yes, setting themselves up, making sure that they have plenty of resources. You can see that they're sitting on the level 3 helmet and such. That's going to be good. Bringing all the gear, the resources, the heals that you need to survive any engagements once that play zone starts to essentially shift. And then as it does, we get that information of where it's pulling. And if you're deep ground, right, you made that initial swim to the southern island before maybe the 5 other teams on that eastern side. Now look at yourself. That's a good move.
They were able to get there successfully and find vehicles still. All those vehicles on the southern side of these roads weren't taken. That's huge for deep ground, because not only will this make the rotations much faster, but where this zone is locating itself so far, it's kind of in the open. There are hills, but not that much hard cover, and that's what those vehicles are going to provide. Fortunately for Infinity Souls, the tire popping isn't going to be great for them. Going to have to smoke it out and see if they can get out of the situation before Moneymaker spots them out. Oh, but even more shots coming through. This circle is going to be the worst. It's the smallest so far, and not too many people are going to be able to fit in it.
Not a lot of cover either, just by the utilization of playing around vehicles, playing around trees, kind of using what you have. And now Natalia on your screen from Black Mamba throwing out the nade, but getting peppered from the Panthers. They've been so good at suppressing any kind of engagement and dealing back twice what they get dealt.
Oh, I'm actually really excited about this fight, Tiff. It's VE Sports versus Panthers. Already looks like Panthers isn't in that good of a situation. 2 of them knocked. You can see Summer looking from afar, like, should I go over there? Should I even try to participate in this? They're already getting shot from far, and unfortunately, it's just not going to work out. VE Sports, they're just so good at team fights, and it looks like they're still just racking them up.
Look, that is what you need to do. The res looks like it's going to come in, and Lady closes the distance, but will get immediately punished there from Galactic. Now, Pepina able to throw some suppression down and get another knock for themselves, and Virgo takes to the vehicle to kind of meet back up with the squad. You mentioned them being so solid at team engagements. Well, it's all about making sure we can get Lady picked back up and reunite the squad.
Galactic there are going to find themselves a little bit of cover here. I mean, not the best situation, but at least they have a shack. That is, I think, the only hard cover in this zone, except for a small little bit of the base and this compound right here that Rukh has taken over. Passion Esports taking this slowly as well. I think they're kind of in a position to wait for Rukh to have to come out of this compound and take those fights on him. Looks like Hellcat trying to look for a pick, but just unfortunately not going to be able to find one out just yet.
There's laying low as well. Good utilization of smokes as you kind of make your way back up to the vehicle. But you're right, this play zone now has pretty much been closed. You will see the next circle coming into fruition, and deep ground, well, they're gonna have to move, and the Panthers, man, they're trying to take someone down and hitting that rotation as well.
I'm actually really surprised. Panthers, they did super well at being able to get most of their reses up. They had 3 knocked and were able to get 2 of those reses back. So VE Sports weren't able to finish them off. I mean, they still have 7 eliminations, which is absolutely crazy. But not being able to get rid of this team that now, as you can see, is blocking their only path inside of zone, that's got to hurt a little bit. That means that they have to go in and engage that fight again.
Even though Moneymakers have 3 eliminations on the board, you can look to the feed and you see a little bit of action as one was knocked, but we have members of the team trying to lay low in shacks, and the Witchers, you can see just on the edge, trying to take a position here on VE Sports. Now, VE Sports gets taken off guard, even with the 7 eliminations that they've already gathered throughout the early and bringing it towards this end game. It's not going to matter too much because you want to couple that with as many placement points as possible.
I'm actually a little bit worried for VE Sports at this point. Even though they're still getting knocks, they still have a good amount of eliminations. You can see Leo Mary there with 3 eliminations just for herself, right? They're actually in the middle of 4 other teams. And if all teams are going to be looking directly at them as they're trying to rotate in, I feel like they're going to have to be losing a couple of members here, but we'll have to wait and see, actually. As Owl, oh, they're not doing well down there.
It's tough, right? Especially with VE Esports on the high ground, you're kind of overlooking Owl Esports and Passionfruit. So thinking about putting pressure on those teams, forcing them to fight before you reassess and say, okay, look, we are holding this outside edge. We can move in, but not safely just yet. We have to turn our attention to Owl Esports. And hey, even Leo Mary getting that knock onto a member of Moneymaker. So you're right, those 4 teams, they're all pointing fingers at each other, but who will survive? Good utilization of smokes here for Passionfruit.
At this point, it's just a little bit of a waiting game, right? They're still spraying their bullets over here, trying to see if they can catch that elimination, make sure the reses don't happen. But at this point, the damage has been done, making them use up all of their meds, using their bullets, but they just squeezed inside zone. They're just all kind of hunkering down at this point, waiting to see if they can make the advantage switch over to them.
Paula in the shack, and Virgo putting the amount of pressure that is necessary and trying to stay as hidden as possible, kind of being a little bit of a surprise, right? But you do have to move. We won't be able to stay here for much longer, so being able to put that pressure will be helping astronomically, jumping on board with Lotus Esports Soma on your screen. And we'll have to move and is also surrounded by quite a few. Let's see if we can pop a smoke and maybe hit the reset here.
You're right, nice smokes. Unfortunately, the zone only has 2 teams in it. That is really rough. Everybody is going to be making this push there right now. It's very rare, actually, to see a zone with absolutely nobody in it, right? But this one's almost got there, and it had to choose one of the steepest hills on this island. Already, Rukh pushing in. They got out of their compound successfully, weren't taken out while they were making that rotation, but now Moneymakers, they're sharing the same hill, and they only have a tree for cover.
One tree separating Rukh and Moneymakers. And Moneymakers, they have at least a vehicle for some semblance of shelter, but having to go through a lot of your meds here. And now we just know that we need to get Sonya back up on their feet, hit that reset. But with the play zone kind of closing here in just under 5 seconds, our teams will have to move. And I'm looking at you, Rukh. We've got to get you kind of just in a little bit of area. You need to watch your back, especially since you are just inside. And with only this tree.
With only that tree, they're holding on to it right now. Everybody else, it's just utter chaos. So it was a nice kill there, elimination from Noah. It looks like they're going to continue to struggle to get in, and there you go. Infinity Souls will be eliminated. The Panthers still just inside zone. They know that they needed to get a surprise knock onto V Esports if they were going to push on in, and Summer was able to succeed, but unfortunately as the last member left, that means that they'll be out in 6. Witchers, we knew that this was going to be a big fight down here on the southern side, just too many teams for that this circle will allow, and so far the Witchers, V Esports holding on, but there's only one team in the very center.
And that is the team that we need to keep an eye on, but now we have the final 4 teams, which mean are well into placement points for our squads. We were asking, can V Esports kind of go the distance, get a good chunk of placement points? Well, they are proving that they can in Dreamcore with the tree that they have been holding on. You can see it's a member of the squad has kind of pushed out. Yes, the smoke, and yes, we're trying to cover that distance, but Passionfruit, a lot of the... Hey, Bella, you Span Cargo, you picked them to show out here in map number 1, and they are poised to really attack on this.
Yeah, they're still holding strong inside of that shack. It just provided them a lot of good cover. I'm just a little bit worried there that, I mean, Rukh, they just ran out in the open to get that res, and unfortunately they're not playing outside enough on that shack to be able to make sure that those people aren't going to rotate towards them. I'm worried if they don't get rid of those northern people soon that they're not going to be able to get out.
They do have the strength and numbers to their advantage with 3 members of their squad still up, but Passionfruit, they've really turned their attention towards V Esports, and Rukh is fighting their time. Nade in hand, looking for a well-timed third party, but you mentioned them having the shack, their semblance of cover, and Hala will get knocked. So now we're looking towards SRT here to really answer back, or at least just play the life longevity, but unfortunately it will not be enough. Rukh just able to kind of gatekeep them, and Passionfruit will fall.
At this point, that zone damage was just too much anyway. They really needed to start making those plays outside of that shack, but it was just too much pressure. Everybody was looking at them. Rukh, same with Witchers. There's just no way that they were going to get out of there. They knew that they were stuck, right? So of course they're going to keep an eye on Passionfruit, waiting for them to push out so they can get those elimination points. At this point, this is an interesting dynamic, right? Tiff, Witchers, they have the higher ground, they have the zone, but Rukh, they still have 3 people. And with that knock there, with Santa going down, I think that might have just been the winning play for Rukh. We'll see. Oh, wow.
The thirst comes in, and just like that, Rukh Dreamcore coming in as your map 1 victors, and it was done really well. I was nervous for them as we're looking towards that rotation. Yes, they're holding a tree. Yes, they're on the low ground, which you would think would give the Witchers an advantage, but once you have player advantage, that can make such a big difference, because they were essentially able to push forward and bring that aggression to the Witchers, despite the Witchers having kind of a better positioning.
I mean, you saw it. I think the Witchers knew the situation that they were in, and they kept trying to peek on over, get a knock on a Rukh, but they just kept hitting their shots, and they were just so low that once they were able to get that push happening, they were too busy trying to heal up for that fight. So that was a really, really great win for Rukh, a hard situation, and let's go on ahead and see what the others have to think about it.
Well, there it is, right? Map number 1, Erangel, has concluded, and I gotta say, I really enjoyed watching from start to finish how these ladies competed, because I was so impressed, Bella, at how many teams were left going into Stage 5. I'm talking 13 teams, which is pretty stacked considering what I've been watching throughout the Titan series over the past, 4 seasons. Season 1 ladies Titan series is not disappointing.
Absolutely. You're not even kidding. 13 teams, 32 players in Stage 5 is almost unheard of. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. My bad. Like I was saying, 13 teams, 32 players going into Stage 5 is almost unheard of. And you're factoring in that they were playing on military. And not only military, East Side military. So no Novo buildings, no military buildings. It's basically out in there in the open where they were really having to work as a team and overcome the risk of third parties.
Yeah, islands. I don't see that too often, at least in my experience, Span Cargo. Talk to me about that transition from going from mainland to island. And in my opinion, I felt there was a wasted opportunity to gatekeep those teams from transferring, right, from Big Island to Little Island. Why didn't teams, prioritize that a little bit more as opposed to, backing off and potentially trying to get center zone a little bit more?
There's a couple of great ways that you can go about it, right? Right when that zone pops and you have to make the rotation, you make it quick, right? Even if you don't have loot, you make that drive, you can loot down there. And that's exactly what Moneymakers did. And because they did that, the people that were already at the bridge weren't able to get those eliminations on them. But then once they were ready, the one team holding that eastern bridge, I'm actually a little bit disappointed that they weren't able to continue to hold on to that more aggressively and get those eliminations. Because what happened instead is V Esports rolled on in and they ended up getting those eliminations. They didn't stay there for long, though. I think that they were happy with the eliminations they did get. I do think that they could have capitalized off that a little bit more.
I think so. And Spider Tip, there actually was a great point though brought up from Span Cargo during the commentary, and she said she actually liked that the teams were prioritizing zones as opposed to trying to gatekeep or exposing themselves maybe out in the open to teams kind of coming over in a boat or over a bridge. I guess it was a little bit too risky at that time to potentially get into a fight, because you gotta expect, right, Tiff, once you get into that fight on the bridge, once you get into a fight on the islands as teams are transferring over, then you yourself are exposed. Everybody's gonna know that gunfight was taking place. When you start rotating into mainland, or excuse me, rotating into island, most likely somebody's ready to take you down or third party you.
Exactly, especially with teams already landing on that southern island, kind of prepared to be able to take that loot from military base and fight forward. But as we look through some of these replays, and this was really interesting, we just witnessed it. The fact that Rukh, I know Span Cargo called to it, she was able to essentially get that res for free in the open, just behind one smoke, and then carry forward and then gatekeep Passionfruit at that kind of shack and just denied them the ability to rotate out. So as you see these stats, 7 eliminations and a W, that's massive.
It's not bad at all, and in fact should put Rukh up there probably in the #1 spot, because you got to also consider the 10 points that is going to be given for the winner chicken dinner. We take a look at our match reports though, and Rukh, I mean, pretty much all over this, aside from V Esports, who kind of worked their way in. Bella, V Esports getting 10 total eliminations plus the points that they get for placements. They were a team that pretty much excelled despite them being eliminated in 4th.
It was really, really impressive to actually watch them work. The way that they were able to come together as a team and systematically eliminate Metroid Six inside of the building there at military was super impressive.
I think so, and again, it was a tricky end zone. It was stacked. There were tons of ladies ready to fight it out, but to get 10 eliminations to start off game #1 really showcases to me if they can just get a bit of higher placing, they're going to be just fine. We take a look at our match results, and Span Cargo, I know you wanted to go with Passionfruit. You did go with Passionfruit. 3rd place, though, not bad coming from them, but are you surprised to see Rukh Witchers up there in 1st and 2nd?
Well, first of all, I'd just like to point out I'm very satisfied that both Passionfruit and V Esports are up there, because I already mentioned they're on my list of will make a comeback. And starting in 3rd or 4th from match 1 is amazing. Rukh and the Witchers, though, I'm not surprised by that either. The Witchers, we didn't point them out at the very beginning of the show, but they came into this in 3rd place with very, very consistent eliminations and placement points. That's something huge to commend. That just means that they're super consistent and they know exactly what they're doing, and it already shows off yet again, already starting in 2nd place. Rukh, they came in here in 5th, starting off in a 1st place spot. I think that they're going to have a great day.
I like that. Hey, this map is going to be played 2 more times tonight. So the teams who are currently up there in the standings, specifically top 3, where, hey, that's where you make your money and get that much closer to getting that PMSL slot. That's the teams we're going to be looking for. Tiff, we take a look at our standings 1 through 8. We talked a lot about Rukh, Witchers, V Sports. Who else stood out to you when you were casting?
I think it's really impressive what V Esports was able to do coming in with 0 bonus points and finding yourself in the top 3. So that is going to be very monumental to kind of kick off the final series. But Galactic Esports, now we have to talk about this, Reflections, because I have a bone to pick with you. You mentioned there's a curse for the top seeded team coming in with the most bonus points, and they were only able to pick up 2 points in this first map on Erangel. So for them, I want to see a little bit of that consistency that we had previously seen throughout the offline qualifiers. So Galactic, we're going to need to see you bounce back.
Hey, it's not a bone to pick with me. You just pointed out exactly what I was saying. The curse might be real. They get 2 points after game number 1. Now, granted, I do have some things to say about them, but first we take a look at 9 through 16. And Bella, you know, I take a look at Phoenix and Metroid. They were the 2 teams who were eliminated very early on, which tells me that, you know, hey, they're willing to get scrappy. But is that their strategy? Is that the play that they need to be making? Should they be taking it easy off of the initials?
I mean, it's really hard to tell off of just one game. You know, it could have just been a bad game for all we know. We're not really sure what happened to the ladies right there. So I'm not sure if maybe switching it up just yet is the call. I'd like to see maybe if they hold tight. You know, again, I just don't know what happened with them. I'm going to need a little bit more information. So maybe going into the second game, if things don't change, then they're definitely going to have to look at potentially a new strat.
I like that answer, Bella. I need to pump my brakes, all right? For me, I always like to get, like, so devastating off the rip. I mean, oh, man, they were eliminated off the rip. Their initials, they're terrible. They're not playing well, but it's game 1, right, Bella? So, hey, we need a couple more games to really see what they're going to be up to. Span Cargo, though, I want to, like I said, I want to dive a little bit more into Galactic Esports, who at one point were staying in Papa Blue for quite some time. They were tanking quite a bit of damage. You mentioned, though, that they were taking their time because they wanted to have a bit of a safer rotate. They were willing to use up some of their meds in order to tank that damage so they could have a safer rotate. But do you think they played a bit too passively, or was that the right call to make?
I still believe that that was a good call, right? Because their initial drop spot was so far up on the northern side that if they even decided to make an early rotation to try and get onto Military Island, they would have driven through so many teams with such great aim, and losing one person on rotation is devastating, right? They could have lost their entire team on rotation. So really waiting and making sure everybody already in front of them had their time to get across, in my beliefs, is the right move, because you don't want to die in rotation, right? You want to make sure that you're able to get there and actually participate in the fight later on. Also, coming in late, they haven't fought yet. They should have all of their loot. They should be fully HP'd up. They should be ready for those fights. And they were able to get across, right? But then they just weren't able to take it a little bit further. They're still doing well being up in the top 8.
100%. You can't discredit that, right? Top 8, map number 1. It's done with. Teams who may have struggled a bit, they still have 5 maps to recover, including 2 more Erangels. So there's always a chance to come back. We move into Miramar, map number 2, a map that, again, we will see in map number 5. So super excited to see what teams perform well here, because it could be a good indication as to how they're going to perform come map number 5, which, mind you, is the map before the final map, right? I know you can kind of see that. I'm pointing that out, but the reason is that's your final chance to, right, boost yourself up the leaderboard, which is incredibly important to do so. Spider Tiff, one more thing to touch on, though, for that final endgame in map number 1. Teams were left out in the open. They had to literally use a tree or maybe even just a little bit of coverage right from, I don't know, a lower elevation. It was chaos. It really was. Now, Erangel sees, several end zones like that, at least from my experience. But for you, though, looking over, multiple esports, what was it like to you? Because it's not that often you get to see an open end zone like that.
Open end zones are my favorite. When they do arise, they are my absolute favorite, because it is so much more precarious, right? You just have to use what you've got, and then it becomes resource management. Did you blow through all of your smokes a little bit too early on, looking for a little bit of a reset? Because if you can carry those and keep your resources up for that end game, that is a key to success, especially in an open area. Maybe just prioritizing bringing that vehicle along with you so you can kind of prone up behind it. But even at that point, having nades, that is just going to be superior because you can see just how that allows them to kind of open into that engagement. You chuck a nade, you find a knock, and immediately you've turned the tides because Rukh pushing up from kind of a position disadvantage, right? Yeah, they may have had the player advantage, but in no way, shape, or form should you be able to walk up a hill and surprise your opponents, and they were able to do that.
They did do that, and I did notice that the Witchers did have a specific lady, though, that did go for the early engagement to potentially bring it to a 2v3, or 2v2, excuse me, it's a 3v2 at that point, and she stopped firing and kind of backed away, and I don't know if it was one of those gamer moments where she thought, okay, I've spent, put enough bullets in this player, that player's going to be dead, I can go, stop shooting and back away so I can engage on the next opponent who's going to be pushing me, but that was a moment that I really thought she was going to pick that up, but again, she pulled off just a little bit too quick, and unfortunately was gunned down. Then it ended up being a 1v3, but you're right, Tiff. Nades there would have been absolutely crucial, in my opinion. And also vehicles. I didn't see a lot of vehicles. I did off the rotate, but not necessarily in end zone, and I feel like vehicles are so powerful when it comes to Erangel in those open zones and could be utilized maybe pushing forward in map number 4 and map number 6. But let's talk about predictions once again. I'm going to be honest, Tiff, for you, you went for the Moneymakers. I thought Moneymaker actually was going to play very well. They did. Passionfruit. All three of you were on point. Me, I was off the pack. Bella, we start off with you once again. Who you going with for game 2?
I mean, I want to go with Passionfruit again. Is that crazy? Is it crazy
Not
to
at
go
all.
2 back-to-back? That's what I want to do.
Place.
I'm going Passionfruit. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling them. That's where I got to go. I got to go with my heart.
Nothing wrong with that, Bella. 3rd place, they played very well, all right? And 1st place is well within their grasp. Now, Span Cargo, for you, are you back on the Passionfruit train, or are you going with somebody else?
Oh man, I mean, they ended top 4, right? So I feel like I can't switch away from them yet. I mean, if I had to pick another one, I would choose VE Sports, but I'm still sticking with Passionfruit, yes.
The passion is there for Passionfruit. I can't blame the both of you. Again, 3rd place, not bad at all. Tiff, you got to watch your first game. You got to see what the ladies were all about. Are you changing your opinion? Are you going with Moneymaker? Or are you going with somebody else?
Had Moneymakers not ran into Rukh at that end game, things could have been a little different for them, right? Because Rukh was able to go on and win that game. But I am going to switch things up, and I just believe in curses being broken because I'm going to go for Galactic Esports, right? They performed significantly lackluster in map number 1, but you're like, what? Hey, what happened? It's just map number 1. Look, I think they're going to bounce back. They performed like 3 points under their average eliminations per game throughout the consistency from week 3, so they're going to bounce back on Miramar.
There it is. All right, going with the number 1 team throughout the qualifiers. Going to be number 1 for Spider Tiff on Miramar map number 2. We're about to head into it, so let's start and get the fly-through going, baby, because for me, I still got to get my prediction before we hop into it. I'm going VE Sports, all right? Now, Bella, you wanted to, but I'm going VE Sports, and the reason why, number 4, but 10 eliminations speaks volumes on Miramar. I think those eliminations are absolutely going to pay forward. Let's see how well they do, but without further ado, let's hop into map number 2, Miramar. Spider Tiff, Spen Cargo, take it away.
He's not based at all, is he, coming in here? Oh, I'm going to pick the team that had 10 eliminations. Quite interesting, huh, Span?
Quite interesting, but I'm actually still quite excited for them because not only did they get those eliminations, but what was really holding them back was their placement points, and they were able to stay alive for quite a long time. Like, they could have stayed at that bridge and camped and maybe been taken out early with a lot of eliminations and like not many placement points, but they were able to stick it. So we'll see if they're able to continue that in this match as well. Miramar, I love Miramar. I mean, there's just so many places that you can make rotations into, hide in, get up on high, spot people from afar, and take those long-range fights. In this match, these ladies have to be great at long-range fighting.
Long-range fighting, and not going to be a lot of vegetation to hide behind here as we move into the desert. So for the ladies that could potentially be stuck in an opened endgame, be aware. That mid-range, the long fighting will be preferential, but we're on board with Rukh there on the left, kind of diving down, checking in with Passionfruit. Bella and Span Cargo's, favored team here. They're already making sure that they kind of get geared up, find their vehicles, and just really stick to the plan.
Well, it's amazing that they're able to get their primary loot drop, which is El Pozo. This plane path otherwise is a little bit rough. I mean, it's not the absolute worst plane path I've ever seen on Miramar, right? But it is very southwestern. So anybody that likes to go up near Hossie or anything else, it's going to be a little bit more difficult from them. And oh my goodness, I was going to say they might need to be sharing locations, and it's already come true. V Esports did so well first match, so did Rukh though, and they're already contested, already fighting and got a knock.
Look, if you're going to have a contest and you look at the two squads that are going to be vying out for it, Rukh and V Esports is not how you would want to start your game, but Rukh, fresh off that winner win a chicken dinner, coming into map 2, already able to grab the knock and reposition themselves and prioritize their engagement, right? Looking at V Esports as they look to move into this building, they're just a smidge separated, which I really respect. You have Lady here, loves the fragging potential, but looking for maybe a surprise moment to this engagement.
I'm impressed by their ability to get Leo Mary back up on their feet and back up before the push from Rukh came through. I think maybe that was a little bit of a surprise knock for them. They couldn't quite get there in time, but they did push so fast. So that's just like a props to V Esports for being able to back up that quickly. I'm sure Rukh, they're not going to let this go yet. They're able to get a little bit more time to continue to loot on up, make sure that they're able to make this push effective. But you can already see that other member across the street. I'm sure they're taking a look at those big buildings over there, seeing if they could spot out yet another one of their little heads.
I think that would be smart, right? If we can get another surprise knock and really change the trajectory of this engagement, because you have two of the teams in map 1 that had the most damage. V Esports almost 2,300 damage alone in map number 1. And of course, they hit double-digit eliminations, but Rukh had 7. So putting two powerhouses neck to neck already at the start of this. Now, granted, we know Rukh likes to play more central zone. It just takes them a second to get there. So usually after that first play zone, you'll see a move, but they're already within the first play zone. So they would just need to shift a little bit towards that northeastern side, but they're not going to be able to do that until they deal with V Esports here.
I also think it's smart, right? Because Rukh, even though they're in first, V Esports is only 2 placements behind. So if they're able to get this team out right here, at least weaken them, that'll greatly increase their chances of being able to hold on to that top slot for the prizes of both the monetary prize and of course getting that 1 slot into the next qualifiers. It does look like they're not quite going to be able to get it though. They did do a little bit of damage. Buggies are so open. I would have been a little bit afraid of making that, but V Esports, they successfully got out of there, leaving Rukh in the dust.
I think it was smart, right? Yeah, they did get a little bit of poked and prodded, and they didn't really have as much heals as they would have liked. When you go and split your initial drop position, you kind of run that risk of, hey, our loot's going to be split. We could run and lose some early players down. But for the fact of them to be like, you know what? I respect Rukh Esports. Usually some teams can work on identifying who the teams are that are challenging them, and they'll be like, maybe this isn't an engagement that I would like to take this early on, knowing how well I performed in map number 1. And prioritizing that placement is something, Span, that you really wanted them to focus on, because they're no stranger to getting eliminations.
I'm very, very happy to see them just pull off of that. They knew that the advantage, I don't think either team had an advantage there, and even because of that, them just pulling out of there is, I think, the best move for them. If they bring their skills to gain eliminations into the end game, they'd be unstoppable, right? So I'm glad that they're focusing on that for now. And the zone, while it's actually on them, I'm glad that they're able to get out of there early enough and maybe grab themselves an even better spot before these other teams go ahead and do so.
Yeah, definitely Galactic Esports on your screen right now. Went out a little lackluster in map number 1, but that's okay, because they're going to come back swinging. And I say lackluster as if they did anything. No, they got 8th place. They got into kind of the vying of those rank points, but they only had 1 elimination. And that is why I will say a little lackluster, because it's just under par for them. But kicking things off, you know, you can throw a game, because you did have those 10 bonus points coming into map number 1, which will still keep you within that threshold of needing to act. So map 2 on Miramar, we got to stay together. We have to decide, where do we want to position ourselves for end game success?
Exactly. And honestly, them being in Hacienda right now is not a bad place to start whatsoever. It's like just off center. A graveyard and Minas are the very center of this zone. They get to just chill out and make sure that they're all looted up, while some other teams are going to have to make this hard push. And I mean, if you have the resources, just like Floor does from OWL Esports, you may as well take some of those long shots towards people rotating. If you could do even a little bit of damage, make them use a little bit of their resources, that's going to be a win from them. These big rocks, this is a huge spot for them to be able to be in, because it just gets them so much information that on this first zone may not be too important for them, but once this starts getting smaller and smaller, knowing where it's safe to rotate to, it's going to be huge.
I was just down to see a little hardcore parkour in the rocks, and you can see it. We were gearing up for the long jump there. Now we check into deepground, who is just cruising through the mountains looking for a high ground potential themselves and kind of carrying on, right? Sometimes you just really need to say, hey, where do I want to play from for that early game? Because in map number 1, you know, we had, I believe, 14 teams towards that final zone, which then erupted and we lost over 80% of the field. Went from 14 to 4 in a matter of seconds. So for a lot of the action, like V Esports in particular, who's on your screen right now, they kicked things off strong and kept that momentum moving forward. So looking to see where they're going to try and get Mixie in early, now that they feel a little more comfortable with what they have, would be fun.
You're right, V Esports, they got the first couple of eliminations in our first match. This one, I'm not surprised. Miramar always a little bit slower, right? It's just such a bigger map. Everybody able to find some places to go on ahead and loot on up. But as we can already see, they're making a move and they're going straight towards deep ground. They wanted to continue to get inside of this zone, and you have to do so carefully. I'm not quite sure if they were able to look over here enough to make sure that it was totally vacant, but also honestly, deep ground, they're in a big bowl, so it would have been hard to scout this anyway. Oh, Leo Mary actually catching a sight of one of the members of deep ground will just be able to pull off in time. Carol, oh my goodness, Nunu getting that knock into Leo Mary. V Esports is not going to be happy about that. Do you think that they're going to go and take this fight or pull off?
This is where it's going to be really interesting to see. We already saw them pull off from that early engagement contest against Rukh, and Lady just pops back into the vehicle. But that's the issue, right, of Miramar, these high mountains, the vantage points that a lot of these players are able to take. And it's like consistently throughout rotations on that southern side with the map up, you can see V Esports just kind of towards the left of where it says Leonis. So now we've got to vie against the two teams that are just ahead of you. And Deep Ground in particular is the team that grabbed that early knock. So the nades are going out, and you can see Carol has the advantage in that position. She's throwing the nades out. They're not going to connect, and you can see V Esports pops into the vehicle to reposition, but it doesn't matter. It's not going to stop Carol. She is here and grabs that knock, taking a beautiful shot.
That was a beautiful nade from Carol, putting him down to about 5 HP or something crazy like that. I really thought the second nade was going to finish the deal. Just unfortunately missed, but we're able to spot him out on that rotation. V Esports, though, they're so hurt now, down to 2 members. I'm not quite sure how much longer they're able to pull out this game. I mean, they're a team that goes for eliminations. We already talked about this. They're aggressive. They're great at team fights, not so much placement points, even though they're doing better, right? Now with only 2 of them, what they're good at is just going to be even harder. We're going to see if 2 players are still enough of a full force, like 4 for them to get those eliminations. Well, I'm hoping, though, that they're able to kind of lay low just a little bit more, since there's only 2 of them, to get a little bit higher. No, I cursed them.
Not the caster curse coming in. That longevity on the contest that started early. Well, then V Esports runs right into Rukh, able to pick up an elimination, leaving Virgo last standing for V Esports. Now, granted, you had a pop-off moment in map number 1, and you found double-digit elimination. So if you do kind of have to chalk one game, that's allowed, right? So long as you just prioritize the consistency on the latter half of the matches. But Rukh, right? They need to find themselves carrying that momentum from map number 1. And while they're not dead center of zone, I actually really respect where they've kind of taken up residence, right? They have vehicles, they have cover, and they don't have to move far. But this allows them to gather enough information for the teams that may still be rotating in and just decide, hey, how do we want to approach this?
I'm glad you brought up mentality because that is absolutely huge here, especially as V Esports actually just goes out. You're right, it's not ideal after having a huge game to not do too well in the one after that, but it will give them a little bit of wiggle room. So hopefully they're able to come back and not dwell on it. You know, you usually want to try and be like towards the middle of the pack, at least consistent. You want to try to grab like 6 to 8 points per game, right? So they already got above that their first match, definitely below that this second one. We'll see them when they come back in the third, but already getting some elimination points for those other teams. They're a little bit happy about this, especially since this zone is getting smaller and smaller. And I have a feeling, Tiff, on this next zone pop, all of these compounds are already occupied. This next one's not going to be as easy.
That is going to be really tough for a lot of our teams. So as that zone creeps in, moments away from a zone pop, but deepground, they've already found themselves with 2 eliminations and have positioned themselves kind of on that eastern side. And as the Panthers seek to rotate in, this is one of those like very long range engagements that you were talking about in particular, right? It's gearing up for that and being able to lay low. The Panthers obviously getting pressured from deep ground, forcing to utilize some of those meds. And we talk about the game of resource management. If you can make your rotation in and maybe take this engagement to deep ground, that's great. But look at the distance that you're going to have to cover. And they have such a beautiful vantage point that it would just be very tough.
Oh man, already more fights popping off here. We can see between Lotus, 2 of them actually already down, and the push comes through. Deep ground, they cannot let this go. This is the time for them to go in and capitalize off of this. You can see Panthers, some other teams kind of starting to hover around. If they're able to third party off of this, that would absolutely be huge, but it just seems like there's going to be a little bit of a lull in the fight, and that's not always the best situation for people. Black Mambas. Oh, Panthers actually spotted out from the distance. Once again, slowing down, actually.
That has been the nature of the game here, just trying to get through the mid game so we can have some crazy action towards the end, with only V Esports being the first team out of map number 2. Deep ground, able to kind of have the building, but also play on the roof here. Not too bad, but Black Mamba, also one of the teams that has found at least an elimination here thus far in map number 2. Monica finds themselves in a precarious situation.
Yeah, exactly. I'm just hoping that these 2 teams have some sort of an out, because this next zone is about to pop, and if it's not on them, that would have just been a shame, getting so close and just a little bit of a dangerous situation. And actually, they are still in zone, but as you can see, Tiff, it's on the very, very edge, so not like the prime location, and it seems like they're just going to have to take this engagement.
Yeah, it's not too bad. You do have to really push forward and end this as quickly as possible, because you can see there's going to be the Panthers. They're going to be rotating up into the next zone, which will be at the back of deep ground. They were initially poke fighting early on, so can expect that, right? You have the knowledge that the Panthers were back there, so you need to keep that in mind. But Black Mamba, they have some good cover here with this building, and Katie on the roof from deep ground. If you can find a good off angle to maybe put pressure on them, that's great, but I wouldn't leave your cover knowing that teams are going to be on your back.
I was even sweating just a tiny bit because there was 2 teams surrounding them. I mean, we already knew Panthers had like the high ground directly above them, but it already looks like those 2 other teams are just pulling off of this. They no longer feel like that this is a worth it fight for them. I mean, if it had centered around Graveyard, of course they would want a third party. That way they could get both eliminations and a great spot to give them some placement. But it's just not worth it anymore. It's more worth just continue rotating and see what else they can find. Here we go, Natalia already prepping that nade. She can definitely hear deep ground making that push on up. I feel like she could have used that time potentially to toss that nade like she was thinking, but maybe just waiting for it, letting Monica actually start it off with all the big damage. We'll see if it comes through.
We need an open here. Monica needs to grab a knock onto one. She will be able to take down Carol, but the trade comes through. Now you have to seek for the rest of the members of Black Mamba to swarm in around deep ground, but it's Katie biding their time, trying to keep the pressure out with the nades and prevent them from being able to move in. Now finding themselves incredibly low here. Natalia does not have necessarily time to hit the meds just yet. Nunu, what are we going to do here?
Looks like deepground going for that res onto Carol. Honestly, I think this is a good idea. Make sure that they're able to get all full up, especially because actually, if you look at that mini-map in the top corner, I was wrong. I thought everybody would have vacated this location, but there is a third party potentially coming. So that means deepground, they have to finish this up quickly, and luckily they do. Black Mamba unfortunately eliminated in that last spot. Deepground could be quite happy with their 5 elims, and immediately turning around, actually spots out Baby and Yummy, getting those knocks. They can push off of this.
They definitely can, and even where Candy Queens are fighting as well, but a good knock onto Meow up there, and being able to put pressure on the teams out in the open on high ground as they peek over the ledges. Deep ground is safe inside, and they can navigate the compound that they have here and just really put pressure on everyone trying to rotate in.
Oh my goodness, it was actually these two teams that were just having a little bit of a fight in La Bandita. It was Metroid Six and Candy Queens, and Metroid Six was able to pull off of this, and Candy Queens just followed right after them. And here they are being able to get some eliminations points from that push-off. I didn't even realize Candy Queens with 7 eliminations already. They're starting this game off well. Let's see if they're able to continue to push forward, find that last member of Metroid 6, or if they're not quite going to find a map for this next zone pops.
It is going to be really tough. You can see Jenny there falling as well. Candy Queens wanting to pick up another elimination, but Deep Ground finding themselves out here in a little bit of a vehicle warfare trying to get out, but no, that's really smart for Candy Queens. Right now, granted, they came into the finals in 15th place alongside Metroid 6 in 16th. So kind of jockeying for some engagements. It's going to be really nice as they push their Candy Queens for looking double digits. Metroid 6 will fall, but now the Witchers turn their attention towards Deep Ground.
Looks like they were just able to squeeze out the very edge of this zone. It's not going to be amazing for them, and that they're going to have to look up to see anybody else inside of this zone, but they do have hard cover for now, and they're still going to try, especially as Deep Ground makes their rotation up on top of those rocks. Deep Ground, they are going to be running face-to-face with another team, so if the Witchers were able to soften up a little bit, that would be really bad news for Deep Ground. And as you can see, they know someone's pushing on their position, but unfortunately, Deep Ground starting it off with a knock onto them. Actually, each of them has 1 down, so it's a 3v3. Carol, if this is a great nade, this could just completely end it, and nope, unfortunately just not connecting. There are going to be a couple more nades, but it looks like Sonia so far is able to hold their own. The rest of the members from Ruh, not quite there just yet, so luckily, getting those couple of knocks will make the pause happen so that Deepground can't quite continue to push until they're 4 strong.
They can't pause for too long, especially with Al Esports kind of breathing down the neck, looking for third-party opportunities between Ruh and Deep Ground. But even though Ruh has the high ground, they are on that southern tip of the zone that you can see. But Rose does get peppered and caught off guard from Moneymaker. So a lot of teams looking to vie for as many eliminations as they can without really risking their safety. You can see here, Al does have a more preferential position in the zone. They have shacks, they're split between 2, and they are allowed to take those mid-range engagements that allow them to be a part of this without actually being at risk.
You can see the fight even has kind of slowed down a little bit, which won't be good for either of these teams, but mainly because here comes Candy Queens. Right when there's more teams involved in this situation, it's always so much harder to figure out the best way to play this, right? Because then looking for 4 people turns into way more than that. It does look like Deep Ground, knowing that, is kind of going to be using these divots to their advantage, making sure that they can hide on out, but of course they're going to take any opportunity that they can to try and make any other eliminations. And Infinity Souls in the background gets eliminated as well.
That is the case, and Candy Queen sitting on 8 do have Liz down and are forced to kind of reposition themselves outside. It's going to be Sonia. They're essentially looking for a long-form rotation away from Ruh. So can they remain consistent? Now, mind you, if you're just joining in, Ruh won map number 1 on Erangel, and they have continued on to be so powerful. But even though Candy Queens found so many eliminations, they will fall early.
Man, they fall to the zone. I liked what they were doing initially, right? Because this zone ended up hard shifting away. At that point, why are you fighting out here for, you know? Like, unless you have to fight to get out, they didn't need to. They knew that they could get out without that engagement, but unfortunately that blue zone damage was just so much that they couldn't complete that rotation in time. The Panthers, though, they need to succeed in this fight, and as you can see, they're actually being split in 2 directions. One of them fighting the Witchers down below, but up to their northern side is Galactic Esports. Both these teams are just going to be able to rip up the Panthers. I think they're going to be the next to go, and then we'll see a fight between Witchers and Galactic themselves.
It's going to be really tough considering the Panthers came into the finals in that 2nd seed, and more will fall, but the Panthers are able to stay up at least just for a little longer. They do have a good chunk of meds, so being able to utilize those and push forward, finding all 3 of these teams outside of the next zone, the Witchers and co. They will have to move, but the Panthers on their heels just above them on the high ground. You can see what Santa is essentially doing here. As soon as she sees the moment for engagement, she just pops up, puts down the damage, and then will turn their sights immediately onto Al Esports.
Wow, I'm actually surprised that Galactic isn't being more aggressive on this than they could have been, I feel like. The Panthers, I feel like, were in a perfect position to just get absolutely pinched, but Panthers were able to hold on just enough, hold off those 2 other teams that they're able to continue to stay alive, and they're the ones getting closest to zone. We can see Galactic now starting to make their way on over as they're getting peppered by Rukh in the distance. But at this point, whoever gets this high ground right here on top of these rocks, they're going to go into the end game. But it's not going to be easy, as even Incognit Esports has the high ground already.
And you can see the Panthers, as they make their move, immediately turn their tides to the Witchers, and Elfbug will fall, but now a lot of players are going down to the zone damage, at least 2 of them, and the Panthers turn their tides on to trying to finish off the Witchers, find as many eliminations, but not only are they looking for that, the Rukh is getting involved. Rose is down, trying to get behind a vehicle, so maybe Tanova here can suppress the fire and gatekeep Jolly even further, and then they can start working on getting some players back up on their feet.
There you go. Run knows the situation that she's in, right? Going ahead and try and get the res on the teammate, but unfortunately just being caught out by Santa. The Witches at this point, it's just Santa left, so she's playing for any elimination points that she can get. So far away from zone, she knows that Rukh is low, making that push up. Unfortunately, Rose has that vehicle as hard cover, but she's in charge of the peak right here on top of this dip. But the longer she waits, she knows that there's going to be more people looking down on her as well. So making this rotation around, she's going to see if she can get any kind of advantage. Unfortunately, doesn't have any nades left, and right as she pushes over, so does the rest of Rukh. I'm surprised that Rukh were able to get all of their reses up. Is pretty impressive. They still need to push in to get inside the zone before the blue does too much damage.
They do just have a minute of time to be able to do it, but it was Incognit able to grab that elimination, and Sabrina does have the high ground here, but is just trying to navigate this terrain. Passionfruit, known for being able to maintain buildings, will be able to work this engagement. Hala and Hellcat both grabbing eliminations, Molotov in hand, trying to force GCS, just unable to get inside. Rukh off screen having some issues, and Sabrina still able to put pressure on the building below.
Pushing through, shooting through the little cracks in the crates. That was crazy from Hala, from Passionfruit. Honestly, them grabbing this compound is probably the greatest thing for them in terms of just being able to heal on up. Now they just need to make sure that they can actually push safely underneath those rocks so that Sabrina doesn't spot them out. It does look like they have the smokes in order to do that, though. Rukh, able to make it inside the zone as well, is going to pull some of that attention away from them as well.
Shots out from all different directions. Rukh, your map 1 winners. It's Tanova that will fall, and Incognit has just positioned themselves so vital here for the end game. You can see Moneymaker in the distance and Rukh just behind them. Passionfruit, though, they do still have 4 members left standing, which will give them that player advantage going forward. And even though Rose is split with their attention turned between 2 different teams, it's going to make things a little more difficult, but Sabrina just barreling forward, able to clean up and find eliminations.
Wow. That wasn't going to escape her eyesight there. Rukh Dreamcore is going to be eliminated. The winners of our first match in 4th. Still a good showing, but who we have left is Moneymaker, Incognit, and Passionfruit. Passionfruit, because of that, we're able to get just underneath of this ridge, underneath Incognit, but now we're going to have to see if they're able to make their way on up without getting any knocks on them. Moneymaker is a little bit of a distraction for now, but still very hurt with only 2 members up.
Yeah, I really do like the space that Passionfruit has, but with that rotation being less advantageous for them, it's going to be different here. But Moneymaker, with the health looking low here on Maya, they will fall, which will leave 1 standing. And now with Incognit kind of turning their attention towards Moneymaker, that should give Passionfruit a little bit of time to position themselves for the end game and make sure they know what they're doing. Moneymaker will fall, and now we are down to our final 2 teams.
Here we go. I mean, Incognit definitely has the high ground advantage. This is going to be so much easier for them to spot out the members of Passionfruit. Passionfruit, they're basically at the will of Incognit in their pushes, right? Like, it's going to be Incognit that makes this fight start off because Passionfruit are so low down. You can see, though, that Hala is trying to see if they can get up on top of these rocks, see if they can start making their way up onto Incognit. It just doesn't quite work out. Sabrina still has some nades, though, left. If they can spot out Hellcat there, that nade might just do well. I think it's going to bounce way too far away, though. And at this point, it's a waiting game. We just have to wait to see where this next zone goes. But I do still think it's actually... Oh, no. It's still in favor of Incognit. It's super hard to see, but it's more on the southern side. They will find 1 knockdown there onto one of the members of Passionfruit. But at this point, Passionfruit, I don't think there's any way for them to go.
And you can see Hellcat does have to make the move, and Chronica was lying in wait. Incognit looking for double-digit eliminations here. They've been in the center of zone for the majority of map number 2, and they want to take Miramar, taking the engagement to Rival. Rival sure is able to grab that knock onto Sabrina. So we still have a little mixed bag here, but with Incognit still on that high ground with 3 members, just has to find the angles on Passionfruit.
Oh my god, look at this zone tip. This is crazy. They're having just a vertical fight right now. I really thought the Incognit would have this in the bag, but it's actually really difficult for both of them. At this point, they're just spraying into that smoke, hoping that they can get any kind of connection there onto the members of Passionfruit. But it's really hard for both of these teams to look either direction at this point. Totally out of utility. Nade's huge in this moment, but this sounds crazy. Here we go. Incognit is able to spot out one of the members from Passionfruit, and actually, that's it. There you go. That huge win coming through from Incognit. They had the high ground, and Passionfruit just couldn't do anything about it.
Look, I mean, if there's one thing I've learned about the high ground from my man Obi-Wan, Incognit did everything that they needed to do. So congratulations to them for reigning supreme, keeping the elevation in their favor, and taking home map number 2.
That was great to see. Incognit, we didn't see too much of them in that first game, but coming out big with a lot of eliminations and that first place, it's going to be big for them. And also, I'm just saying, Bellin and I choosing Passionfruit. I think Passionfruit is feeling something really well right now. Bella, how are you feeling?
I am so excited. Literally, I'm so glad my mic was muted that last screen because that vertical fight, like Incognit was staring down at them for so long. And you even referenced that it was so smart of Passionfruit to go in there to get healed up. And I can't believe that that's the fight that ended up happening. Like, how are their necks not broken? So impressive.
Very impressive. And look, you think about that end zone, then you also go to map number 1 where, I felt the end zone was quite unique going from, main island to little island. It's been a wild ride. It truly has. And I think a very challenging first 2 maps for the ladies in general. But I like that because we get to see the best really make it through. We'll see what the next 4 maps have to hold, but at least for the first 2 maps, I'm through the roof. I want to start at the very beginning, though, Tiff. We watch a bit of a fight go down deep ground. Ends up fighting it off against V Esports. V Esports falls early. They go from 4th place map 1 to 16th, very last in map number 2.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate, but I think it's tough, right? They just had such a really strong map number 1, but it does make up for a lackluster map number 2. Specifically, when you hit double-digit eliminations, you've already broke that threshold that Span Cargo was talking about, that average of 6 to 8 points that you want. So I respect their decision from trying to back away initially from deep ground, but you leave yourself vulnerable because you're like, hey, I didn't get all the loot that I needed. I'm turning my back to them, and that gives them the open to go ahead and take some shots at me and put pressure. And it just seemed like that was an engagement that just kept coming back to them.
It is unfortunate, though, for V Esports to fall that far. However, game number 1 should put them in a great spot. This is where things, Span Cargo, start to get a bit tricky, right? We're getting towards the end zone. Teams are starting to fall like flies, really. We have 12 teams, however, but things start to heat up. Talk to me about the transition right from stage 4 to stage 5, and what team did the right thing?
I'm actually very impressed by the amount of teams that are coming into these later zones, especially because this game has not been kind to them so far. These are really difficult rotations. At first, Candy Queens, they were so smart pulling off of this and making some sort of rotation away. If only they went the other direction, though. That blue zone was just so much damage. Rukh, they really, I think, were the ones that pulled it off, and it was just from their fighting that made it really come through for them. I think that they were the ones that had the smartest move on this. They just played together and played concisely, and they were able to make it quite far, but it was Incognit that were able to take them out in the end.
So Incognit, they take it. Bella, let's talk about that final fight, because Incognit, they just had such a beautiful position on high ground. Obviously, we're getting to that point when it comes to replays. Here it is. How do you go about this as a competitor? Incognit, obviously, in the advantage. Passionfruit pretty much dead in the water.
I mean, you know, the really unfortunate part for Incognit was they probably could have ended that maybe a little bit sooner if they had had nades or mollies on hand. I mean, because you are straight down. It's just a little chuck over the wall, and it's right in their face. Because as you saw, Passionfruit was doing a really good job of utilizing every single little scrap of rock to hide behind. I don't even know how they were avoiding some of those bullets, but it could have gotten done a little bit faster that way, but I'm glad it didn't because it made for a great fight.
It definitely did, Tiff. We look at Incognit's stats. 8 eliminations, which is better than the 7 that we saw in game number 1 from Rukh. So Incognit starting to, take over the leaderboard, it seems. We'll see where they're going to end up once we look at the overall standings. But you made a great point. When it came to Incognit, though, they pretty much held center zone for quite some time.
It's smart to hold center zone as long as you are prepared to take engagements from whichever position. And Incognit was able to find themselves with the ultimate high ground at the end game because they were just keeping abreast on their situation, knowing where everyone lies. And that just is such an advantage point on Miramar, right? It's really open. There's a lot less vegetation given the fact that we're in the desert. So you can keep an eye on everyone and then stay 2 steps ahead of them.
All right, well, let's take a look at our rankings, where they currently stand. And obviously looking at Incognit taking a pretty substantial lead right when it comes to the match anyways. 23 total points. Not a bad performance coming out from them. And overall, we go down the list. Passionfruit, Moneymaker, and Rukh. Now rounding out at least for match number 2. But where does that put them in the overall standings? Let's take a look at 1 through 8. And Rukh still leading the charge with 33 points. Bella, a lot of that coming off of their game number 1. But let's face it, from game number 1 first place to going into game number 2 on Miramar, Rukh places 4th. So far, they are the most consistent team.
They absolutely are. And not only are they one of the most consistent teams, but other people are taking note of that. It's like you mentioned earlier, V Esports dropped with them in Picado and left, knowing who they were getting up against, and actually left the compound. I don't blame them. They really are the ones to watch here.
They are definitely the ones to watch. Now, so on the flip end, right, Span, we got to look at the teams that we also have to watch, 9 through 16. A lot of catching up to do. Candy Queens, though, not a bad map number 2. So even though they're currently in 11th place, I think map number 2 showed that we might have to be watching out for these ladies moving forward.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's still not too late, right? It's only 2 matches out of 6. In just 1 match, you can get, if you can even just continue to get like 10 points per match, like you're going to be up there on that first page. So it's definitely not too late for them whatsoever. We actually saw really impressive movements from deep ground as well. I know that they're right on that border, and it's still anybody's game at this point. 4 more matches, that's still big.
That's right, 4 more matches to go, and both of those maps we will be seeing again, which could be an advantage for some who didn't perform as well. Could be, though, a great opportunity for those that did perform well to, well, continue what they're doing. Don't fix what is not broken. 2 maps down, 4 more to go, which means we're going to go into our first break. But as we do, we have a special promotional piece coming out from Hala, as well as Bezami, who's coming out from Passionfruit, as well as Run. Let's hear what these players had to say.
Hi, my name is Hannah and I'm a professional player for Passionfruit Esports.
Hi, my name is Rukh Dreamcore. I'm a player from team Rukh Dreamcore. I started playing about 4 years ago. I think I saw the poop on App Store. I uploaded the game. It was so difficult, but after I like it. And since 4 years I play and I enjoy.
I started playing the game around 6 years ago with some friends, and I got into competitive play around 4 years ago, and I've been with my current team ever since December 2021. My experience in this first edition of the Female Titan Series has been okay so far, other than the fact that during week 2 there were many bugs and glitches due to the official PUBG update that really limited our performance, but other than that, everything else was okay and the tournament was running smoothly.
For me, it's so important to play tournaments like this, because when we play tournament with boys, it's not the same level, it's more difficult, play style it's different, and playing with girl teams, it's more developed for us.
I think having official female-only competitions is important, which talent is showcased. Teams are given the opportunity to prove themselves, and it just gives like an overall platform for teams to really showcase who they are. My personal goals in PUBG Mobile is to become a better player, both mentally and literally. And from a team perspective, my team and I are hoping to build more synergy and to prove that we are one of the best female teams in the world.
We have one biggest goal, it's play PMPL and win every female tournaments. Personally, for me, favorite team is my team. But I think every team have same chance for win, and the team who will train better will win this tournament.
I think my team is favorite to win this edition of the Female Titan Series, in which we've competed in Titan Series before, this last spring actually, under the team name of X-Rage. So this tournament is not anything foreign to us. We're very familiar with how everything goes. And although we didn't do that great in the qualifying weeks due to week 2 glitches and bugs, we will still do great in finals.
The heat coming off this region though right now. It's bringing me heat. It's bringing me warm. The top 3.
Chicken dinner, and you can see exactly why this is one of the best teams to come out from South America.
The chicken dinner, it is Vampire from the bottom of the tables. The looks of relief on their faces as they pick up an 18 elimination chicken dinner.
PMGC final MVP. And it has been decided your MVP will be from Stalwart Esports. Give it up, Jakarta, for the top.
You cannot get away from it. He is on the hunt. Looks for more as well. Finds the nade in hand. And it will not be found. Spud is shutting it down. He is vengeance. He is the knight. And S2G have raised these to back. S2G have done it. And they are your new PMGC champions. The champions here in Jakarta. Who will challenge them next year? It is the Turkish team, the Terminators, S2G.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ladies Titan Series Season 1 Finals. 2 maps down, more to go. We heard from 2 of the players from Passionfruit as well as Rukh, and we also had a chance to watch that wonderful, and I'm hyped up, by the way, for day number 3, the final day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. That's going to be happening tomorrow morning. What's happening so far, right? Alpha 7 is currently leading the charge, but as we know, in the final day, anything can go down. There's a couple of teams hot on their heels currently. Xavier as well as IHC Esports looking to catch up. Granted, Alpha 7 has a pretty decent lead, but can they hold on? Well, they got to have ice in their veins. Let's see what they're going to be up to. Like I said, tomorrow morning, day 3, the final day of the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. That's starting at tomorrow morning, 7 a.m. 7 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. But let's get into what's happening, at least at the moment. Back to the Ladies Titan Series and bringing in our wonderful talent. Of course, we've got Span Cargo as Proxy as well as Bella Fox. Now, as Proxy, first time on the desk today, so I'm going to go ahead and default to you. It's great to see you, and you might be a little bit biased about who's leading the charge today.
Just a little bit, yeah. I mean, I'm jumping in from the African side here to see how the Americans kick it and how you guys bring it to the fold. So for me, having Rukh just leading the pack at the moment when the first map was done and dusted, I'm glad my mic was muted because I was also falling off my chair at that point. So yeah, absolutely very biased for me today. I'm going to try my best, but it might slip out here and there. Just a little bit.
I like it. Hey, keep that. Look, honestly, though, but don't be disappointed if I throw it back, or really any of us throw it back to you when NA starts to dominate. All right, NA on top, I hope. Anyways, let's get quick predictions before we head into it. Bella, let's start with you real quick. Who you going with for game number 3?
Passionfruit all day. I'm not getting off the Passionfruit train. Not at all.
Seems like Passionfruit, they're winning some hearts, including myself. Proxy, what about you?
Yeah, look, I said I was going to be biased, but I'm going to try and avoid Rukh for Sanhok, at least just to show a little bit of objectivity. For me, going into Sanhok, I mean, we got to give it a little bit up to Lotus. We spoke about it a little bit off camera. They were the last winners we saw on Sanhok, so I'm curious to see if we can have the first back-to-back Sanhok winner, because so far, every week, it's been a different team.
It's a chaotic map and chaotic results. I like it. Lotus, Cargo for you. Span, for you, who you going for? Who's going to be your prediction?
Well, now that we have S in between Bella and I would still feel comfortable saying Passionfruit. You know, there's a little bit of a reprieve there. So I think Passionfruit. However, I wouldn't be surprised, I mean, if more of those aggressive teams go on ahead and get in there and really get those eliminations going and potentially that win, but Passionfruit all the way.
Passionfruit. For me, you mentioned aggression, so now I'm going to go with who performed, at least in my mind, fairly well in map number 2, off the beaten path. I'm going with Candy Queens. I think Candy Queens is about to surprise us and go from 11th place, who knows, all the way up in the top 5. That would surely be special. Well, game number 3 is about to be underway. The only time we'll be seeing Sanhok tonight is right before you. Which lady team is going to take it? We'll have to find out. Will it be a momentum shifter? Well, maybe so, Rukh. Currently leading the charge. Without further ado, map number 3, Sanhok. Proxy, Space, take it away.
Here we go. I absolutely love Sanhok. It's so aggressive. You never know what's coming. People can come from any angles. There's never 2 teams fighting it out. It's always more than that. How excited are you, S?
Look, again, I was talking about my bias. I'm also just biased towards Sanhok, so I'm not making a very good first impression here. Jumping right off the back, starting with my favorite map. It's a bit too much for me. It's my heart is beating a little bit too fast, but absolutely agree with you. Sanhok, that map, we go from that 8x8 to that 4x4, really just adding to the chaos that is going to be this map. And again, when we talk about that chaos, we talk about that midpoint here as we move into game number 3. We're getting to that midway shift where the teams have an opportunity now to catch up before the rest of the teams run away from them. I mean, we saw a look at that overall leaderboard. It's now, or, you know, we might just be seeing a bit of a repeat when it comes to Erangel with the teams that are more consistent, like, obviously, Rukh Esports, who have been leading the pack so far.
So true, and we are already spectating them right now, right? They're going over to docks. Looks like they're a little far away from most teams, except wait, the teams we've been calling out are actually surrounding them. We have Lotus, we have V Esports. Now I'm getting a little bit nervous, but you know, Sanhok, the only nice thing about it is that Circle 1, I feel like it doesn't count. It's not really circle
Absolutely.
1. It's like the entire map. So I'm excited for this one actually, and make sure everybody gets their favorite loadout right. Make sure that they're utiled up and have those meds. And oh my goodness, I lied. Wait a second,
Why?
S.
No, okay. It's right. I was going to add on to that in any case, and the zone works out quite well for my example. Even when the zones do shift quite towards those outskirts positions where they start to cut down the available land, it's still an easy rotation in terms of the land that they need to cover. Again, because we go from that 8x8 block for a map to a 4x4. So even though it looks quite jarring on the map, thanks a lot, Span, it is still very much possible. So the team shouldn't be shaking in their boots just yet. It is going to be a very northeasternly focus though. So as we take a look at it, some of the teams really are going to be feeling a little bit more comfortable than others. They have a bit more time to get their loadouts, but now they have that opportunity as well to gatekeep any of those teams that might make the later rotations.
At this point, if I was somebody that believed that the desk got to choose the zones, I would definitely believe Reflections chose this one, because Candy Queens, they're looking so good. I mean, luckily, though, we know that it's just completely random, but Candy Queens, they're just all the way up there already inside of this first zone. It's just hoping that they're able to grab themselves a really strong compound at this point and holding it down.
Yeah, I would be a little bit more concerned for Liz, if we had more teams towards this northern reach, as they are running a bit of a 1-3 split at the moment. Liz completely isolated at the moment there towards Mong Nai, but it is an opportunity, again, as we said, because they've got a little bit more of that time, it's a quick rotation for her back to her team, so we should see that coming through shortly. What I'm really curious about, however, is how Passionfruit will take this rotation, as they are neighbors currently to the rest of Candy Queen sitting there from Paradise Resort, and we might already be seeing them making just a bit of a more eastern shift, maybe just sussing things out on that side of things, getting closer to that center zone, so we could see a bit of an altercation there, potentially. We'll have to wait and see how they choose these rotations.
I mean, Passionfruit so far has been pretty aggressive, right? And honestly, in my opinion, I don't really like to continue to play in Paradise Resort after you land there and loot on up. It's kind of difficult to keep it or to stay safe in it. So I'm glad that they're leaving it, and they can definitely see that this is kind of all looted out. I'm so sure that they know that Candy Queens goes here as well. At least saw them going ahead and make their dive down to this loot places. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're trying to see if they can get some picks, but Candy Queens, they got out of there just in time. They're not far away from each other at all still.
Yeah, and I mean, if we take a look at the rest of the teams really within that center, we can only really add Owl Esports into the mix as well. The rest, well, they have to make their trip into zone. I mean, you've got some of the outstanders, like we saw there from what I believe was Metroid Six, all the way towards that northwestern side by Camp Alpha. They're also joined by Infinity Souls as well, so it's a bit of a reach for them. However, like you said, Paradise Resort, some of those bigger POIs is definitely not where you want to be finding yourself with a zone like this, because teams will often basically direct themselves immediately to those bigger compounds for safety, for rotations. So it generally does actually invite quite a lot of bit of chaos as the teams make their rotations. So fully agree with that move coming through here from Passionfruit. However, once we saw they've got a few neighbors already giving them some welcome packages in the form of a couple of lead.
No way, Skady unfortunately got the wait, Skady got the first knock but then got knocked back. That could have been huge for Candy Queens to make this massive push off of this actually, but Passionfruit, they're able to kind of push it on back, make sure it can't happen. Candy Queens, their touches even splits. It looks like one of them looking over at Panthers. These are 3 teams in this tiny little triangle here, and I'd be a little bit worried if I was Liz. There's no way that you could go on ahead and help out the rest of the team if they got pushed by Passionfruit or vice versa. So hoping that they kind of all take a little bit of a chill pill, obviously, but we're here for the chaos. We already kind of talked about that before.
Absolutely, it's Sanhok. This is what we need to see. Yeah, but for Liz, this is exactly the slight bit of concern I had is obviously Liz was over towards that Mong Nai position. The rest of the team got pushed out because of Passionfruit's rotation, and then the Panthers just shot in right in the middle of them. So you can look at it, though, as a potential advantage. Liz in a completely flanked position at this point in time. The scout, almost as is for the Candy Queens, to get that information on the Panthers while the rest of the team focuses on Passionfruit. And they've actually managed to push Passionfruit back into Paradise Resort. So they've put up enough of a fight to at least give themselves that little bit of space. But now the Panthers are in their midst and providing that potential threat.
And they're like, nope, I'm not having any part of that. We just got smacked in the face a little bit. Time to just, just back up a little bit. Just wait a tiny bit longer. But you're actually you're correct. I'm excited for Liz now. I mean, if the Panthers spot Liz out before Liz is ready, I feel like it's gonna go absolutely terribly, right? But
yeah.
Oh, she's actually grabbing her Bucky and kind of getting out of there. But while that's happening, there's actually action on the complete opposite end of Sanhok and V Esports. Are we surprised to see them being aggressive on this?
They have to. I mean, this is exactly the map where you need to bring out that aggression. Close quarter combat is going to be the name of the game here, and already Virgo down on the ground, waiting for a bit more of a return on investment, at least a molly to find Alfbug now. That is an opportunity for V Esports to take the trigger, to take the execution, and get those final hits in. It's just about finding the final 2 points of contact. You can see a good split coming through here, but now information is going to be the game here for the Witchers.
Here we go. It still looks like a little bit of a lull happened. Witcher's definitely kind of on the short end of the stick here with only 2 left alive. But Black Mamba's Natalia coming in on a knock on a Leo Mary. Jolly doing a great job with that DBS, getting the knock and the flush immediately. They knew that they didn't want to get out of here without a fight, without completely decimating V Esports just a little bit. And only 2 of them are left standing. Black Mamba, they helped with this knock. They could push off of this and completely eliminate V Esports in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, look, we've seen in the past for V Esports in particular. I mean, we take ourselves back to that, map 1 where they needed the combo of the Panthers and the Witches and the zone moving away for the V Esports to actually be taken out. And in this case, it looks like they've got that confidence once again. They will unfortunately have lost 2 players in the rotation there. With that jump in from Black Mamba, it has made it a little bit more difficult for them, at least running away with 3 eliminations. However, they are hurting. You can see those HP bars not looking too good, and right now the focus for them is just longevity, survivability. Rotate into zone, get yourself into a compound, and go a little bit quiet as you just basically recover your losses.
I'm a bit sad, though, because that was the team that I was totally expecting to start running around and absolutely just decimating everybody in their path. But yeah, no, they put up a fight. Black Mamba's third-partying that a tiny bit, getting that 1 knock, that 1 elimination. That really set the tone for that. And they got away. So we'll just have to wait and see if that altercation happens yet again, because they're going to be rotating in the same direction. The zone is a little bit smaller once again, still sticking up in that northeastern side of this zone. It's really like kind of pushing towards that Camp Bravo area.
Yeah, what's interesting now with this next zone shift as well, we can see Rukh actually one of the only teams on that eastern coastline, so they're pretty alone and just waiting for the opportunity. Meanwhile, we take a look at Phoenix Esports and looking to keep to their namesake as they can potentially rise from this ash that is now being placed ahead of them. You can see Passionfruit already taken 2, looking for the 3rd as a confirmation might be there. Passionfruit, slowly but surely, great push coming through from this northern side. They have the elevation, they have the angles, and they've taken a very wide approach, really, to just try and get all of the members here from Phoenix Esports out of positioning.
Really nice angle coming through from Hellcat, making sure that she's also able to go on ahead and flush out those knocks, make sure that they secure those eliminations. They'll get 1 more in Rawson. She knows that if she's hoping for her team to get those average elimination, those points that I've mentioned before, like ideally 6 to 8, that she has to go right now before Passionfruit kind of spots her out. She is still going to be running directly towards an entire other 4-stacked team, so I'm a little bit worried for Rawson, but she is out of there right now. Passionfruit, I don't think they're going to be able to catch up with her for quite some time.
Yeah, it's flying the flag of your team, right? Again, similar situation than what we saw for V Esports. Longevity, survivability, keep your team in this, because the longer you can survive, the more potential chaos can happen for the rest of the teams, and maybe you can get yourself up closer towards that leaderboard, which, as you mentioned, Sanhok, that pivotal moment, that pivotal map shift, where teams really can pull a fast one and potentially jump up on those leaderboards, which for a lot of these teams is exactly what they need to do. That zone shift going to be coming through, really focusing towards that southern edge. And again, as I mentioned, Rukh, one of the few teams that actually hit that eastern coastline, now with a very open rotation for them as well. We've got a few others that need to make some interesting choices as they move in, particularly the Panthers. They've been increasingly quiet. We haven't seen them make a single move. They've been spotted out by 2 teams right about now, but have not yet made any move for an elimination just yet.
Yeah, them and Candy Queens were still in those same compounds from the very beginning, but Candy Queens, they end up pulling out of their first Oh, and they pulled up sharing the same rock with an entirely different team. Incognit, I'd be a little bit afraid to go face to face with them right now. They're definitely feeling themselves. Sabrina is starting it off with a couple of shots. If they didn't know that Sabrina was there before, they definitely do now. Skady, a tiny bit damaged, but Victoria might be able to turn this around with a nade. This is a terrifying situation to be in for Victoria. You can see that she's trying not to stay in the same place, knowing that that utility is going to start coming through, the information coming through with that vehicle rotation around, just trying to delay the fight for the rest of their team to get there on time.
Absolutely, and rotation is going to be there as they try and jump out of the chaos and try and find a better positioning in zone, which I prefer at this point in time. Incognit, they have the compounds, they have the angles, they have the information. Don't take a fight where you're on the back foot. So a return's going to come through there for Candy Queens. Just keep themselves into this one. Maybe might even take a bit of a longer rotation up towards the north, maybe back into the eastern side, right alongside Rukh Esports. But as we wait and see, Incognit, they now need to find out that their prey has unfortunately left the building. In the meantime, V Esports now, the duo up against the full force here of Black Mamba.
Wow. Wow, yeah, this is just off of center zone. So if they're able to protect this, I feel like they're going to be set for at least the next couple of zones. But that crash fully came through. There you go, a little bit of a damage. Black Mamba probably knows, though, that this team isn't as strong as they... Oh, a little bit of damage coming through. Unfortunately, I feel like V Esports needed to have gotten a knock on them immediately. They see that they almost got one onto Monica, but unfortunately with them not being able to quite pull it off, that just means more utility, more chance for Black Mamba to fully understand the situation, more preparedness, and those nades going into that tiny little room will start doing some damage to Virgo as they're just spamming that in there. I mean, that's what you have to do, right? Just soften them up before you go ahead and push directly into an unknown building, unknown situation. And Virgo outside of the building, that could be the only thing that ends up saving V Esports.
I like what Black Mamba's bringing to the table here. They know that they have the numbers advantage. They have been the ones really putting the nail in the coffin of the esports, and now they're hunting them to their final numbers, but they're still taking it with all the amount of respect. Slow and methodical as they ensure they're going to be clearing out these angles and getting as much information as possible. Interesting that V are not going to be playing as close as possible because they don't want to be, you know, a double knock situation, one nade down and out. So trying to keep those angles going, but Black Mamba, they're going to be taking that trigger shortly, and then it's all going to come down to who hits those hits first and who's going to be able to survive the onslaught. A little bit of turnaround. Nick's fighting the first, and now for Virgo, this is going to be a tough situation. Already down to a quarter of the HP. A swing comes through, and Black Mamba, clean sweep from them. Very, very good work from them here.
That hurts. That hurts going out in 14th spot. Almost yet again, V Esports going out pretty early in that last match. So we'll have to wait and see if these next two matches are going to be great for them. But as of right now, that's not looking too great. Black Mamba, though, I feel like they were searching for that. They knew that they needed something. They had those eliminations, and now they have that great spot.
Ooh. Yeah, Black Mamba, they brought in the hunter instinct there, but now we have to turn our attention here to Infinity Souls up against the likes of Incognit. So this is going to be a bit of an interesting situation. Obviously, Incognit in a very prime position at this point in time. The gatekeepers right now that Infinity Souls have to go up against, the blue zone ticking away at the HP bars.
Wow.
Time is of the essence, and they just need to find this knock, and that could be a double trigger to move on in.
This is crazy to me, Infinity Souls being so aggressive while out in the blue, but it's working. Incognit didn't expect it whatsoever. Two of them knocked, one of them already gone. It's all down to Kazu J. Like, you know that the other members are pushing hard on this to try and make sure that those knocks are going to go through, but Infinity Souls, they have to start being quick as even they have knocks on their side. I feel like this is mutual self-destruction, it seems.
That's always the case with playing out in the blue zone, right? Even though you have that opportunity potentially to get a few extra eliminations, even if you were the team with the advantage, if you are not within the zone, gatekeeping comes as a double-edged sword because that blue zone is going to hurt you just as much as it's going to hurt the other team. And now looking at the situation, well, for Infinity Souls, it is much more dire. They don't have a vehicle they can use as a rotation. Meds at least are up on the kits, and we're going to give everything up to Zoe and hope that they can fly the flag here for Infinity Souls as a solo while Incognito take a rotation into zone.
And look at that, Zoe running by the others, probably going on ahead and making sure they pick up the rest of those meds. Lotus even being aggressive, grabbing their own compound. Galactic Esports is going to be eliminated off of that, and they're going to be able to get a res. So they're going to continue to be 2 up, center compound. Again, there's still some other teams with 4 up, so it's going to be difficult, but at least they don't have to worry about moneymakers. They get eliminated off the screen. It looks really difficult to be on the northwestern side of this zone right now because so many teams, that's where the direction of most teams came from, right? So obviously that's going to be the most congested, trying to make this hard push on over.
I did say at the beginning of this game, I wanted to see if we could have a back-to-back Sanhok winner. We've had a different team for every single one of the first 3 weeks. I thought it was going to be Lotus, but deepground was our week 1 winner, and they're currently sitting up with 6 eliminations in a very comfortable position towards that northeast. At least it was before the zone shifted. So very curious to see if they can make a prime rotation into zone and potentially be that back-to-back winner.
We'll have to wait and see. I mean, so far the rotations have been doing well for them, right? I mean, everybody, it seems like on Sanhok, has been losing like 1 person at least on rotations from some random team that they end up running into. And unfortunately, it looks like, Passionfruit is going to get that last remaining member from Phoenix Esports, just trying to sneak on in there. But that's another elim point for Passion. And then they put their guns away. They're absolutely booking it. They know that that blue zone is right on their heels, and Owl is going to take advantage of that. Already gets a knock onto 1. Let's see how many more people Floor can hold out here.
Focus right now there towards Black Mamba and Rukh Esports as one of the only 2 teams that really have a foothold into this next zone. So definitely going to be focusing on them. But it does look like deepground are going to be making a dash into the zone, or at least trying to alongside Owl. Look at this, deepground, unfortunately, a mad dash into the zone, but it's right into Rukh Esports. It's mutual destruction as 2 for 2 go down, and Rukh just holding on to that 3rd player barely. And as we take a look at it, of course, there's a few more other teams that are going to be joining into this chaos.
Oh my goodness, a flip was absolutely just switched on this zone. Everybody trying to push towards that safety at this point. The feed is going absolutely crazy. Don't even know who's getting what eliminations in this situation, but you're right. They're just staying alive, but they're fighting 2 teams at once, trying to get that res off. But it looks like that one of their grounds, holding off deep ground, is going to go down. So we'll see. It looks like one of them's going to get that res. They know that there's that people inside this compound and in front of them, and all they have for themselves is that rock and that very, very damaged vehicle.
Well, right in front of them, right? There's only 1 player from Metroid Six, and there, nice. A beautiful nade is going to confirm this entire northern rotation. It's completely open. Yes, it was a little bit chaotic, but look at what a path they have to take into the zone as compared to, as we mentioned, Black Mamba, obviously deepground, who are trying to now find a word in edgewise. They are all up against Rukh Esports, so they can play the gatekeepers and get a huge amount of eliminations and damage numbers kicked on up in this situation. Coral down to a sliver of HP, it's not going to be an easy rotation for them. So then we focus towards that north, where Passionfruit are really solidifying themselves into the northern reach.
Looks like 2 of them were taken out. I mean, I wouldn't have been surprised if a couple of them would have been taken out. But they are still going to go and try and get the last couple of eliminations. Black Mamba looks like they're not doing too well, as deepground is going to push up around them. You know, they tried pushing towards Rukh, didn't go well, turned back around, and there's just fighting everywhere. Deepground goes out. Only 1 member left for Black Mamba, and of course Lotus actually holds the zone. Oh,
love to see this. Look at that. I mean, it's the southern team and the northern team I just highlighted. Passionfruit versus Rukh Dreamcore. Now for the winner chicken dinner. Obviously for Rukh, it is a much quicker rotation, but it's a rotation into the open. Look at this. A valley of doom and death right up ahead of us, as we have to wait and see who's going to be able to hold out the longest in this next rotation.
I like where Rukh is right now, though. They're able to go and spread out along the edge of the new zone, right? Like, they have so much power up here. I mean, they're not quite in zone because it just turns into an absolute bull, which is not ideal. But right now, being able to spread out, try and get as many angles as they can onto Passionfruit when they, too, have to push out. Yeah, exactly as expected. What else could Passionfruit do? So that was just... Rukh winning that off the bat. How happy are you right now, S?
I was trying not to show my bias, and you guys are all just pandering it onto me. Please, I'm trying to be objective in this match. But I mean, in that situation, as you said, in terms of the positioning for Rukh and Passionfruit, Rukh had the slow side of the zone rotation. So yes, even though the zone was going to be pressuring both of the teams, it was going to fall to Passionfruit first. And what did they do? They went into the valley, out in the open. There was no real shot for them to really get some cover. Rukh was waiting for that position. They had the information. They had the better rotation. So I have to give it up to them. I mean, they did fantastic managing that chaos in those last few moments. They had to basically handle 3 other teams trying to fight them for their position, and they did so brilliantly.
Exactly. Well deserved, well deserved. So many teams surrounding them. Let's go on ahead, bring the dust back, see what Reflections and Bella has to say about it.
Yeah, great game number 3. The only time we're going to get to see Sanhok. Kind of a recurring theme, though, is teams are just lasting until, stage 4, stage 5, stage 6, and then it's like they all just decide to fight it out, which is truly spectacular and allows for, in my opinion, incredibly exciting in-games. Big fan of how the ladies are playing tonight. Big fan, even bigger fan of Rukh. I'm starting to get on the Rukh train. They are playing extraordinarily well. Game number 1, they're victorious. Game number 2, Miramar, they get 4th place. Now going into game number 3, back into first, back in the driver's seat, which is truly spectacular. I don't know if anybody's going to be able to dethrone them, Bella.
I mean, never say never, I'm still on this Passionfruit train, not to take anything away from them, because they really are doing amazing. They are absolutely nailing their shots when they need to. They're just making all the right moves, and they're ending up in the right spots. But you can't count Passionfruit out. I mean, they dropped Paradise, moved out, was pushed back in, all but eliminated Phoenix Esports. There's a big story there, and I don't think it's over yet.
I don't think it could be. I mean, after all, Passionfruit continues to excel at pretty much anything they're doing. 3rd place in map number 1, 2nd in map number 2, and then back into 2nd place from map number 3. So Rukh, very consistent when it comes to first, but I think overall, I mean, you got to look at Passionfruit as one of the scariest teams out there along that of Rukh. And, let's talk about it, because we're also playing for PMSL slot, okay? That's the big, kind of prize here aside from the money, and only an NA team is going to be able to lock that in. Correct. And so when we speak about NA team, right, Passionfruit seems to be the front runner to be earning that spot tonight.
Yeah, I mean, for Rukh Esports at this point, at least, the prize money is a consideration, and also just bringing a highlight to their region coming through from an African team in Kazakhstan. So, again, for them, it's about having fun, showcasing what they have to bring to the table. And I think anyone that has been watching these last couple of games are going to at least take a pause and be like, wow, okay, Rukh is definitely bringing the heat, but for that slot, well, it's going to be Passionfruit at this point in time, who are the 2nd most consistent team.
Absolutely, the 2nd most consistent team, and could very well sneak up, in front of Rukh in first. Now I go over to you, Span, and I look at Rukh at the moment. 13 eliminations. Wow. In map number 1, Rukh hit 7 eliminations. Map number 2, Incognit hit 8, I believe it was. Now 13. Rukh continues to get better and better.
Yeah, this is definitely the top elimination for the matches today, right? The previous highest one was 10. So Rukh is doing so well. Taking a look at this match report, not surprised even to see that they've done the most damage additionally. And of course, I mean, still got to call out Passionfruit, because they're also up there with most eliminations and assists. It's just back and forth for those teams. Like the first couple of matches, it's really, easy to say, like, expect that all these teams are going to be really close to each other on the leaderboard. But now at this point, I'm starting to expect a little bit of pull away.
Could definitely be some pull away. We'll see that in very short amount of time. These are your match 3 stats, or at least your match 2 stats. Match 3, though, Bella, I want to actually point out a team. Lotus was much hyped up, right? Lotus, they had one week number 3, specifically on Sanhok. Could they go back to back? That was kind of the prediction trying to be guessed and be made. Lotus, though, they do get 3rd place for their good efforts. Now only 2 eliminations, though, Bella, but still Lotus, a decent game number 3 could very well elevate them up the leaderboard.
Oh, I absolutely agree. And it's like, it was Sanhok, Sanhok's kind of Sanhok. Anything can happen there. Anything really can happen there. So, it's like she said, Lotus Esports had 1v4. We were looking to see, more from them. Only 2 elims so far, but I'm really looking for them to show up big here in the last couple of matches.
I think they very well could. Now, as I want to throw something your way, I want to look at number 5 there is deepground. And I think deepground they've been getting a lot of love for what it's worth on broadcast, not as much as Run Passionfruit, but deepground to me could very well be the dark horse to potentially take over second, third, who knows, even first place if they continue to play as well as they have.
I mean, moving into that Sanhok match, right, we brought it up as they could potentially be our back-to-back Sanhok winner. And for a moment, I thought it was possible. They ended up in very, very close contention, I would say, to Passionfruit, picking up 8 eliminations in that previous matchup. So I think on the overalls, it will really tell the story a little bit better, but I think they do find themselves likely in the top 5. So I would really be focusing a little bit more towards them. I mean, equally so, I guess, to Black Mamba as well with their previous rotation as well. And yeah, we haven't really been focusing on them. They've just been quietly doing their thing, map to map.
They have been, and again, deepground in 4th place span, right? I look at that and I'm like, I get excited, but then again, I also get a bit grounded because then I see Run first with 56 points, all right? So it's like they're dominating. But you do look down the list, maybe, you know, Passionfruit, Run, they're in a league of their own, but from 3 on down to 8, it is highly competitive.
It is. I mean, a couple of these teams, we keep bringing their names up every single time we're casting, right? So that means they're being consistent. They're getting into that late game. That's really where they can get those eliminations, those points, everything. But yeah, Passionfruit, I already mentioned, I guess, I was expecting there to be a little bit of a pull apart, and it looks like there already is. I mean, it's still not too drastic, right? Only a 10-point jump is definitely possible inside of one game. But if you do that, you also have to expect the other team to not do well. And at this point, I don't know if I'm expecting that from some of those top teams. The below that, though, still completely unknown.
Yeah, Bella, let's take a look at 9 through 16. And there are some heavy hitters who have yet to break into the top 8. What's a team on this list, on this page, Bella, that stands out to you that says, you know, I really expected more from them today?
I mean, well, definitely, that's a good question. I know we talked a little bit about Moneymaker earlier. I did think we'd be hearing a little bit more noise out of those guys. So I would say Moneymaker is probably the one that I expected to be a little bit busier, higher up the standings board. But again, you know, still a couple of matches. Anything's possible.
Yeah, still 3. I mean, you know, there is absolutely time. You know, I just worry about those specifically top 2 teams and how well that they're playing. I mean, they really are coming into a league of their own. And my concern is, you know, now, especially for, you know, maybe teams number 3 in standings all the way down to 8, it's going to be a mad dash. Who can get 3rd place? Because if 1st and 2nd continue to lead as well as they are, I don't know, things start to get a little bit worrisome for those top 2 positions. But after all, $2,000 is on the line, and all these ladies are absolutely passionate about making it to the top. We'll see who's able to do so. We're about to move into map number 4. We're going back to Erangel. I know you watched that first map. We watched the zone go from Big Island to small, specifically around military. You know, I kind of question a lot of the gatekeeping rotations. I was like, why aren't teams gatekeeping? But as we go back into map number 4, we go back into Erangel. This is Russ kind of territory, right? They're going back into a map they won earlier. Can anybody else challenge them? And who impressed you from map 1 going into map 4?
Yeah, look, it was a bit of a chaotic map 1. I mean, also that final zone really didn't provide much in terms of cover. I mean, you had a couple of trees, you had that 3-step ridgeline that you had to work with, so it was a bit of a difficult situation. But in that situation, when we saw the teams really picking it up, yes, Rukh took the win, but it was V Esports up with 10 eliminations. And I feel like V Esports is a team we haven't really been talking about. They came in with a bang on map number 1, and they've been pretty quiet coming through map 2 and map 3. So for any team, I would say, to get their mojo back, it's going to have to be V Esports moving into the second Erangel.
Span, that is a great point that was just brought up from S, okay? You know, and for me, right, my first prediction was V Esports. Well, outside of Galactic, right? That was my very first prediction, right? Game number 2, map number 2, I went with V Esports, all right? I was like, they're my team to make some magic happen. But S is right. They've been kind of non-existent since map number 1, you know? And I know we can't watch all the teams because we're kind of honed in on, you know, big fights taking place. But what have you observed from V Esports, and why have they fallen so hard from map 1 to now?
I keep hoping, right? You know, I'm rooting for Passionfruit, but I keep keeping an eye on V Esports. And you're right, these last 2 matches hasn't been going as well. Usually they're amazing at those team fights, but even in this last match, they ended up getting in a really difficult situation, losing 2 members. And then right when you lose those 2 members, even if you're great at fighting with that duo, if you're up against 4 other people, like that's just basic math at that point, right? Like if you get a knock, they get a knock, like you're gonna lose that altercation. And that's exactly what happened to VE Sports these last 2. So they just couldn't get far enough to those placements, and they just didn't win those couple of fights.
Well, I guess the good news is, though, even though they've been kind of silent in the past 2 maps, Miramar and Sanhok, they do go back to a map where they found pretty decent success. A number 4 placing on top of that 10 eliminations, which was truly spectacular to see. Now, Bella, gotta go to you first off. You've been on this Passionfruit train. I don't know if you're going to hop off it. I honestly don't see why you would hop off it because they're cruising along just fine. But I got to ask you, who you go with for map number 4?
Oh, I am the president, conductor, and CEO of the Passionfruit fan club at this point. There's no way I'm getting off this train. I'm making it my new house.
New house. They're living in a train, huh?
Yep.
I guess it could work. I don't know. I mean, you know, there are some. This is where I start going off the beaten path. Let me bring myself back in, all right? Because I'm going to start theory crafting, and it starts to get really weird. As I'm not going to expose you to that, but I am going to ask you who your prediction is. You didn't go with Ruh for map number 3, but this time around, right? Ruh's in first. They're going back to where they won. I wouldn't be surprised if you go with them because they're the strongest pick, it seems.
You know, it's that African pride. I got to bring it into at least one map. So yeah, for this matchup, I'm definitely going to go with Rukh Esports. It's going to be for me to see whether or not they can keep that consistency, because coming through from all these 3 maps, eliminations have been the name of the game for them. And from the previous zones that I've seen in, you know, on the African side, they're used to wild and chaotic things. They are used to those military-based rotations and, you know, working with these chaos shifts. So Rukh Esports, let's see if they can bring it in for map number 4.
All right, so number 1 and number 2 have been picked so far. Span, I ask you, are you going to go outside of number 1 and number 2 and pick somebody a bit risky, or are you going to stay on path with what S and Bella are bringing to the table?
You know, I'm finally going to jump away from Passionfruit. They're doing amazing. I don't have to worry about them anymore, right? So this time, I am. I'm going to jump onto VE Sports, because even before S said it, I was thinking it. I'm like, they did amazing on Erangel. I think they're going to do amazing again. And from those last 2 matches, they need to. So I'm going to go with them, and I'm going to send them all the good vibes for this match.
You know what? That excites me. It really does. VE Sports, if they can have a solid map number 4, map number 6 could be really exciting, especially if they can work their way up the leaderboard, because map number 6, we finish on Erangel, right? So this could be a good telling or a good storyline for VE Sports and several other teams as well. Because map number 6, again, same map. It's going to be a lot of fun. For me, though, you know, I kind of started this narrative about a team that I feel could very well be the dark horse team to kind of elevate themselves. Now, granted, they're in 4th place at the moment, but for me, I think map number 4 is going to be deepground. I really think this team has a lot more steam left in the tank, and they're going to go pretty far. For me, deepground is my team. Map number 1, after all, they started off strong on Erangel. They ended up getting 5th place and only 3 eliminations, but I do think if we get a more of standard zone, I think deepground's positioning is going to help them along the way, and they're going to be just fine. But I like our predictions, chat. What about you? Who are you predicting to win map number 4? Because it's going to be exciting. The leaderboard is stacking up, and it's getting close, specifically from number 3 to number 8. First and second, though, can they continue to hold on? Well, let's do it. Let's hop into map number 4. We're going back to Erangel. Without further ado, S and Span, take it away.
Let's go. Okay, it's at this point, right, where I am worried for those teams towards the bottom S, because at this point we finally hit that halfway mark, and if you haven't been doing well, or at least like if you haven't been doing amazing or decent, I'm concerned, right? It's at this point, if you do not turn it around, I don't think it's going to happen. Because, you know, I already said sometimes consistency isn't all you need. Sometimes all you need is that one explosive game to get back on track. But there still is so much weight in that consistency. They have to turn it around. Who do you think is going to be turning it around this one?
Yeah, look, we've already given our predictions as to who we thought is going to be, you know, just ringing in the points into this matchup. But I mean, as you talk about it, the split that we're seeing from these teams, you know, we mentioned briefly 3rd to about 8th, even we can include 3rd to about 9th. From ninth up to second, that's a 20-point disparity. So that's 20 points that, you know, these teams need to be looking at if they want to get themselves into the top standings, if they want to get themselves into the top rankings. That's 20 points that they need to get into the next, well, at least in this match, but especially in the next 3 maps. And that's at least if none of those teams decide to do anything wild. So it's going to be a tough one here for these teams. I do want to keep my eye out on Incognit and deepground as two of the teams obviously closest to Passionfruit. But yeah, it's going to be anyone's game at this point.
Yeah, instantly, this is the only contestation that's happening right now between deepground and Metroid Six. There we go, the first couple of bullets finally flying out. Looks like they haven't connected quite yet. Actually, Carol down a tiny bit. Looks like Coral going to be holding the angle as Yummy needs to reload. The shotgun is going to finally come into play, actually doing huge damage. Nuno getting 2 knocks going through. Looks like they will finally start being able to turn it around, instantly getting the knock and the flush onto Katie, but this is still going in the direction of deepground. There's still 2 up for them, and I'm a little bit concerned for the last member of Metroid pushing over onto the stairs. Looks like they do have a shotgun as well, but they're trying to play this a little bit safer, staying upstairs for now, but they're going to be making those moves. See if they can call it out, go for that res. It's a res game at this point.
I mean, Coral was this outstanding player there for deepground in the previous matchup, picking up 4 eliminations, and back on their feet, they do find the rest of Metroid 6. So that's a massive, massive disappointment now if you're a fan of Metroid 6, because, again, this could have been a potential step up for them to get themselves closer and closer to the standings. They've had a bit of a tough day so far, but it's all in the spirit of great esports, and we'll see them back into the next matchup. And for deepground, I mean, that is going to be a massive momentum boost. They were on the back foot. They were down to 1 player, and they brought it back in such an emphatic fashion. I think they need to be running with that momentum if they want to take this win.
I agree. I was even actually a little bit nervous because usually really early fights, like hot drops, they're so hard. You just have to use whatever you get your hands on. In that case, it was a lot of shotguns, but also that just delays the entire rest of your game if it goes too long, right? You don't have as much time to loot. You don't have as much time to get into that next circle. Luckily, that one actually went really quickly. So that means deepground will be able to continue to loot up, even though maybe just a smidge slower. And luckily, this first zone is on them just a little bit as well. I do think they might want to be trying to get onto the main lane at this point, but I'm not worried about them. They did that well, and they only lost 1 person, which honestly, in my book, is ideal.
Yeah, I mean, losing 1 person in a fight like that where they were on the back foot and they managed to get themselves back into it, I mean, pat yourself on the back. Absolutely. But now, rotations is going to be the name of the game. Everyone obviously really sticking towards the southwestern portion. I mean, understandably so, especially with the way that the flight path really did give a little bit of love towards the western side of Erangel. We didn't really, speak much about the flight path, but it was very western. The zone obviously following in an equal suit. So if we now take that next shift into a little bit of an eastern potential chaos, I would be very interested to see which teams actually step up from that one. But for now, it is going to be the focus here. Galactic Esports Fem, another team that we only spoke about really in just before match number 1. I mean, as the top of the 3 weeks that we saw, we really would love to see a little bit more of that coming through for them into this match run.
Exactly. We'll just have to wait and see if everything goes well. I'm actually quite a fan of this first zone because I do think it'll give everybody kind of an easier chance to get inside a good spot inside of this zone. And while I love hard zones, right? Because really at this point, whenever teams, I mean, we love the hard ones because that just means that everybody is having to work overtime to ensure that they're doing well, right? But sometimes I just need a break from that. I just need those like easy ones because that means everybody's really just focusing on their macro and micro gameplay, right? Like there's no room for error when it's a circle like this.
Yeah, look, there's equal opportunity to get yourself into a great placement. There's equal opportunity for safer rotations, which has also been a thorn in the side of many of the teams today, like the esports, right? They obviously came in with a bang in Erangel map number 1. Unfortunately, didn't get the winner chicken dinner, but really picked up those eliminations. And they were one of the teams that, in terms of rotations, were the only ones to not falter. Like I said, I mean, it took a combination of the Panthers and the Witches and the zone moving away from them for them to finally fall. So I really do want to see if they can bring that energy back into this one, because they were so good with their rotations. And I mean, looking at it now, well, they've got a bit of an interesting position that they're currently going to be holding.
I'm actually excited for them. Yeah, I mean, Pachinki, it's my favorite. Even when I went and competed, Pachinki was always like the place to go to. That's where we always ended up dropping, because from there the rotations are so nice in VE Sports. While they've been struggling a little bit with their past couple of team fights, I feel like their rotations is what really hurt them the most. So them not having to worry about it, at least for this first zone, I'm quite ecstatic about.
Yeah, well, we'll see how long that one is at least going to be lasting. Meanwhile, we have a little bit of action here towards the bridge line. We were talking about, you know, the potential of gatekeeping some of these teams taking rotations. This time, obviously, from the military base to the main island, obviously a much safer bet in terms of how that zone is split. But, I mean, as it stands, Black Mamba, they have that information as well as Candy Queens, but it's going to be about who takes that first fight and who actually takes that first shot.
Yeah, I'm actually interested by this because Black Mamba let Candy Queens go on ahead and drive past them. They've just been keeping tabs on them, really. Just keeping note of where they're going. I don't think they quite know where Liz is, actually. But they've just been staying low, looking in that direction, but otherwise haven't entirely committed to anything here. I'm like just wondering if they're kind of just taking that information, putting it kind of in their back pocket, seeing what else they can do with it. But I mean, it doesn't look like Candy Queens are going to be moving anytime soon. So Black Mamba, they're going to be split, and it's going to be interesting to see how they're going to try and get out of this if this next zone doesn't go their way.
It's always Liz that's out and about randomly in some place from the rest of her team. Like on Sanhok as well. Just getting information, maybe as the scout of the team. I'm not too sure. But I agree with you. For Black Mamba, information is going to be key here. And, you know, they could potentially be a little bit wary of jumping into this as they are, you know, a 3-stack versus a 2-stack coming through from Candy Queen. So numbers not quite there, but a bit of a late rotation from Monica at least will get them a little bit of damage to tick off. But at this point in time, it's too late to actually transfer that into an elimination. So they've given Candy Queens the rotation back to the mainland.
I really liked how they went and saved Liz there, actually. Put out those smokes, went on ahead, picked them up, and then they were able to go on ahead and move on. Yeah, that little rough spot there, but it's okay. The rest of Candy Queens is there to hold her back, all right? Does look like the zone will pull over towards that western side. Very happy V Gaming. Doesn't have to worry about the rotation yet again because they're smack in the center. But I am a little bit worried about the people that are around them, because even though Galactic and Moneymaker hasn't been doing like, you know, like outstanding, they've still been doing well and they can still make things happen, right? Like I'd be nervous going against them in a fight.
Well, again, if you're talking about the VE Sports, you know, from map number 1, I wouldn't be worried because they were the team that was so good at managing their surroundings. They were so confident in managing rotations as well. They were literally smack bam in terms of some of those rotations, just taking shots at anyone and everyone. I mean, if you compare, you know, the damage numbers to the actual eliminations, you can see they were poking and prodding at pretty much everyone. I think it was about 12 eliminations to like 2 point something K damage. So you can see they were poking and prodding at anyone. They weren't necessarily getting eliminations for it, but they were absolutely making a point knowing that they are happy to fight anyone. So if they bring that energy back into this matchup from their center position, I think it could be exactly the winning condition that they need to take this Erangel.
It's not even that it's the center position, right? It's like they're in the center position and they're on top of a giant hill.
Yeah,
so
like, they can see everyone.
Power. They have so much power. They're so strong right now. Oh man, and it looks like Ro also has all the power in her hands with that M4, just able to take down Meals, is my guess is how that's pronounced, from Lotus. That is going to be a difficult loss. This is exactly what I'm saying. Rotations. You gotta be so careful on them. You gotta make sure that you're stopping every once in a while, looking ahead. You just can't drive into the unknown because exactly stuff like that can happen. That was insane shots, so I don't think that could have been avoided.
Do we have like an award for like the longest shot? Because that might be a contender at this point in time. We'll have to wait and see how Miramar is going to stand up. But absolutely beautiful opening onto that one. Deep ground. Unfortunately losing one member as we saw, but really just stepping on up with those 4 eliminations. Now great rotation opportunity here for them to get themselves into zone, potentially heading towards a little bit of that potato hill. Looks like they're moving a little bit more towards the south, however, so we'll see how they interact with Owl a little bit later on. but now they have some... I said later on, I didn't say right now, what is going on with this rotation? Okay.
They said, nope, we want to do whatever we're going to do. I think both these teams have just been, like, rotating, driving around, though. They're either trying to, like, find information and find each other out, or they're just trying to check these compounds and see if it's free. And it's not. There was one member of OWL there, so they got to go find somewhere else to live. But actually, OWL Esports, they're just so spread out that at that point, you can see the rest of deepground just backing away from that. They're like, nope, I don't know what's going on over there. Let's just go back over to the eastern side, start rotating north, and just find somewhere safe, at least temporarily, waiting for this next zone to pop.
Yeah, it's occupied. Back off, okay? It's ours.
Yeah.
Our real estate. Thank you very much.
No touch.
Rest of the rotations, however, looking pretty interesting as well. Black Mamba's still holding the same position, which is moving on a little bit closer to their position. V Esports so far haven't met any contention. We have seen Rukh, peeking and prodding at that position, peeking and prodding at that hill, but it hasn't been any altercation just yet. No one really wanting to make that investment. Understandably so. We're way too early here for the rest of the teams. We know they love to get to those final zones, and we can't be having more teams drop just yet. So at this point in time, it's just about getting safely into the zone and waiting for the final few chaos moments that we should be seeing shortly.
Yeah, I mean, all those locations that you called out are both just playable. Sure, they're in locations where they can just start taking some like pot shots at each other, just doing a little bit of damage back and forth. But even if they got a knock, I don't think that they would go on ahead and make any kind of a push out of it, because that's definitely it's definitely able to be. It's neighbor friendly. I'll just call it. You see teams share that space so often. Oh man, Lotus is just getting absolutely just destroyed in their spot. I mean, they found safety, right? But look at all of their HP now. Like they're going to be having to use all of their health hard meds, and hopefully they found like fresh gear in there to kind of replace that destroyed armor now.
Yeah, the little bit of moment that we did manage to actually focus on Lotus, I think I saw like 2 medkits on the one player. I didn't see much in terms of stims, but we'll see. They at least are up for this one. They can't do that much more. We can see that, okay, at 3 energy drinks, 1 medkit, no bandages. Okay, but there's a little bit of loot here. Just be careful moving into this next phase. Of course, we can't do that too often. Zone will be centering on up, and we'll have to wait and see how that shift is going to come through. Like we said, it's been a massive focus towards that western side so far, so we'd be very curious if we're going to see that classic Erangel shift over to like an eastern to the southern side, potentially.
Yeah, only a couple more seconds now. Moneymaker going to continue to take shots at Lotus. Lotus doesn't get any information, just having to lay prone. And yeah, Ooh is correct, because up to the northwestern side it goes. Very few teams are actually inside of this zone comfortably. And surely, yeah, we can already see it. A bunch of them jumping in vehicles, making their rotations to try and get an even better spot than they already have. They get first pick. And definitely that means Galactic Esports, they're sitting pretty. They have that Comet location. This might be a big game for them if they can play this right, and if not too many people going ahead and crash that compound.
Oh, speaking of crashes, I'm just waiting for Rukh Esports and Passionfruit to run into each other. They're taking a very similar line for this rotation. Rukh will be jumping out sooner rather than later, and it does look like Passionfruit has at least backed off. That was nearly going to be a little bit chaotic, but they go right back into Panthers, so I'm not sure how that's going to pan out. Meanwhile, Galactic Moneymakers head-to-head for these rotations. A few knocks in the rotation as well. Ooh. Has been the #1 thorn in these team side tonight. These rotations have just been taking too many numbers.
Yeah, how many times do I have to say just going in blindly is so difficult. Moneymaker, they tried going up there, and too late they realized it was already taken. The disadvantage was on them. They lost 2 players. At least they still have 2 alive. They went on ahead, adjusted, took somewhere else. But that's some nice, yummy, juicy points for Galactic there. And they still gotta worry though, because that's a very liked spot. I wouldn't be surprised if more people continue to grab it. But already, big rotation. Whenever there's a hard shift, everybody starts rotating. It's chaos. Everybody's shooting at each other, and you can see that one-off knocks like this keep happening. Passionfruit and Panthers now taking their fight. You can see V Esports close by as well, even though the Candy Queens are taking a fight too.
Well, Passionfruit, they are keeping their numbers at the very least. Candy Queens, they were given that opportunity to rotate on into the mainland there by Black Mamba, now up against the Witches, already finding 2, and you can see a massive rotation. Hyde jumping on up is going to be spotted through the window. And this is now where things start to fall down, start to slow down. It's all going to be down to Scuddy now to try and bring this back. Witches, they're holding on for dear life. A 1-to-1. Ooh, out to the open, just to get that heal off. And easy jump on in. A nice bit of a surprise opener is going to give Candy Queens this opportunity to stay in the mix. And with 4 eliminations in the pocket, current rotations, this is looking good for them. But the pressure's not going to stop anytime soon. The southern portion is stacked with teams.
That was perfect timing for Skady there too. That was really good, going ahead and win that for their team and get that res on up. Unfortunately, they're on the very, very edge of zone. I mean, they're still good for now, and you're right. I wouldn't be surprised if the next altercations that we end up seeing, the next fight, they're gonna be over here up in the northeastern side. We can already see some people getting close to each other, kind of snuggling on up, but once again, after the chaos of that hardship, people have their homes. They're safe and sound for right now. Just going to be a couple of shots back and forth, and once again, we've kind of settled back into this little bit of a lull while people keep gathering and are healing up at this point.
Yeah, well, 14 teams. I mean, in terms of we spoke about it, rotations have been rough, but I mean, overall, it's looking very healthy across the board. We've got majority of our teams up with 4 to 3 players. You know, only 2 teams really up with 2, so it's not looking too bad. There's still massive opportunities moving into this next zone shift. It's, again, just going to come down to the shift in particular, how we're going to be favoring these teams. Is it going to be a gamble to the east or a gamble to the west? And to the west, we will still be going. Wow, we just only care about the west on this Erangel.
There's literally only one full team inside of this zone. There's one team. It's Galactic, and they don't even want their compound. They're moving immediately. They want to go and grab something else. And unfortunately, they're crashing into a spot that's already taken. Everybody else, they're going to be able to try and see if they can fill in that spot. Back Mamba actually in a perfect position to go and see if they can take it. But Galactic, yep, Lotus got here first. But as we already know, Lotus already had 1 person down and 2 go down. Galactic doing super well in this team fight so far. We can see that's just Soma left for Lotus. Has to be careful not to get shot from the people from afar. And just one bullet, just smack in the face. Lotus Esports is eliminated. Galactic happily finding their new home. Again, center zone.
And again, DBS, it does that sometimes. Yeah, you just peek and your head is off. So
boom.
Massive here for Galactic, picking up a great compound, and it's been a bit of a question mark for them because they have been rotating shoulder to shoulder with Rukh Esports all the way from that center zone, from about the first to second zone. They have had those neighbors, so now they have a bit of a better compound. They have 4 eliminations as a foundation into the rest of this matchup that they can really start to build on for a great match. We spoke about them in the beginning of this tournament. We spoke about them at the beginning of this map, asking where have they been, and I mean, and equally so, V Esports. Where are they going to be going?
I don't know. It's definitely a derby out here. You see how many vehicles there are. V Esports, I think they've realized that they need to crash onto something. Be aggressive. Got to get that knock to get a spot to play. And it, unfortunately, is going to be against Candy Queens. Unfortunately, they just can't quite get those last couple of hits onto one member of Candy Queens there. So that heal is going to be happening. And V Esports, they're going to have to start going and using their utility once more. Skady gets down, spotted out inside of their building. Just 2 left. Looks like Heidi is going to get knocked as well. Just 1 more is going to be left upstairs. Let's see if their utility is going to come into play, but no! Victoria wasn't ready for that push to happen. V Esports are going to succeed in that. Candy Queens eliminated, and they only lost 1 person. 2 eliminations. They have a spot inside zone. And of course, people are interested in this fight happening. It's going to be Rukh. They want a hard spot inside zone. They're pushing.
Yeah, a little bit of that hard cover into this next phase is definitely going to at least benefit any team that manages to hold on to it. So right now, V Esports, they can't let this go for anything but a complete team wipe. And at this moment in time, that's really going to be their test. As we can see, Phoenix moving on in from that northern side on the zone edge. I mean, right to the south of them, we've got Passionfruit. So a lot of contenders looking to take potential positions away. Ooh, that looked like Phoenix headed right into Rukh Esports. So I'd be curious to see how that one's going to hold on. But for the time being, it's just about finding zones. It's just about finding a rotation as once again we move away from the teams.
We can kind of see it. Phoenix Esports taking a ton of damage up there from Rukh Esports, and already taking a look on over, spotting out Deep Group. How'd they get all the way up there? A huge rotation, landing them up on top of Everest. The zone didn't even end up going up there, and now they're taking a ton of damage. You can see Incognit, unfortunately, aren't going to make it inside of this next zone, and Rukh finally aren't inside of this zone. Before, they were the first to be able to react to get themselves a good spot, but this one, it's not so lucky. It's going to be a field ending. The only people with hard cover over there are going to be Galactic, and Owl has already committed to the field play.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of an interesting rotation, especially when we're taking a look at deepground and Rukh, right? Deepground, obviously a little bit more pressure in terms of that rotation, but they have information on Rukh Esports, and they have information on the position, so they're hoping that Rukh is a little bit impatient and takes a quicker rotation. All that Rukh need to do is just wait it out just for a tad and rotate with the zone. Meanwhile, Passionfruit Esports is finding Passionfruit. This is going to be a tough one. Nade to nade, and is ultimately going to land on Virgo. V Esports down to only 2, up against the 1 here of Hellcat in the form of Passionfruit, as another nade cons that confirmation, and it's going to be a difficult one.
I'm so sad. I feel like I'm watching my children fighting here. No, it's V Gaming and Passionfruit. It does look like V Gaming is going to nope on out of there, though. It looks like enough damage has been done. They're going to rotate out, and that means Rival and the other member of Passionfruit might actually get rezzed from this. So they're going to continue to be 3 strong. The zone is coming in quick, though, so they have to get those rezzes, get healed, and scout, and get in. It's going to be a long list. I think that's exactly why V Esports decided to get out of there. And look, they're already in place to see if they can get that knock on a Hellcat, as she does fine.
Yeah, Hellcat right now, a little bit of the bait here for Passionfruit to give her teammates the opportunity to actually res on up. Leo Mary, unfortunately, did not quite fall for it, but will allow Passionfruit to get that rotation in. In the meantime, because they've made so much noise, because they've made such a loud bang in the zone, you can see a lot of the teams in the surroundings now starting to pick on up into their position and trying to find an opener here. Owl finding the Panthers. We got Galactic finding Rukh. It is a free-for-all as we head into the chaos that is these final few moments, and ultimately it's going to be Rukh and V finding that next zone shift first.
Wow, lots of nades coming into play here now. This is the perfect use for them, you know, huge open wide spaces, only a couple of pieces of hard cover. You can't push or peek over safely, so you have to go ahead and resort to that utility. You can hear the Molotovs running down as well, and there's so many shots happening over here, and it's Leo Mary from V Esports knowing that Rukh is just behind that tree, hoping to catch anything else, but just not quite hitting in the distance.
You know, we brought about that conversation piece between Rukh and deepground in terms of how they were going to, you know, work with those rotations. We can see with the numbers now, Rukh obviously came out of that a little bit more injured than we saw with deepground, sitting down only with 2 players. They do have those 3 eliminations, but they have a tree to give them cover into this next phase. Oh no, V Esports, they do go out, unfortunately, so they won't be picking up a back-to-back Erangel, but this is going to just be chaos, absolutely emphasized. Look at that western edge as teams have to move on into the zone.
No, I would not want to be Rukh right now. Do you see how many people, yeah, exactly, have to rotate over here? Like Infinity Souls, deep ground. Here comes Galactic. They've been in this compound this entire time. They surely have loot, right? Like, hopefully, I don't know. I think it's a little scarce at this point. But, even ripping one of the members of deep ground off the back of that buggy. That means Carol is going to be the last one holding it down for deep ground as Passionfruit in the distance gets eliminated. There's still 5 teams left alive in this, and the field endings are mad crazy. Galactic Esports still having their vehicles is huge though. Soon, if they take these last couple of fights, they should be able to just drive around, but Bree gets knocked. That's going to delay them.
I mean, for Galactic at this point in time, they were one of the few teams that actually moved in with their full set of numbers into this zone. Stage 6 now moving on into the chaos here, and we can see it is just drips and drabs for the surrounding teams. 1 to 2 to 4 players, potentially only 3 for Galactic, depending on if they can get that res. It is really going to be tough. Obviously, the Panthers sitting in with a bit of an advantage over Black Mamba and Rukh Esports. And looking at the zone rotation, man, oh man, what a tough rotation this one is going to be. A couple of nades could find the final shots, and there it is. Rukh, nail in the coffin, done for them. Galactic opportunity here to finally prove and showcase why they were the top team in the qualifiers.
They got that first place. Not only did they get first place, they had #1 in eliminations, and they we're about like 4th in terms of placement points. So I feel like we've been waiting for this. Looks like they finally had a great situation in this. Their macro play has just been amazing watching them with their rotations. And because it was so immaculate, it really looks like that they were able to come in here with such a massive advantage. Look at that. I mean, 4 up against 3 other members. It's going to be great. The only thing that could potentially hurt them is the solo from Black Mambas. I never count out solos. Solos have such an opportunity to change the entire course of a game, and it looks like they're already starting to do so. A knock into Galactic goes through.
I was just about to say, if they don't know where this solo from Black Mamba is actually holding, it could really bite them in the back. And well, there it is. A bit of a wild rotation as they were trying to get a flanking position on the Panthers, and they get surprised as an opening comes through. Those nades will be sent on out, making a little bit of a tick of damage. But again, the Panthers, they have massive information. Not only are they now staring down the barrel of a 2v3 potentially towards Galactic, but they know exactly where the solo from Black Mamba is hiding.
They really needed some of that utility to work immediately, though. Now that they know that Black Mambas is there, they can't fully go on ahead and make a push onto the Panthers. And that's terrible for them because the Panthers has zone too. So not only do they have to deal with the solo, they still have to make the rotation, they still have to go on ahead and fight against the duo. It's going to be harder for Galactic than originally planned for them. But, you know, every good win is hard fought, right? So time to just see what they can do while laying prone inside of this field, see who's going to get the advantage from these last couple of nades.
I mean, for Galactic, right, they've already secured themselves those 9 eliminations, plus the 5 points at the very least, with this positioning. And now that goes even higher, up to another 6 points. If they can get the winner chicken dinner back on this one, they could potentially be staring at an opportunity here to really give some trouble to the likes of Passionfruit, as they could get themselves up to 37 points if it all works out. Only 2 members standing in their way, but the nade is going to make it down to an equal footing. Ooh! What?
Did huge work for the Panthers. They're getting an entire knock and doing so much damage onto Galactic. They had to be grouped up, and the Panthers took that. They had that great spot inside of that zone. The zone came right towards them, and there was nothing Galactic could do. They really could not let that solo do anything for them, but it was too late, S.
I spent too much time doing math, and in the meantime, we had enough grenades to actually finish that one off. I mean, the Panthers, there it is. In a matter of seconds, they take out the entirety of Galactic, which was the favorite team moving in, I would say, from stage 6 into those final few moments on Erangel, yet they turned it around. And again, this came from that information play, right? We had Black Mamba, that solo that really did, unfortunately, expose the likes of Galactic, but also gave them an opportunity to really just plot out how they were going to make that finishing blow. But, I mean, kudos to the Panthers. That was absolutely clinical.
It really was. Let's jump back to Reflections and Bella, see what they think about that.
First off, chaotic. I looked away myself, S, and I'm like, what happened? Why is Panthers winning this? Why did Galactic not get first place, right? Where they started on the leaderboard coming into today. But let's not discredit anything. They played phenomenally well. In fact, this was the best game that they had yet. And when it comes to utility, Bella, utility is everything at times.
Absolutely. You are not kidding. I mean, these end zones haven't been in buildings. They haven't been anywhere with hiding. We routinely see end zones at the very final match where it's just an open field. My apologies on that. I actually hit that first. No, I was saying utility is absolutely king. We have seen multiple endings here where it's just an open field. You might get, having a vehicle was key, but really you saw them throwing out the very last of their nades, and utility really made a big difference here in this open circle.
Yeah, it definitely did. In open circles, utility, it's kind of everything at times, and it could have been everything in map number 2 with that hilly terrain that we ended up watching. S, great game number 4 though, and a big game from Galactic, who honestly needed something and could very well elevate themselves up the leaderboard. I believe going into this game, they were sitting in 8th place, just barely though. VE Sports just 1 point behind them. Galactic now could very well be putting the pressure on Passionfruit, as you said earlier in your commentary.
Yeah, I mean, it's not quite as much of a a threat as I was thinking it might be if they got that winner chicken dinner, but they definitely are going to be looking to be much closer. I mean, we mentioned, 20 points was going to be, the sort of standard moving into that one. I mean, with the 9 eliminations they garnered from that, plus about, the 6 placement points, that's 15. So that's a very close to that 20 points I was talking about. So a massive leap I'm expecting on the overall standings. And I posed the question, where's Galactic? And wow, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that they proved us right here. There they are.
There they are, right, and much needed to show us what they can do on map number 6, Erangel, when we get to that point. This is that final play. Span, walk me through it, because Black Mamba sneaks up on 1, but then we get to the glory nade that wins it all for the Panthers.
Never, never, ever count out a solo player, because Galactic didn't go on ahead and think to look for that solo player, and it bit them, right? They needed that person. They needed that space. If they were able to spread out over there, I don't think that nade would have gotten them, right? Like, it would have been so much harder for the Panthers to have that to happen, but utility, saving it for when it counts, that was a huge win.
All right, Panthers started game number 4, Bella, in 5th place. And that game surely is going to help them out quite a bit. We talked about deepground making a big run, incognit being in 3rd place, but now the Panthers saying, we want to be the team that you wanted, or that you should be talking about. We want to be the team to win it all.
Yeah, I mean, originally I did mention that the Panthers were holding on to 2 of the top standings coming into this. I know that one of them was healing in the blue zone. So it's good to see them finally showing up and putting up some big numbers. They're due. I think they were absolutely due.
Definitely do indeed. Match rankings, you see the Panthers up at the top with 18. Galactic, a big talking point, sitting at 16. Passionfruit, though, at 11. I mean, come on, Ash, you were spot on with the 5 points. That's just kind of how it goes. V Esports with 4. Honestly, a lot of the same storylines. Black Mamba, though, continues to do fairly well. Deepground as well. So with that being said, let's go ahead and move into our standings. And as I'm going to have you break it down for me, because things are starting to look pretty good, but I cannot believe that lead. That lead is just nutty.
Yeah, so I mean, I mentioned it towards Sanhok. That was really the map where we should have seen teams trying to do the absolute best in terms of catching up to the teams, because that's where we would have started to see that drop off. That's where we would have started to see teams, leaving a little bit of the trail behind. And that's exactly what Rukh did. I mean, they won 2 maps tonight for a reason, right? So that's why we see them towards that first standings. As, I mean, we saw, with that impressive showing from Galactic, jumping up all the way to the 4th place, as well as the Panthers all the way up to 3rd. Yeah, Passionfruit should be sweating just a little bit that there is 2 teams hot on their tails here for that top slot.
Very much so for 2nd place, right? And Span Lotus falls down to 9 through 16. They had a bit of flash in the pan, right? On Sanhok, go back to Erangel, though. They fall right back down.
They do. I mean, we do keep seeing glimpses of them, and honestly, a lot of these other teams, especially Witchers, Candy Queens, Moneymaker, even, they do keep making good plays, right? They keep getting a couple of points, a couple of eliminations, but they just keep getting themselves entrenched all next to each other, it feels like, down there towards the bottom of the leaderboard, and they're just destroying each other, making them get out early. And it's really that point that they need to try and start fixing, I think, for these last couple. It's just stay alive longer, get those points.
For staying alive longer, I need to look at Metroid Six to do that. They were first out off the rip, and Bella, that was because they got into an early engagement with Deepground. Deepground loses 1 player, but pretty much did incredibly well after that point. I think they picked up a couple more, but Deepground versus Metro maybe doesn't need to be so hot off the initials. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, they took that initial fight with Deepground at military, and that's just a hot spot, dude. If you're gonna go in there, you better be sure that you're gonna be the winning team coming out of that. And unfortunately, they did not end up in that role.
Yeah, and it is quite unfortunate. And I do remember S saying, that fight shouldn't have happened, given the fact that Deepground was on the back pedal. They were on the back foot, but then somehow managed to turn it around and ultimately take the fight for themselves. Well done from them, though. Deepground continues to, again, be that dark horse who I think coming to game number 6 could be incredibly scary. Span, it's been wonderful working with you, though, for the first time. I think you absolutely crush it, as you always do with any product that you put on. But this was the, Ladies Titan Series. What do you think about it? What are your final words before you get out of here?
Well, I was here for the first 4 games, and those 4 games were action-packed. The game was not friendly with their circle pops, and all of these teams played them amazingly. There is a huge gap with those couple two top teams, and I'm gonna be keeping an eye on to see if they're gonna be caught up to, but I think it's hard at this point. But everybody's been playing amazing. These last two are gonna be even more.
I think so. Hey, Spen, I know you're going to be watching. You got to see the conclusion, right? You don't want to be left on a cliffhanger because things are starting to get spicy. Things are heating up. But again, Spen, you are a world-class talent. It was great to hear your insight into PUBG Mobile and also work with you for the first time. I hope to work with you some more in the future. But for at least the broadcast sake, right, we have 2 more maps to go. We're going to hop back into Miramar and then finish off with Erangel. Hey, it's heating up specifically from 2nd all the way down to 8. As far as Rukh goes, they haven't placed outside of top 4. They continue to excel at pretty much anything that they do. We're going to take a quick break, but I want to leave you. Hey, final day. Day number 3 starts tomorrow for the PUBG Mobile Global Championship. It's going to be starting at 7 a.m. Eastern Time, 4 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. Some great storylines taking place there. Alpha 7 trying to hold on tight to what they got. We'll see if they can do so tomorrow. The final day starts, and you do not want to miss out.
Though right now, it's bringing me heat, it's bringing me warmth, the top 3 and chicken dinner, and you can see exactly why this is one of the best teams to come out from South America.
The chicken dinner, it is vampire from the bottom of the tables. The looks of relief on their faces as they pick up an 18 elimination chicken dinner.
PMGC final MVP. And it has been decided your MVP will be from Stalwart Esports. Give it up, Jakarta, for the top.
You cannot get away from it. He is on the hunt. Looks for more as well. Finds the nade in hand. And it will not be found. Spud is shutting it down. He is vengeance. He is the knight. And S2G have raised the comeback. S2G have done it. And they are your new PMSL champions. The champions here in Jakarta. Who will challenge them next year? It is the Turkish team, the Terminators, S2G.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Ladies Titan Series Season 1 Finals. Our final 2 games about to go down. And we've got at least 2 front-runner teams, right, in Rukh and Passionfruit. But there are some teams looking to catch up. Galactic being one of them. We'll see how well they can do. I'm Taylor Reflections, don't be your host, but let's bring in our wonderful other talents who have been absolutely crushing it today. Of course, Bella Fox down at the end, as Proxy and Spider Tip joining us into the mix. Spider, great to see you. You're coming in for the final 2 games. What did you make of the last 2?
Hey, they were wild, with Sanhok kind of being that decisive factor, that really change of pace, that mid-game. And for our teams that are at the top of the leaderboard, they were still able to reign quite consistent. So as much action as can be. Now we just turn our ties to the final 2 matches of the day.
The final 2, right? Miramar and then Erangel. That's all we got. We've seen both of them already take place today. Miramar only once, Erangel twice. Bella, Rukh at this point kind of pretty much locked in the money, it's fair to say. Unless something drastically happens, they place top 4 every single time that they've competed today in all 4 maps. Now, the big question, though, has to go to the top NA team, who will be earning the PMSL slot. And Bella, right now, Passionfruit is the front runner, but there is the Panthers, and there also is, of course, Galactic Esports, who are looking to take that spot, too.
Yes, it's possible. I mean, anything really is possible. We do have 2 games left, like you said, and that's a lot of playtime, especially on Erangel, dude, the map that we all know, and everybody knows that map like the back of their hand. So, I mean, obviously, I've got Passion Esports going on to the PMSL slot, but don't count Galactic Esports out. I do think that that's a possibility, and the Panthers. Sure. They're really going to be the top 3 teams, I think, to watch. It's going to be really exciting, you know, knowing that they've got not only this competition that they're going for, but that slot that they're also fighting for as well. I wish them all the best of luck.
Yeah, you have to, right? I mean, they're passionate. They're here for a reason, and I know that slot would mean so much to really every lady competing today. I know it meant a lot to the guys that were competing right in Titan Series for the Premier League. So this is a big deal, and I think that's the heaviest kind of prize out there aside from the money. But as you know, I don't want to do it. I really don't, but I'm going to do it. You know, Rukh is like, I understand you've been biased, and like I'm not even playing into that, but like Rukh, what makes them so good? Seriously, because they are by far in between like the most consistent team. I mean, really, since even going back to Titan Series when I was watching, gosh, one other team, man, they were playing so incredibly well. They didn't do well in Premier Finals, but what makes Rukh so consistent in your mind, and why can't they be beat?
I think for Rukh, it's really been about just those chaotic moments that keep running. I mean, teams literally keep driving into them, and they keep getting thrown into, well, a 360 turnaround. You have to take down a whole team, or you're going to be, you know, taken out in the next 5 seconds. So for Rukh specifically, I don't know if it's because of the region that they come from, because of the playstyle on that side. It is pretty chaotic in the African side. But yeah, it's a bit of an interesting one if you take a look at it. Rukh has just been so consistent in terms of managing those chaotic moments and managing their rotations pretty well, that they can really bring in a fire performance.
Managing chaos, Tiff. I mean, that kind of sums up BRs, because BRs, you know, you never really have the same fight twice. It's all random. You have a lot of RNG that comes into it, but RNG aside, you do have teams that still find a way to be highly consistent, and we've seen that across multiple BRs. For PUBG Mobile today, though, Rukh has been that consistent team. Chaos, how do you manage that as a BR player, Tiff?
Ooh, yeah, that's tough.
hard.
That's focusing on your resources, right? It's a game of resource managing and making sure that your macro positioning is impeccable. And that is why our teams that are reigning consistent are doing so impressively well. So they're just like, hey, I know where I want to go in the zone, and I have the micro fighting power to be able to achieve any kind of chaos that essentially S was saying gets thrown my way. You get into the mix of things, you're able to divvy out the attention, but that just goes to show you that the synergy on Rukh is able to allow them to have that success. And honestly, the level of success that they've had so far in the finals is actually so much better than we've seen throughout the weeks of qualifiers. So it's really cool to see.
That's right. They're pulling up where it matters most. Quick predictions. We're less than a minute from getting into the game. Bella, Passionfruit is spilling their love on the timeline for you. Are you going to be going Passionfruit once again for your prediction?
Passionfruit all the way. I love them so much. We're taking it.
All right, Passionfruit makes sense. S, for you, who you going with for Miramar map number 5?
not be biased, I'm going to go with Incognit. They were our Miramar winners. They are the only team also to be tied with Rukh for getting the highest elimination count alongside a winner chicken dinner with 13. So I want to see if they can jump back into their third position, because after that last Erangel, they lost their third place slot on the overall standing. So they need to come in hot.
That's a great shout, Incognites. This is the time to make it happen, especially with only 2 maps remaining. Tiff, you're back on the desk, coming hot. Who you going for?
I'm going to go with the Panthers, and because they just won the map on Erangel, I want them to have a little bit of consistency and momentum to carry them forward, especially with that PMSL slot up for grabs. Yeah, you want to vie for as much of the lion's share of the prizing that can be, but that PMSL spot will be so imperative. And if you've got to start now, the final 2 matches of the day are where you want to have that happen.
I like it. Giving some love to the Panthers. That grenade was just special to see, right? Taking down 3 at the same... I mean, chef's kiss. Chef's kiss without question. For me, I'm going where I started the day. I'm going back to Galactic Esports. That game number 4 was special to me, and it showed to me that they still have what it takes. They have some gas in the tank, and they're looking to drive home the victory and get that PMSL slot. They've got to defeat Passionfruit, so maybe an early challenge could be warranted, but who knows where Passionfruit's going to be going? I don't know, but map 5 is going to tell us a lot about how this tournament is about to end. Will Passionfruit be able to hold on to what they got? Will Raw also stay in first place? A lot to talk about, and I've got 2 perfect casters ready to break it all down. That's Spider, Tiff, and as Proxy, let's go into Miramar, map number 5.
Back to Miramar. We last saw it in map number 2, S, and you called it. You were like, I want to see what Incognit Esports can do. They put up double digits in map number 2, but they want to be consistent. Can they run it back?
That's the thing for me. And I mean, I mentioned it, they dropped from their third slot, obviously after that Erangel, but on their Miramar, they picked up 23 points. Now that is a massive count, and for them to get back into third place, they just need 13. You know, it's doable if they repeat that kind of performance. So I'd love to see if Incognit's going to come back even stronger on Miramar, if Miramar really just is their bread and butter, or if we might be seeing a different winner coming back onto this Miramar. So far, it's only been Rukh that has managed to get a back-to-back win on a particular map today.
Yeah, and they were able to take those back-to-back wins kind of and just double down and increase that point disparity between the entire lobby. But we do have a little bit different of this plain line trajectory for our second Miramar map of the day. It was a little more vertical and kind of really cut things rather centric. But this plain line in particular allows our teams to really spread out and make some more of that northeastern side of Miramar a little more playable.
What I would say is the danger of this kind of a flight path is that if the zone does follow suit, then we could be having a really tough time for the teams towards that eastern coastline. For those of you who aren't familiar with it, those eastern coastlines, they have positions where there is just almost a straight 90-degree drop-off. There are some really tough positions to play, and we've seen those zones before. So thankfully, we're going to be going towards the northwestern side and avoiding all of that wild terrain, completely excavating all of those very difficult regions to actually deal with. But that does mean a massive push to the north is now going to come through. On a map like Miramar, rotations are key.
Rotations are definitely going to be key, considering there's approximately 4 teams that will find themselves in that first play zone. So for the entirety of our squads that are down by Valdemar and all kind of on that most southern area, they will have the longest journey. So those vehicles and those early rotations will be key. But for the teams that are vying to really encompass a lot of the point disparity and move themselves up into contention for that PMSL slot, you got to start now. You do not have any time to waste. And with the Witchers kind of eyeing down their team, Metroid Six, who really hasn't had the best of luck in the early game thus far, maybe time will change here.
Yeah, massive opportunity here for Metroid 6, and it does mean that they need to be extremely careful in this altercation. I mean, taking a look at it, they are going to be reaching in from the northern side of these compounds, looking down towards the south where the Witches will be coming through, who are running a bit of a 3-1 split, right? We've got Holly still out, looting a little bit more towards the southern portion of Power Grid, so they won't be joining in the fight just yet if we do see Witches actually make a move or Metroid 6 actually ends up pushing on in. But that is going to be the interesting point here. Holly could either be that unfortunate, outskirt victim, or they could be the flanking position to get Witches the win in this situation. So now we have to wait and see as they slowly start to close the gap and find an opportunity here into the altercation.
It's tough, right? And you've got Elfbug just kind of navigating the terrain over here, not really withstanding too much from cover, but you need to be able to find that information with some teams kind of splitting off and Elfbug kind of playing around Santa and Jolly just kind of looking for a different angle. You just have to be able to find that information and get that opening. And Holly already taking a few shots now, just kind of reassessing, a little more cautious of an engagement here for a little bit of a contest off the rip. And you kind of have to be that way. And I pride Metroid in not really jumping the gun and like overextending into this engagement because they need to be smart about it. But if it also draws out too long, that can be detrimental to your rotation.
I mean, we said it, right? For Metroid 6, I mean, they're sitting well towards the bottom of the lobby. So they're going to be very, 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 cautious about this. I mean, conversely, it's up against the 10th place team, which is the Witchers, that are now looking just to bolster themselves on the overall standings, potentially close that gap with some of the, top 9 teams. So for them, points here are going to matter. And I just hope for Metroid 6 that they're keeping that confidence, they're keeping their wits about them so that they can move into a potential altercation with the best possible mental state. For now, though, you can see how much space the Witches are giving. They're backing off completely. Holly is once again going off to get loot. We saw a little bit of an ammo disparity there. So they don't really feel comfortable to take this fight. They really are going to give Metroid 6 this compound. So this calm, collected play is going to pan out perfectly for them.
Giving up this compound, though, it's not necessarily the worst thing, right? They're just holding kind of that edge of zone where a lot of teams will likely kind of pass through. And I respect that, right? But then you have to start turning your tides to, do we have the wherewithal and the resources to be able to withstand all of the teams that are going to be rotating from the southern side? There is at least 3 teams vying for this power grid compound.
Yeah, look, like you said, this is going to be an angle where a lot of our teams are going to be moving into. As you said, at the beginning of this, there was only about 4 teams that actually did find themselves in the zone. So unsurprisingly, we already had Owl very close to the position that Metroid 6 found themselves in. So again, it's fine if they give out that compound. I just would like to see them group up a little bit sooner rather than later, as we said, because so many teams are going to come through that southern side. We still have Holly well out and about, way far split off now from the rest of the team. So I want that group up to come in for the Witches. And now, obviously, it's rotation time. Like you mentioned, here it is. It's going to kick off. We're halfway through to that next zone phase. So teams need to get their positions in. So the southern side is going to be pretty busy.
Yeah, we just witnessed Carol from deepground and Leora hitting a nice little rotation there and a rotation of the vehicle to double down with it. But deepground, as they took that rotation, making their way just underneath Owl Esports, they took a lot of damage on rotation. So they had to kind of use a good chunk of their meds to be able to get into that buying spot. But you can see still getting peppered from afar, and I don't think stopping on rotation to kind of check out and see what our teams are doing near power grid. We need to focus on where does our gamble look like, right? And incognit, no stranger to taking high ground on teams and just putting themselves in a situation knowing that they can gather as much information. But they were running the center of zone last time we saw them on Miramar, still not in the first play zone.
Yeah. Unfortunately, with that flight path and that rotation, they are going to be finding themselves currently, at least in Monte Nuevo, just holding, waiting for information. They still have at least one more team that needs to rotate in potentially behind them. But for the time being, it's all about that information play, right? They expect that there's going to be a lot of chaos towards that southern band. So they're taking it a little bit slower with that rotation. They know that they did fantastically on the first Miramar. They want to replicate that, especially to get them back into the top standings. So I don't mind that they're taking such a bit of a slower approach. I mean, they're in Monte Nuevo, they're a step away from zone, they can still make it happen, and now it's actually opened up for them as an easy rotation in that particular angle. Meanwhile, we've got a little bit of an action point here as Owl is feeling hurt, already losing 2 players.
It's wild, right? You would think that rotating up throughout here, especially when the Witcher was rather separated, and even with now Metroid 6 getting this positioning, it's tough, especially when you don't have that number advantage. Forcing yourself, even split, you'd be looking at a 1v2 and then a 1v2 or potentially just that 2v4 straight up. You have to be able to use utility to really knock down some of the damage, similar to what the Panthers had done kind of towards that end game. But as we start pulling further north, a lot of our teams are electing to try and get to that top area of zone, and it's tough, right? Metroid, they're the ones that were actually getting those eliminations from Owl.
hey, which is great for them. Like we said, we would love to see Metroid 6 really bringing in a better game and holding onto that compound, managing to get the Witches out of it, awarded them that opportunity to gatekeep some of the teams making a rotation in. So at least 2 eliminations in the pocket. But we can see this massive rotation over the back of that very eastern flight path has caused a lot of teams to still be in the blue. So we're not done with that southern rotation yet. We are not out of the chaos just yet. You can see Incognit now also making a rotation in. Right behind them, it's Infinity Souls. Panthers have to get in. Candy Queens have to get in. There is so much chaos yet to be seen that this one's going to be a bit interesting, especially for a team like Metroid 6, depending on how these teams will take that southern rotation.
And that is true. And while they don't necessarily have to worry about going full due north, as that circle does pop just a little bit further back, it's Galactic Esports on your screen, currently coming into this in 4th place, which is going to be tough, right? Especially when you know that you came in with the most bonus points and you need to answer back if you want to find yourself in that cash. And V Esports, no stranger to that early fragging, or they're going to be on the opposite side here, kind of looking down Galactic.
Love is a little bit of a peek and prod at this point in time. I mean, they're in center zone, even with that next phase. They do have an opportunity just to peek at their neighbors, see what they're all about, and see what they could be looking at, potentials, right? I mean, at this point, these teams should be so well-versed with one another. They should have a bit of an idea in terms of the general rotations these teams would take, but because of this flight path to zone combination, a lot of that has been thrown into disarray. A lot of that information is kind of useless at this point in time. So peeking and prodding, finding out what kind of a neighbor you're looking at, you know, what they're about, if you can borrow a cup of sugar or not, is definitely going to be the focus point for them here.
I would not let anyone borrow sugar. I'd be like, good luck making your own cookies or
Have
whatever
fun.
You're trying to make to join that chicken dinner. But like, this is mine. But V Esports, you know, it's tough, right? They had such a strong showing, finding a good chunk of eliminations on that map 1, but really haven't found their footing thus far. And the last 2 maps of the day are where to do it. You do find yourself coming into this in 8th place, and there is room for improvement, especially with Black Mamba and Incognit, just 4 points separating them. So this is the strong suit of where they could find, but when it comes to who's going to get that PMSL spot, we were talking about it, it's going to be either, you know, the Panthers or Passionfruit, and they seem to consistently run into each other, with the Panthers holding a nice space here in zone. People are going to rotate around them, and Passionfruit, they're just like, no, we don't care if people are poking at us, we're going to keep going.
I mean, you're talking about esports to get themselves back into the top slots, right? I mean, that's basically jumping from 8th to 2nd place, if we discount, obviously, Rukh Esports. That is a 27-point gap to get yourself from 8th up into 2nd place. Right now, the Passionfruit Esports team, the Panthers, they're sitting pretty. They're going to be, you know, our main focus line. I'd really call it as Galactic Deepground being 2 of the other teams that could potentially shake that up in a much easier fashion, because now it's starting to heat up. You have to keep in mind that the highest points we've seen today in a single match has been 23. That has been obviously achieved by Incognit and Rukh Esports. And Rukh, obviously, setting up with 64 points. So we understand how they did it. For anyone else now to jump that up to a 27-pointer, because you obviously can't give anything away. There's only 1 more map after this. It's a tough call.
It is definitely a tough call, especially with kind of at that 15-point average per game, excluding their bonus points that they brought in to the series today. So that is just above all and behold, like Span Cargo earlier talking, you know, 6 to 8 is where you really want to find yourself. But if you can move north of 10, that is a good way to find yourself within the top 3. So hitting 15 is just exceptional.
Well, let's see who can actually duplicate that kind of fashion into this matchup, because they definitely will have to bring that kind of an energy if they want to take this position away from Passionfruit or potentially the Panthers, depending on what happens in this Miramar. Zone rotations now moving on in. We can see Passionfruit just peeking on out. Lotus, unfortunately, taking a lot of damage. They have the high ground, but the split that Passionfruit have at the moment is not allowing them to get an easy angle into the action.
It is really tough, but this is going to be an extremely important fight here between Lotus Esports and Passionfruit, because if Lotus can somehow take Passionfruit down early on, that is kind of the thorn in the side for them looking for that PMSL spot, because it would just really open the door for the Panthers. But I don't know if Lotus knows that. I don't know if Passionfruit knows that, but Passionfruit know they need to stay alive. And they do have cover. They do have spacing, but you're right. Being split out like this, it leaves them not necessarily vulnerable, because Lotus isn't going to extend onto this low ground to push this. It just wouldn't make sense for them.
No, absolutely. They have the high ground for a reason. They're just waiting for Passionfruit to make a mistake. That's going to be the safest way for them to play this one. At this moment in time, there's no external factors to force that mistake. They're in zone. Zone's not coming in. We don't really have any teams rotating into this position either, so they can sit and wait for a little bit and see if they can invest more time into this potential. They don't necessarily potentially know that this is Passionfruit, sitting right in front of them. I believe because of the competitive settings, you can't actually see who's, obviously you can't see who's in front of you firstly, but you also can't see who's actually getting the elims. But if they knew the potential that's in front of them, the fact that they have the top team potentially going for that slot in front of them that they can take out here, yeah, definitely would be worthwhile an investment.
It's tough, right? Especially when it's like, are we familiar with their rotations throughout the 3 weeks? Have we learned enough about our enemies here on the field to be able to read that? And quite frankly, probably not that well, right? So Lotus Esports still looking for an opening. Meanwhile, that circle pop will include them so they don't actually have to rotate. But it just seems as if this standoff is making our two teams get a little antsy, which then opens the door for a potential mistake to happen. You can just see we're inching closer. We're just trying to find a cheeky angle, and Lotus just really wants to open the door here.
They do, but like you said, time is running out now because that zone rotation is going to force a lot of teams into this POI. You can see that antsy feeling is, mutual because Passionfruit make a little bit of a mistake. They step on up and Hellcat gets knocked as a result, and now this is going to be the push for Lotus Esports. The time is now. You can see Rukh already rotating close to this position, so they have to be quick with it. Otherwise, a third party could see them go back to the lobby for all of their efforts. Nonetheless, Passionfruit back up onto 3, and now take a look at this. This is not going to be easy.
It is not going to be easy, but that's why everything must be earned for Passionfruit if they want the large portion of that prize earning and that PMSL slot. So you can see Rival here, nade in hand, ready to go out. Hopefully will connect and maybe help them out in the slightest bit, because losing out on Hellcat early on does make for a challenging engagement. But Lotus Esports, we were talking about them early on. I wanted to see them heat it up, but if we're going to heat things up in the 5th map of the day, you know what? I do love the chaos. So you can see Soma on your screen, still trying to snake their way ever so closer. They are able to grab that trade. SRT and Rival answering back, making things for really challenging. And Rival, can we get the last member?
Some are ducking into the building here, trying to use that smoke to their advantage here, keeping the cover, keeping the invisibility to a minimal, but the numbers at this point in time is just going to be that final nail in the coffin. Soma in a crossfire here, 1 shot, 2 shot, it's done, but this is now an opportunity for Rukh Esports. Rose from Rukh has stepped on up and gotten that information that there's a team ahead of them. Thankfully for them, or thankfully for Passionfruit rather, a third party will mean that they have to rotate off from that potential, so we shouldn't see an altercation from Rukh moving into Passionfruit. That does at least leave our top 2 teams, at least for the moment in time, with a bit of a breather. But, wow, it was a close potential there for Lotus. I mean, they did well to at least find one.
They definitely did, leaving Passionfruit with 3. And incognit, our team that was able to withstand the rest and reign supreme the last time we saw Miramar in our series. So trying to open it up, trying to get some engagements moving forward. And just like that, when you meet up against V Esports early on, you know they have the great micro capabilities to be a formidable foe. And Lady in their hand, Sabrina checking, but just biding their time with that nade, waiting for the reinforcements to come through.
Oh, so much damage now, as we can see on that feed. It is lighting up with all of these rotations again, thanks to this wild zone shift that once again we move to center, we move away from the teams, and we move into Chaos Land. Incognit, a potential for them to get themselves back into the top standings, and they can't falter here. Ooh, we nearly saw a member here, unfortunately getting caught out with a molly in hand, but for that time being, they will hold on. Incognit can't have any mistakes fall here. They cannot lose any more members.
Speaking of not losing any more members, Passionfruit was eliminated to the hands of Money Makers. So Money Makers are going to be opening the door for the Panthers to be able to close down on that point disparity here. Meanwhile, this battle that has been going on since what feels like the dawn of time, but V Esports, they are going to stake out this building. They are not going to leave at all. But patience here. This could be big.
I mean, for incognit in this situation, they're just narrowly getting themselves into the zone. So, I mean, you have one member of V Esports trying to keep a flanking position, trying to keep that angle as the rotations are going to come in. But for V Esports, they need this compound. They, unfortunately, are the ones being forced into this altercation. Incognit, they just need to play their crossfires right, play their time right, and they could be taking out a contender.
Virgo about to peek onto Sabrina. Does find some damage onto Kazu, sitting at about 75% on the health. It's not necessarily going to open the door necessarily, but we just have to keep an eye out because so much action is happening all across the map. A lot of players outside this next play zone, so this will be a force to be reckoned with.
I like the setup that's coming here from Incognit, especially from Krisha here holding a very, very interesting angle. Just having to wait for V Esports to make a move in, and they've got pretty much all of these angles covered. So again, patience is going to be key here. They have no reason just for the time being to rotate out. They have zone, they have an opportunity, they have a setup. Oh, we can't afford mistakes here, but it's a 1-for-1 trade, so it is still in the advantage of Incognit.
Krishna pops down from the cover here and grouped up with the two others. Now with the 1-for-1 coming through. How are we going to approach this situation? Well, Virgo's going to pop into the vehicle inside the building and maybe jam it up a little more. Pops out. Now we turn our attention forward. Smokes are being utilized and Sabrina is able to grab a knock onto Virgo, looking for the full. Doubles down. Now we just need 2 more members of V Esports.
And for them, I mean, this has been a crucial fight. We know they want to get back into this one. Only finding one would definitely not be worth it. Lady stepping up with her teammates, just waiting for that time to step on in, surprising the members here of Incognit, but not finding the connection. And now that Rez is back on up, it is a 4v2. They are stuck in a room. They don't want to leave, but at some point, they're going to have to make a move.
At some point, they will have to definitely get out of this condition, especially with Shapina kind of in this room, blocked by the vehicle just outside. But there are going to be other teams in the distance that are likely going to be hearing this, and Incognit is able to grab the knock onto Lady. Meanwhile, Moneymaker's getting into that early action, and the Panthers finding themselves in some issues as well. But Shapina going to try and stick the res because, you know what? No one's getting in here right now.
Oh. No, just one little door though, and that's going to be exactly where Incognit are going to find themselves in a clean sweep. It will be unfortunate for V Esports. Yeah, those 2 vehicles really were the thorn in their sides. They couldn't leave, they couldn't get out, didn't really try and go through the door because of all those rotating teams. You could hear all the action coming through. But that is going to result in V Esports going out. As we take a look at it, I mean, we're moving into this next phase now with 9 teams up. It has been an absolutely chaotic Miramar. Just look at the numbers we have dropped. The Panthers, Phoenix, all down to 1 member a team. And even the rest of them, even if they have 4, they are hurting with those HP bars.
It is rather tough, but it's going to be Rukh and Moneymakers kind of looking the best out of the overall situation. And a lot of teams are looking to set themselves up towards that next zone. So you look towards the African team, and they have found themselves in such a solid position. But Candy Queens just trying to hold out 2 eliminations to their name. More are falling, and deepground has the high ground, and this is going to prove to be very, very tough for our Candy Queens.
You mentioned 2 great teams, and I was going to add deepground to, you know, the conversation piece. They just stepped up as the elimination leaders now with 7 eliminations up. They've got a fantastic position with this high ground into the zone. They can peer down on the surrounding teams. You've got Candy Queens right up ahead of them. You've obviously got the likes of Owl now having to make a massive rotation into zone. That's going to expose them. That's going to give either Candy Queens or Deepground another opportunity to get more eliminations. So massive, massive opportunity now for Deepground. I mean, going into this one, they were the 5th top 5 team, sitting with 33 points. They can grab this slot in the last 2 maps with this kind of a performance.
They really could. It only takes 2, or in particular, 1 solid map. And now Deepground has turned their attention towards Moneymaker. They do have kind of the upper terrain here throughout this, but they need to move just a little bit further north. The moment that circle popped Rukh didn't have that far to rotate, but with the collapse that's going to be happening on this southwestern side, it will make things a little more challenging, right? Because you'll have to be able to watch several open lines of sight, and Moneymaker still looking for an opening onto deep ground. They find that knock onto Coral, doubling it down with Nunu, and that will allow them to really take advantage of deep ground.
Yeah, this is definitely a massive 1-to-1 Moneymakers or deep ground. Well, I combined the names even there. Well, it's going well. But now, zone rotating into the center, not really favoring any team, but it's going to be a jump and a hop and a skip in for all of these teams as they need to find themselves a position in this terrain. Very difficult now to play basically on the side of a hill. Out in the open, you're going to be exposing yourselves to those southern-faced teams like Rukh Esports and at least the one there from Panthers. So this could be great for them. A little bit of cover at least found in terms of those ridge lines, but deep ground, they're going to have to play this one carefully as a duo.
Moneymaker hit the rotation and ran right into the top of the leaderboard team, able to grab one initial knock and full onto that. So that'll just get punished essentially for pushing into that terrain. Rukh has been very solid on hitting that early rotation, and the Panthers, Passionfruit fell earlier. Well, now deep ground and the Panthers will join them. So now we look towards our final three teams, the battle of high ground, the battle of chaos, and some teams out here looking like mountain goats.
Hey, Moneymaker, there was a shout out, I believe, from you in the beginning of this tournament, and now here they are up with 11 eliminations up against Rukh Esports. This is a potential now for them to turn it on around. And I mean, Rukh, they need another 4 eliminations to try and match this kind of a performance. And this is massive. A couple of nades now being sent down at the hilltop, rolling into the action. And now we wait to see who's going to take this final win.
When you immediately pop into a vehicle and get yanked out of it, it's looking a little dire for Moneymaker, but we've seen crazier things happen, especially with the utilization of the nades. They just can find so much damage, but it's who has them available, who is going to be able to make those resources work best for them, because Rukh, they were already a back-to-back, and they just want to keep it going, and they do. Another chicken dinner. Look, S, this is the definition of domination.
I'm just saying, only African team, only African caster. I am smiling from ear to ear and I can't even hide it. I'm very sorry. The bias is coming out in full force, yeah.
I mean, look, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They are doing so well. This is, lo and behold, so much better than any of their qualifier performances, and just showing up today in the finals where it counts to get yourselves and really extend on those points disparity that you are withholding from our other 15 teams here today. I mean, look. It's so good. It's so good.
I appreciate it. I appreciate it. No, absolutely. Rukh have stepped up into a whole different level, basically. But let's go back to the desk. Maybe they can help us make sense of it all, because that was just a wild, wild final zone.
It was a wild final zone, and I think more importantly for the overarching storylines, a wild game for multiple reasons. Early exits, big gains for those who needed it, and, well, lackluster gains for those who probably needed a good game to really set themselves up great for game number 6. They don't, but that's okay. But either way for Ra, just to echo the sentiment from really all of you tonight, like, Ra has been so crazy consistent. We've only played 5 games. They've won 3 out of the 5 games. The other 2 games, they placed 4th. So you think about that and really put that in perspective. It's mind-blowing and really shows where Ra is as a competitive team. Now, for you, Bella Fox, let's pass it over, right? Because Galactic Esports, they needed a big game. They did not get that big game. They were the first team out. They were one that was in contention to potentially jump up and challenge top 3. No longer are they that team to do so.
Yeah, actually, and now that you mentioned that, Galactic Esports going out first, and then they were followed shortly there by Lotus and Passionfruit, who are all teams that are in contention for this PMSL slot. So that was really interesting to see. I'm not sure how the standings would change, or how they're going to change based on the fact that so many of those teams in contentions went out early.
Now for Passionfruit, that is a big call from Bella, right? And let's talk about it, S, because Passionfruit was a team that's been holding on to second place basically since we started this tournament after game number 1. where do they potentially sit, and how do they look going into game number 6 after a pretty, honestly, a pretty terrible, consisting what they've done in the past, game number 5?
I mean, moving into this matchup, they had 48 points in the overall standings, sitting in second place. You know, I mean, in terms of the teams that were close to them, it was the Panthers with 39. And obviously, you know, for the likes of the Panthers, they had a much more emphatic game. I mean, they picked themselves up a whirlwind of points that could potentially be enough to catch up to Passionfruit, or at the very least, put Passionfruit in the hot seat moving into this last map, because then that means they have one map to defend that slot, to defend that opportunity to take it. And the last map is Erangel, so this is going to be a tough one if I was Passionfruit.
It's going to be tough, but, you know, for Passionfruit, it's like Erangel. How well have they done tonight? Well, they haven't placed top 4 yet. That's pretty concerning. Galactic has, but Galactic also might have just blown their chances going into, or excuse me, after this this specific map. But, excuse me, and I will take it back, Passionfruit did place top 3. They were 3rd place in Erangel map number 1. So let's take a look at overall, Tiff, and I want to kind of dive deep into this. So, I mean, there's no way they're getting deeper. Okay, they lead. Look, bottom line, Tiff, they got 1st place, but let's move down and talk about that PMSL slot that is up for grabs, and Passionfruit is still leading, but Panthers, deepground are all in the running as well.
Yeah, it's really tough, right? Right now, you're looking at specifically the NA teams. Passionfruit and Panthers are going to be the ones that will have that most viable position to take that, right? So Passionfruit, they only gave up 5 points in the prior match to the Panthers. So overall, not bad, right? If you're going to go out rather early on after only getting 4 eliminations, I'll take giving up 5 points, but it does open the door just a little bit coming into this final match of the day for the Panthers to make their move. They've stayed consistent and they are just shy away as we cut on over to the 9 through 16 teams. I mean, reflections, I don't know, anything could happen.
Anything could happen, but I think it's fair to say, Bella, 9 through 16 most likely not making it up into top 3. However, a fight is still needed. They do not want to quit. V Esports, Lotus Esports, 2 teams that I thought were going to do very well today. They had these great flash in the pan plays and maps, but now they have fallen quite far.
It's just kind of an unfortunate situation. They really did have several good instances. It was just... sometimes it's just not your day. You know how that works out. You can do everything right and still it doesn't work out in your favor. And I really think that that's kind of what we're seeing with them because they've got the numbers to back it up. You can see they've got elims, they've got damage control. It's just not their day.
And it's Ruz Day, you know, because that's the thing, right? They're in the qualifiers. They weren't necessarily playing this star-studded, but now they are. You know, there was a great point brought up during one of the Titan Series broadcasts by Mustache Dave and Hot Chooks where they kind of mentioned, like, you know, it would be interesting to watch these teams compete across a multi-day tournament. We obviously don't have that here. It's a one-day tournament. Talk to me about competitors in one-day tournaments because it seems very hard to be consistent when you only have 6 maps to play.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing we actually haven't covered is the fact that you only have 4 maps in a single day of play to not only get your momentum going, but also to get the number 1 slots. And at the end of those 6 maps, that's it. I mean, even if you take a look at like PMPL qualifiers, you know, where, you know, some of these teams I would be more familiar with, they have 4 days of 6 maps each. They have a long expanse of maps, you know, where we're really testing consistency over a multi-day phase where teams have time to actually go back to the VOD reviews and get an idea of what these teams are doing and actually anti-strat them. In this case, Rukh is doing something and bringing something to the table they never brought to the qualifiers, and it's clearly working for them, so much so that the other teams have no chance to adapt, which makes it incredibly difficult for them to try and catch up, even as we saw, just slightly to that number 1 slot.
Raw, I'm looking at it, just 8.2 eliminations per game. Just want to shout that out, by the way. A 23 total survival time, which is spectacular. But Ash, you're right. That is a great point that you brought up there. And Spider Tiff, I want to kind of focus the conversation now from theoreticals strictly to the stats and 2 teams that are in the running, as we talked about from the PMSL spot. Of course, I'm talking about Panthers and I'm talking about Passionfruit. What do the stats say to you?
The stats are really consistent with each other. The only thing that's the slight differential is Passionfruit's, their ability to hit the revives, the ability to regain when they've maybe found themselves in a little bit of a dangerous situation here. But other than that, the eliminations per game, just a little bit in favor there of Passionfruit Esports, but even the damage from deepground is just ahead, right? So they're very neck and neck, but I think coming into map number 6, where they just really need to focus here on being aggressive or capitalizing on the initial damage that they're getting on deepground there. But if Passionfruit can regain and stay healthy in map number 6, they're fine, right? That was their least consistent map of the day in map number 5. And we're going back to Erangel, which Bella is always saying, this is the most consistent. Our teams are the most familiar with this. And all they need to do is just slay.
Slay it out. At the end of the day, you hit your shots, you're going to win more fights, okay? That's really what it boils down to, at least for the simple caster math that I only know how to do. Bella, I do want to ask something, though. Off that stat list, though, Tiff broke it down very, very well. But there was a number on there for Revive specifically, Passionfruit sitting at 2.8, and then on the other side, it was a 1.2 for the Panthers. That's nearly Passionfruit getting a full-on Revive, or maybe even close to 2 Revives for every Revive that's... of course, the Panthers are getting. How significant do you think that number is? Maybe I'm blowing it out of proportion.
No, I don't think that you're blowing that out at all. I think that really shows a good situational awareness on the player's part, because it's very easy to get caught up in your own fight in the person that you're dealing with. And so for them to be able to pull it back and understand not only what they're doing individually as a person, but what all their other team members are doing, I think is what speaks to that high number.
And it was deepground, by the way, not Panthers. Look, I'm getting old, all right? 32, I've got these glasses. I don't know what they do because I can't see anything, especially without the glasses. It's amazing how 32 hits you hard, okay? It makes me really, really sad, actually. I'm losing my hair. You see how big this forehead's getting, by the way? The hairline continues to go back, and it really hurts.
Oh,
Tiff's got glasses, too. And Tiff, those look like some thick glasses. I'm not gonna lie. So,
Let me tell you, I too am also blind. So no, these are just blue light glasses. Let's be real. I just wanted to feel like you for once.
You don't want to be me, Tiff. I'd rather be you. We look at the Panthers stats, and Bella, have you covered this, right? Honestly, not bad in terms of eliminations per game. Revive still right in line with what deepground was currently at. So, I mean, does anything stand out to you in terms? I guess average placing would be the most impressive stat.
No, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, the Panthers they've done a very good job. They've been consistent in what, in what I've been seeing. I guess placement, I maybe expected them to be a little bit higher, but like we said, it's just kind of how it shook out today. It ends up being one team's day and another team's not day. Like, that's not how that works, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, something that I want to note and add on to that, Bella, is when we had kind of brought up essentially deepground, when you look at the Panthers, they are running 2 eliminations less on average per game than essentially Passionfruit. And that could be that slight disparity where Passionfruit was able to open the door and just edge them out through the first 5 matches. Now with only 1 to go, and this is the moment where we need to see more consistency out of the Panthers. And they got 6 eliminations just in that prior match, which is above average performance for them. So maybe it just took a little bit of maps and just kind of getting back to the basics to be able to really light that fire on them.
Light the fire. Let's keep that up, Bella. Let's light that fire with your prediction and who you think is going to take the 6th and final map. Because, well, I think we do know, but I'm going to ask you anyways, just to keep it... Yo, honestly, production's wild for that. Were you going to go Passionfruit, Bella?
Of course I was going to go Passionfruit. Production knows me. I am loyal to a T. Passionfruit all the way. I believe in their ability.
Okay. All right. And you have believed in them ever since. And honestly, they've been playing well. Look, what's up at stake? Not necessarily first place. Russ kind of got that locked in, but they are playing for that PMSL slot, and a lot of people want to see them get it. Now, for you, though, final map, who takes it?
Obviously, I'm going to avoid Rukh, as we know. It's fine. That's done. That's dusted. Very happy about that, by the way. For the PMSL slots, I'd say what I really want to see, a team that's been pretty quiet, doing their thing. but slowly but surely getting better every time we see them. I'm going to have to give it to deepground. They have been so close in getting themselves into that top slot. And at this moment, they are 8 points away from Passionfruit. So if we saw Passionfruit falling off in that last map and they do something similar again and go out early, that is a massive chance for a team like either the Panthers or deepground in my case to potentially take that slot.
That brings up a good point I'll bring up in a second. Tiff, I actually do love the glass. That's a great look on you. So who you going with, Tiff? Because you got a lot of choices, but who you picking?
I've picked so many different teams throughout our 6-map series, but I'm going to first start off by saying, man, I really wish I had someone like Bella in my life to be as loyal as she is to Passionfruit. I'm just kidding. I'm totally married. I just thought that would be hilarious. My husband's probably watching this somewhere.
But you better stop. I've met him.
Yeah, he's a nice guy. But no, the Panthers. I'm picking the Panthers. I think that they did so well on the last time we saw Erangel. Now, mind you, this is the map that we are seeing 3 times today. This is the final map, the final time. And them taking a dub on it most recently does kind of help, especially coming back off a map that they performed exponentially better than the average that they've kind of set for themselves here in our series. So, Panthers.
I like it. Panthers. Production, how long do we have before we hop into that final game? Because I might go on a little speech here, but I might not, depending on time. I could go on a little speech. Okay, so S, you kind of opened the floodgates for me. Bella, you did too, by the way, with the Passionfruit pick. I just want to point that out. And by the way, she's got glasses. I don't know why I didn't point her. I don't know why I didn't even realize that. They just kind of blend in so incredibly well. You look great too, Bella. So, all right, my little speech here, because S kind of, like I said, opened the floodgates. Passionfruit is a team that didn't perform well in that last map, which, in my opinion, is quite concerning, really. I mean, you think about it, Passionfruit, they finished in 14th place, granted 4 eliminations, which is pretty much in line with a lot of the top teams, but I wonder if the pressure might be getting to them. There is a lot of pressure, after all, to lock in and hold on to their second place, current position. PMSL is up for grabs. That's such a big thing. You have to have ice in your veins as a competitor. You'll never make it at the top level if you don't have that within you. Does Passionfruit have it? Maybe they do. However, because of that last game, I can't go with them for my predictions simply because I don't know if they're starting to falter. Are they starting to fall behind? Do they have what it takes to hold on to composure? For me, though, there's 2 teams that stand out in that last game, and it has to be deepground and Panthers, who are looking to catch up. So for me, this time around, I'm actually going to go with where Tiff went. I'm going the Panthers. I think the Panthers are going to take this, and I'll tell you why. Not only do they have a lead, but also they showed great composure in that last map. And they've also played Erangel considerably well, and I want to say a little bit better than that of deepground. So therefore, they're going into a map that they're a little bit better on. And on top of that, they're a team that I think could go the distance, and also a team that I didn't really know what to expect from coming into today, because the narrative was set on it was set on Moneymaker at 1.2, because Tiff kind of opened that up, but Panthers and Passionfruit. So those were the teams, not Panthers, excuse me, but Passionfruit and so on, and Lotus even. But I really do believe in the Panthers. I think they're going to be just fine. We'll see how well they do, but that's just does anybody want to argue that point? Anybody at all?
Well, out of the teams we all predicted, only the Panthers has actually gotten a winner-winner chicken dinner today. So both deepground and Passionfruit haven't gotten themselves a winner-winner chicken dinner. So if they do make it happen in the last map, I'm just saying it would be more exciting. Maybe the Panthers is a bit of a safer call, but it's fine. We're going to take it. Either way, we've basically just named the top 3 teams in the second to third to fourth teams. The top 3 for
okay. That's it. That's what we do, because hey, they're just built different. I don't know. But they could play the deciding factor as to who they want to move forward, depending on who they challenge. Erangel's been wild all day today. The zones have been incredible, and I can't wait to see how this game number 6 is going to unfold, because it has been a wild day to say the least. PMSL slot, it's up for grabs. Which NA team is going to take it? After all, these ladies, they hold destiny within their fingertips. It's a matter of, are they willing to accept the responsibility, the gravity of the situation? For Passionfruit, that was my question. Can they truly handle it? Game number 6, Erangel to decide it. Oh, I can't wait to get it started. So let's get it started. Without further ado, Spider Tiffus Proxy, take it away.
Look, I was able to see map number 1, but it is time from start to finish. Map number 6, S. You feel good. We already know Rukh is kind of locking and loading and living their best life, right? This one's going to be for fun. But something that's to be said about someone that feels so comfortable at the top of a leaderboard moving into map number 6 is that they can essentially run this lobby down and cause havoc on the leaderboard unintentionally.
Yeah, I was going to bring up that they basically have control to either make or break the team's careers here if they want to move into the slot. Depending on who they find first, you know, with the kind of momentum they've been taking, if they find either Passionfruit, Panthers, or deepground, they can make it pretty easy for the other two teams. So, yeah, Rukh are basically going to be Thanos moving into this Erangel. They decide who moves in.
Yeah, bro. Unfortunate for them. You know, they honestly will. They really will. And to the effect of the rest of our lobby vying for a PMSL slot, things can happen. We do have a relatively decent playing line, but we've had some really interesting circle pops, right? So for the first map that we got to see Erangel today, it went down to that southern island, ending on military base. A lot of teams jockeying for position, utilizing the bridges, hitting those early rotations, and then we come back and we get that northwestern zone ending. So things are going to have to be a little bit different, or will we see more of the same?
Look, a split towards the western side, again, it allows for pretty much anyone and every team to get to their favorite locations, get their favorite loadout going. I would be curious to see if we are going to have another either south or easternly zone, because again, that would go very much in the opposite direction of what we saw with that flight path, similar to how we saw Miramar playing out. And on Erangel, once again, that could throw chaos. I'm so sorry, teams. I did not mean to do this. That could throw chaos into the matchup. I swear I did not say anything to the zone guards. This is just pure coincidence.
I think I've seen this all before. No, okay, I don't know. I'm sorry, Swifty girlies out there, my bad. Like, I don't know the words. I was just gonna vibe with it. But Lotus Esports taking on deepground just ahead of them. A little early contest here, and honestly, some of my favorite things. Lotus Esports, though, peppering some damage out, able to connect for just a few, and now Coral over there. What are you gonna do? Little 5 HP in a dream.
Yeah, look, this is a bit of a situation here. Deep ground at this moment in time, as we said, for them, they have to get at least 8 points just to catch up with Passionfruit. And of course, they need to make sure they get more than that, because we don't know what Passionfruit or the Panthers are going to be doing here. So they need to take this a little bit slower, get some information going into, as Span keeps mentioning, going into an unknown situation without information is going to relegate you down with that numbers. So please, just slow it down for Deep Ground, regroup. Let's get that equipment back on up.
Deepground, yeah, they're going to need to regroup, but Lotus Esports coming into this, you know, well outside the top 3, well outside the prizing, is really got nothing to lose. They just need a stellar game, but that does open the door for that initial knock to come through, but trades are going to go, and Deepground, they're going to be aggressive now, pushing the issue and finding that they are going to get punished for that moment, and with Meals out here trying to get into it, and, you know, I respect Katie back here, just on the fence line, waiting for that information, waiting for the call-outs.
Absolutely. Just waiting for that time and working with the team. So, yeah, Deep Ground, loving to see what they're bringing to the table. Unfortunately, have dropped one member in the midst. It's a 1-for-1 trade here. Lotus, in a similar situation to Rukh, they can, you know, be a mini Thanos of their own. They can really throw a wrench in the works here for Deep Ground and take their potential away from them. So, play it slow and steady here, ladies. Let's see what they're going to be bringing to the table. Oh, nice opener over towards Coral. And that does mean that this could be a trigger for Lotus to move in for the finish.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting here. But as you can see, there are 15 squads. Things are going to be looking a little different, which leaves the entire southern island zone. So if you can hit that rotation, finish this engagement, Preston Katie opens fire, 2 down from Lotus. And just like that, they will be eliminated. Deep Ground now can work on that reset, and knowing that they have to go with one of the longest rotations all the way at the northern central area down to the south. Passionfruit, though, they know what's at stake, and they are going on that early rotation.
Oh, I'm so relieved. I already accidentally brought a zone into this mix. I did not want to cast a curse Deep Ground as well. Keep going. Thank you.
Keep the curses.
No.
I love it.
No. We've had enough chaos today. I think we ended here. But yeah, Deep Ground. No.
There's never enough.
Never.
Hold the bridges. Hold
Last
them.
map.
Thou shalt not pass.
I mean, it's a last map. It's up for the slot for 3 different teams. I think we have enough. I really do think. Okay, but it's fine. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Either way, I agree with you. Deep ground. Yeah, rotation, keep rotating for the rest of this map, basically, because you need to get yourself to that military base island. As we take a look at it, the gamble now for the teams is pretty much set in stone. It's really basically a 30-70 split in terms of the land mass available in the current zone versus the main island to the military base island. So the easy gamble is the military base island. So that means a lot of teams are immediately going to send it to the military base, as that is most likely where the zone is going to be heading.
And it's exactly where Metroid Six chose to land, and they're absent from this lobby, which means it is free for the taking. So whoever can get there first will have essentially free real estate, that prime kind of trajectory to send them off to success here on the final map. And Galactic Esports, you know, they came in that top spot, and well, you know, they found themselves in 4th place and would like to see what they can potentially do here, if anything, because, you know, trying to get to 3rd place was about 39 points, so not too far ahead of them, so that can open the door here.
39 points. They've done well. The Esports, another team that's been in and out of the conversation for us today. They've had these moments, like these glimmering starts into these different maps, either on Erangel or on Miramar, and then they just seem to fall short towards the later rotations. So I would love to see if they can keep that consistency. I mean, we saw the kind of eliminations they brought in that first Erangel, and lo and behold, where did they do that? Close to the military base island. Not quite on the military base island, but close to it. So maybe a southern rotation is exactly the winning condition the Esports need on a map like Erangel to bring back that performance. They're already finding Galactic.
Yeah, you know, I was really hyping them up on their rotation, and the next thing you know, it didn't go so well for them. They took way too much damage, losing out on 2 members, and Melly and Alan, they just have to vibe at this point. You just gotta do damage control, try to set yourself up, maybe not find yourself in some mid-game engagements to be able to fight for the end. But Moneymaker, you know, I've had my eye on them. They had 2 wins in that Week 3 qualifier on Erangel, but they have not been able to manifest a chicken dinner here today.
And I mean, they were the top 3 team from the top 1 team, actually, from week number 3. Getting the numbers mixed up here. So we'd love to see them bring a little bit of something else. But Black Mamba moving into this one. I mean, they're the number 9 team, finding at least 1 member from the number 7 team. So an opportunity here to once again just slowly but surely creep on up on those overall standings.
And this is a typical fight right here, right? This engagement that Moneymaker is taking, they're trying to find their way in to kind of that next area and make sure they can withstand, right? This will really solidify that northwestern side just on the outskirts of the bridge, but you've got to get through this first. Meanwhile, Galactic still running into some issues with only 1 member left standing.
We can see here from Moneymaker, they've at least got a 1-3 split. Lovkaya just trying to hold on and play a little bit of that Overwatch position here as the nades start raining in on the rest of Moneymaker. You can see Liora back up on her feet, but once again, we've got another member falling short to the nades, at least this time with a trade back into the Black Mamba camp. But now that push has to be there. They are taking way too much damage and not getting much in return.
Not getting much in return for sure, and Natalia is just trying to survive at this point with Nyx already down. We saw some issues with Passionfruit off screen because they kind of ran into Rukh, which can make for just a very terrible situation considering all things, knowing that they were like, we just have 1 map, we have just mere points that are keeping us in that PMSL slot, and now the disengage because they ran into, you know, who'd they run into us?
Thanos. The African Thanos, which is green apparently, not purple. So, hey, it works out. But Rukh, I mean, in the position they're in right now, holding that eastern bridge, they also can act as a gatekeeper for any other teams still having to make a rotation. And mind you, there's a lot of teams that still need to make a rotation to the military base island. So Rukh, once again, as you said, can be the Thanos to take out half of the lobby at this point.
Definitely 7 teams looking to get onto that southern island. Black Mamba and Moneymaker are 2 of them, and This is a really tough situation. Moneymaker has been able to just almost kind of just really whittle down Black Mamba and consistently push them into uncomfortable situations that Moneymaker can just find, you know, one elimination here, one elimination there. And with the pressure that is happening, Black Mamba still has 3 members up. Surprisingly, they're able to regain in this engagement, but Moneymaker still pushes them to a disadvantageous spot.
Hey, we have to give it up to Moneymaker, closing that gap and managing to get themselves into the compound, right? They were out in the open. They were losing a lot in terms of damage numbers, not gaining as much. And now they bring themselves back into close quarter combats. They got the Bisons, they got the DPSs, they got the UMPs up in their hands of very close quarters weapons. And now they're going to be putting it to the test. Black Mamba, they're going to have to defend their real estate if they want to stay in this one. And at least finding the one puts them on even footing. But Natalia now stepping up with a spray, unfortunately can't get the second follow-up.
One more member still inside, trying to just push out and take advantage. Does get a knock. So things are turning down into a little bit of a 1v1. Health is relatively similar, but it's going to have to be who is going to be able to find the angle first, because they've taken so much time here and still relatively going to be unharmed from teams making their way out, because no one's going to rotate this far past the bridge. Amayo there, Ashiki does get that initial jump onto them, prone behind cover, and now Moneymaker will be eliminated.
We've seen what Ashiki can do before. They were the solo in that altercation between Panthers and Passionfruit for the winner chicken dinner. I believe it was also on Erangel, in fact. So, haha. Ashiki back as the super solo now to fly the flag high for Black Mamba. At least 4 eliminations in their pockets, and they will still have some member representation. So they can still bring it in terms of placements if they can make a rotation happen now, as they are still unfortunately on the main island. But moving into that military base island, or at least closer to it, we have Infinity Souls, Candy Queens, we've got the Panthers and Phoenix, and even Incognit now having to make a rotation into the military base island. You can see Panthers picking on Incognit as they have had to make a swim for it.
This could be good for them. They're sitting on 0 eliminations thus far, and if they really want to make a trajectory for Passionfruit, it can start here and now, especially with the opening of that onto Krishna. So can they manage to pick off more Incognit? They're burning through a lot of smokes over there right now.
Understandably so. They're out on the coastline. They have literally no cover. I mean, trees don't do much when it comes to stopping bullets. So deploying a couple of smokes, getting yourself onto the ground is what they unfortunately have to do in this situation, but it's not going to be enough. Summer just so pixel perfect with it, finding the second follow-up. And at this moment in time, Incognit, they are just being whittled down before they even get a word in edgewise.
They are trying so hard to pick the crew back up along the coastline, still expending more smokes, but even as the reses came through, they just completely got re-knocked. In Summer, just the aim, it's so consistent, and they're just allowing themselves to put so much pressure. Incognit, likely if anyone can skate away from this, it'll be just one, but for right now, the Panthers have done what they needed to, finding 4 eliminations.
But now they need to rotate to the military base island, right? So we've got Sabrina still just keeping an eye out on the Panthers, at least here from this boat line. Literally the only piece of cover still left alive. We've got Phoenix now finally managing to get themselves onto the coastline after their little bit of a swim as well. It will be interesting to see how Panthers are actually going to plan out this rotation. They might need to head on into the blue zone if they plan to keep their vehicles, which doesn't look like they'll be opting to. Meanwhile, zone a little bit more towards the east, really going to be favoring deepground and Rukh Esports. And meanwhile, Infinity Souls finding Candy Queens.
Look, Candy Queens, they've got the fragging potential. We've seen that they can pull things together, and they've bolstered at least 8. They do have shelter, and Infinity Souls here, Noah in particular, is just throwing. But hey, when you're going to throw nades, they will get returned to you, and you will immediately be knocked. Because Candy Queens, they're not going to just sit around and let this happen.
I don't know, this is going to be a bit of an interesting one. A little bit of a few nades, trying to peek on out, trying to spot out these players from Infinity Souls who step on up to face it on head on. UMP is out, M4 is out, the shots are raining true, but Candy Queens, they are just narrowly escaping this Overwatch position from the third member here of Infinity Souls and using the terrain to their advantage. This is going to relegate Colorado all the way back into the lobby, unfortunately, with once again long-range shots coming through from Candy Queens and 4 eliminations in the back pocket.
Look, we knew Infinity Souls wanted to make something happen here, but Candy Queens, they're not going to go out easily. And turning our tides over to Phoenix Esports and a little bit of dashing, V Esports trying to hit a reset here. Kind of relatively out in the open with Pina trying to suppress fire, but Bev here has a rock to work with, which allows them a little bit more to kind of maneuver around. The only issue with this is V Esports is relatively split, and just like that, Lady's able to open it up.
I love to see this. We saw a few teams actually falling short in terms of those rotations when they have these tunnel visioned approaches and they were not enough spread out to get those angles this time. V Esports, once again, we talk about their microplay when it comes to just managing the surroundings of their teams. On Erangel particularly, they are just in a different fashion. I don't know if it's just the map that they feel comfortable with, but they definitely step it on up. So you cannot face a team like V Esports and not have a perfect execution going into this, because they will whittle you down, and that's exactly what's happening here. A push now going to be coming through from Nem6K, and then it could be all but lost for Phoenix Esports.
Lady here just takes the fight right to Phoenix Esports, and done and dusted, they shall fall. V Esports picking up some well-needed eliminations, put him on 5 to match Black Mamba here for this match, which surprisingly enough, one member of Black Mamba is still vying out on that very outskirts, kind of neighboring that blue zone.
Yeah, meanwhile, the Panthers have made their rotation and now head towards the western side. We'll see them actually potentially, if they take a straight shot into the zone now, they'll find themselves just behind the leftover players here from Passionfruit Esports, who managed to get away from Rukh Esports and now are currently finding themselves in the westernmost position. So we'll see how the Panthers will be taking this position. Looks like they'll be opting more for a bit of a southern approach, potentially just behind Owl and just ahead of some of the players like the remainder here of Galactic and potentially the Witches as well.
I like this rotation for them. The only thing that's a little unfortunate is you do mention kind of Rukh has been kind of gatekeeping the bridge on the eastern side. The only thing that's really crazy about that is they've been able to get so much space for free by withstanding people from rotating through there.
And they just got gifted zone.
Imagine.
Oh, no.
Imagine.
Okay. Yeah, so
the script
Rukh
writes
hasn't
itself
left.
here.
Literally, I don't know, the script's listening a little bit too much to the casters right now. I think we need to mute mics a little bit later on. But Rukh have just been waiting for any potential other rotations or what was left over of Passionfruit, and now they've been gifted the zone rotation. So if it wasn't for some reason confirmed before, Rukh definitely are being just provided another opportunity to bolster themselves on the overall standings. Maybe we could see triple digits. I'm just going to throw that out there. That would be fun. But rotations. Deep Ground, at the very least, are one of the other teams currently within the zone. And as we know, they are fighting for potential to get themselves that PMSL slot.
Would be nice, but V Esports no stranger to the micro and the fighting power wherewithal, are able to find Candy Queens and completely take them out, giving them 8 eliminations, which is very similar to what we had saw that first time we saw Erangel. They were able to put themselves onto double digits despite going out relatively through that mid game. Now Deep Ground finding themselves against Passionfruit. Now Passionfruit, they were already down to 2, and with 1 knocked, this is such a vital engagement for Hellcat.
Massive. This is the 3rd place team versus the 2nd place team. This is an opportunity for Deep Ground to take it away from Passionfruit. If they go down here, they go down with 0 eliminations. They go down with next to nothing in terms of placement points, and they might be there down to a sliver of HP. It is going to be Rival up against the likes of Deep Ground, and there it is. I'm so sorry, Bella, but it happened.
The nades are so brutal, and with Passionfruit falling, the Panthers still up at least 3 members, and Deep Ground able to take away the positioning. This is where everything is going to start shaking up. Our final 8 teams in game number 6. Man, that slot up for grabs.
just to add, right, we said it was 8 points between deepground and Passionfruit. They're already up with 6 eliminations, and they're in the top 8 placements. So that slot for PMSL is looking a little bit rough.
It's making me feel really good about my prediction thus far, but we're not going to talk about it yet because anything can happen. That is the one thing to know in this engagement. Galactic Esports, Melly likely going to fall here, unfortunately falling in 8th. Just nothing you can do now. Owl Esports, they do all have all 4 members up, similar to Rukh, and they are looking to rotate out from that southern kind of collapsing of teams. But remember how we were talking about Rukh having the confidence that they could do whatever they want? Can we just talk about Tord God? Can we?
Yeah, no, we can, absolutely. It's a 3-1 split. Torgod is literally taking on Panthers, Witches, Owl, I mean, whoever they feel like really at the southern side. And they keep pushing! They just took more eliminations. Rukh already up with 3, and they're not stopping anytime soon. So for your prediction right now, the Panthers need to get themselves out of the situation because they are split in between Owl and potentially Torgod if they keep going.
I mean, hear me out. Owl is just like lobbying those utilities, those nades over and out. Incognit will fall, and with just a vehicle here for cover for some of the Panthers, you just gotta hop in the buggy, reposition yourself, because when you just have a few seconds to go before we have to really start thinking about getting up to that next play zone, a little tough, right? But I mean, Panthers grabbing that opening onto Stark is going to make for this engagement to kind of really get going, and just like that we find another one. So now the Panthers really putting in the work finally that we needed, finally showing up in the 5th and 6th matches. This is what we needed.
Yeah, and that's going to be the top 4 teams. So now you go down with a minimum of 4 points, a maximum of 10 if you get the winner chicken dinner. So for those teams, they can do the math. I don't know, the Panthers, they're looking pretty strong. Deepground still in the conversation, as well as Rukh, and of course the likes of, Deepground, V Esports. I mean, take your pick at this point. Rukh are definitely going to be picking V Esports to be going back into the lobby first, as they find the first player, looking now for Lady for the return.
Yeah, but the issue is not all members of Rukh have kind of pushed forward. They've taken out V Esports, right? But with them being so split, it's going to open up the door for the Panthers to maybe look for a rotation that will essentially take up where Rukh had essentially held. So I'm looking for the Panthers to be able to navigate and make that happen. But Deepground does have 3 members still up. They're getting back into the vehicles. They've got a swarm of Rukh heading for them. So they need to keep an eye out, because this is all going to break out and be incredibly chaos.
Rukh is going for the Thanos snap. They have completely given up their positioning, and they are just full sending it for eliminations at this point in time. They don't care about prime positioning. They are literally just bum rushing any and every single team. We were talking about Toragard, but now look at the rest of the team. Rose will go down. She's already picked up 4 eliminations, just by the way, casually. And now Deepground are staring down the barrel of Rukh Esports in the front of them, and of course the Panthers coming through from their side.
Ooh, Deepground finds a knock on to Sonya. But the thing is, with 2 members of Rukh standing, they turn their attention back towards Deepground. Now, mind you, yes, the Panthers only have 1 member left standing. I don't know if they're going to be able to hit a reset considering the diversion that's happening between Deepground and Rukh right now. But Tanova is basically trying to get a cheeky nade, throwing it towards where Carol is down, kind of crawling over, saying, Katie, please, res me. Let's get this thing moving.
I feel like this is punishment. Rukh is literally punishing my prediction peak. They are punishing Deep Gods because I didn't pick them for the last matchup. It's what it feels like. I am so sorry. Deepground now here coming through to the southern side. It's obviously a bit of a return now for Rukh, as they need to regroup and get the numbers back on up before they can continue some chaos, because why not? It's the finals. Let's bring it on up. 7 eliminations already on the board. But of course, the only team that is actually ahead of them is the Panthers. And lo and behold, we have a similar situation that the Panthers previously saw on Erangel, which netted them their first winner chicken dinner in the first place. They have 2 teams fighting right in front of each other, giving them all the information they want and all the space they want to do whatever they need to get themselves the win.
Do do whatever they need. You all just let Rukh get a full reset. They were down to 1 member standing, and because deepground prioritized their res for their numbers advantage, we let Rukh get a full reset, and immediately they turned their attention towards the Panthers, who were looking to rotate in, and now the punish comes because we have just 1 member standing, nade in hand, saying, do not come any closer. And deepground, they don't have to push on this. Yeah, that nade does connect and grabs that initial knock, but still, the numbers are not in your favor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I meant that deepground is given whatever they want. No, I'm kidding. No, yeah, absolutely. A complete turntable coming through now here for the Panthers. Unfortunately, yes, they are now the focus of Rukh's aggression. And rightly so. Rukh literally just fighting anything that moves into this final zone. They have center zone. They have numbers advantage. They're going to get another res again. And now they're looking to take out the Panthers for real.
How do they keep letting them do this? Because they don't have a good angle to push up onto them. Rukh has all 4 members up. You're vying against a solo and a duo. You have control of this lobby. The Panthers will fall. And now the chaos that Rukh has been completely bestowing upon this lobby will set their sights onto deepground. Now, granted, yes, they turn the tides. They grab a knock. They make it a 2v3.
I was posing the question, are we going to get triple digits for Rukh Esports? And I thought they might be a little bit more calm moving into this last Erangel. They've pretty much secured themselves the first place finish. Now they're just showing off, and I like it. I really do like it.
Show off all they want. I mean, they've been quite reckless, but it's not that they've fallen. They are doing so good at this pacing that they're setting that no one can really keep up with it. Sonya, electing to utilize the mollies, the fact that they've still got so many resources when they've been in relatively the same position on this Erangel map for a long time. You got Yatoro God kind of pushing, does fall to Carol, but still in a 3v1 situation, you're not going to be able to withstand the wrath of Rukh. And just like that, they win another 1S.
For winner chicken dinners. Out of the 6 maps we had today, Rukh is showing off the entirety of the African region at this point in time, making Kazakhstan proud, bringing in a performance like that one. And again, I couldn't really do the math, but I think if they got that winner chicken dinner, that means they got triple digits at the end of that matchup.
Triple digits, 4 wins, a reign of domination there for Rukh, and honestly, well-deserved, because I cannot believe the level of consistency that we have witnessed here in the finals, given how the qualifiers panned out. So whatever they did coming into today's finals, they prepped well, they put in the work, and it clearly shows.
Another compensation piece is obviously going to be who actually did take that second slot. We saw Passionfruit going out, and of course, deepground and Panthers were still in the top 3. You can take it back to the desk, and they can try help us break it down.
We started on Erangel. We started pretty much with the same zone that we just ended on. It's literally the perfect way, but the only difference is well, no, there is no difference. We started with the same winner of the day, which was Rukh, winning 4 out of the 6 games, which is just absolutely mind-blowing. And I want to point out, by the way, the games, again, that they did lose, they got 4th place. They never, ever placed outside of top 4, which is, it was either 4th or number 1. Truly spectacular. Rukh are truly built different. But we got to start off from the start, Bella. deepground wins a big fight versus Lotus. They do lose 1, and then they end up going forward to then eliminate Passionfruit. Things were looking great for deepground.
They really were. It's like you said, they dropped in early with Lotus Esports there at Severny, and they ended up taking Lotus out in 15th. And they really did. deepground, that fight between, deepground and Rukh and Panthers, that lasted for like ever. I don't know about you guys, but after a while I was like, how they all had level 3 backpacks, they all had all the utilities, because Rukh was just absolutely not willing to back down from either side. It was really impressive.
They weren't, and S, I pass it to you for Rukh. Like, honestly, there was first off, the end game, they end up splitting up, which was just bold. You could tell at that point they knew that they were just the queens of the server, if you will. But Rukh also had this point in time where they end up going against one of our top 3 teams that could have very well eliminated them on the spot.
Well, they went up against both of our top 3 teams. They went up against Panthers. They went up against deepground. They took both of them out. It's literally, if it wasn't for the case that deepground took out Passionfruit before then, I feel like we could have seen, a top 4 1v1v1v1, but unfortunately that's not necessarily how it panned out. But yeah, for Rukh, they had no reason to be afraid in that last few seconds. I mean, Tiff posed the question, why are you letting Rukh actually get those revives off? And it honestly is because everyone was playing scared, understandably so, of the dominating fashion that Rukh was playing. They were giving them way too much space, they were giving them way too much opportunity, and Rukh knew that was happening and took advantage of it quite beautifully.
Honestly, that's not a bad take, Tiff. I mean, they were in fact just playing aggressively. They were in their face, even in this moment, right? Just pushing straight up to the tree. I think they reached a certain point where they realized first place, they're not losing that, right? So they can kind of play loose. Where everybody else, you got to think, right, Tiff? They had such like a heavy situation on their shoulders.
Yeah, they really did, honestly. And at one point in time, deepground had Rukh down to 1 member, but instead of electing to push that issue, they said, hey, we are going to play safe, which could allude to being a little more scared / conservative, kind of like as said. And it did that, right? They prioritized their res. Meanwhile, 1 res went for 3 at the hands of Rukh. And when you bring up the stats, 11 eliminations here in the final match of the day, with 5 revives going off towards that end game.
5 revives indeed, man. And you can't let that happen, in my opinion. Like, you cannot allow 5 revives to take place. You've got to take the bull by the horn, and you have to go forward. Now, stay here for just a quick second because we do have our match results. Obviously, Bella, they take first place and with 21 points. Fair to say they're going to get first place today. But let's talk about deepground and Panthers. Panthers already had the lead for the PMSL slot, or should be, we're just below that of Passionfruit going into this final game. Once Passionfruit drops, the Panthers, they then had to outperform deepground, and they did so.
And they did so. And the Panthers did it with 2 players. I'd like to point that out. They were running for 2 players for, that was really impressive. Eventually going up against, Rukh, who had 4, and my apologies, and deepground, who had 3. Right. So I think that it's really, it speaks even more impressively to their skills that they did that with only 2.
Well, we're about to go to our final standings. S, I'm going to pass it to you for the announcement. I think we know who got first, but who got the PMSL slot? Let me know, S.
Well, yeah, the PMSL slot, I think it's pretty obvious to see who's going to be that winner, and that's, of course, the Panthers. Brilliant performance coming through from them in that last match, and again, to outperform not only deepground, but also, the number 2 team that has pretty much been that for the entirety of today. They did so phenomenally. And I mean, shout out to deepground for taking out Passionfruit in the first place. It made it a lot easier for the Panthers at the end of the day as well, so they will be sharing the wonderful prizes. But yeah, look at that, triple digits from Rukh Esports.
That's crazy.
Triple digit. Isn't that nuts? Like 104, but it's crazy. I've never seen such a dominating performance. Really, I haven't, outside of in Hyper during one of the qualifying seasons of Titan Series. But the big story too, right? The Panthers, they walk away with the PMSL slot. Deepground taking 3rd, and heartbreaking for Passionfruit in 4th.
It is definitely really heartbreaking for them. Unfortunate, but they did such a good job regardless. Congratulations to all of our teams and ladies that competed here today, because this is so really monumental, it being like the first season for ladies to be able to compete in PUBG Mobile, and everyone behind the scenes have made it. As we look even to Candy Queens, some really solid pop-off moments, reflections. It's just been a joy to be here.
It has been, Candy Queens, like you said. Lotus had a pop-off opportunity. The Witchers were in conversation. Black Mamba too. Like, there were so many great moments that took place today. But Bella, again, it gotta, circle back to Rukh. 4 out of 6 games. That is insanity.
That is just unprecedented and so very impressive. They really did. It's clear that it was not a fluke. I mean, these ladies are very well put together. They know how to play together as a team. Their communication is very good, and it showed.
Definitely did. Shout out to Rukh. Well done. And I know that's a huge win for your organization, a huge win for your region. Obviously, being Africa, NA. We're just going to have to keep trying. Whether it's EU, whether it's just any other region, NA. We got to get a victory someday, somehow. Let's do it. I'm your biggest supporter, all right? I'm your biggest supporter. Tiff, it was a great day, though. I had a really good time. Overall, though, Panthers get the victory. And you know what? I think you did a solid job for your first ever PUBG Mobile broadcast.
Oh my gosh, thank you for the kind words. It's actually been a really big blast to be here alongside Bella Fox, Esproxy, and even Span Cargo for those first 2 initial matches. I think everyone did an absolute amazing job, especially with you Reflections at the helm and an amazing production crew behind the scenes and a slew of talented ladies that put their heart on the line and just, did their absolute best. I mean, obviously, Rukh. I'm sorry. Did I get a Rukh out there?
You're so silly, man. Always cracking jokes, man. You're trying to break me, and sometimes you do. As Proxy, great working with you for the first time. It's wonderful to hear your knowledge. I mean, you're incredibly smart when it comes to the game, the analytics, and obviously the teams. And congratulations for Raw getting the victory, representing well. What are your final words before we get out of here?
I'm just saying, you said in the beginning it was going to be Africa versus NA. You put that on the forefront, and we also saw that the viewers weren't expecting Africa. We had a 1% chance in the voting poll for the chat. So I am just, I think those numbers say it all. I'm just very happy. Then I'm going to leave it there.
1%. 1% to 100%. That's actually kind of nutty to say the least. Bella, great working with you for the first time. Your first ever broadcast, by the way, you absolutely smashed it. You did an incredible job. I hope to see you on more broadcasts in the future, whether it be PUBG Mobile or any other esport out there. Pleasure working with you. What are your final words before we get out of here?
This was a wonderful experience. I'm so thankful for the opportunity, and I hope to get to do more of this in the future. You guys are absolute all-stars, and I learned so much from you today. And as far as this goes, this is really great for me because I love Titan series. I've been with them and been watching as just a spectator from the stands since its inception. And I'm so excited to have gotten taken part with the first women's competition. Like, this was it. This is the first of the first. There's never going to be another first women's championship team. And so that's just very exciting to have been a part of. And I hope to be here for many more.
That's a great point, Bella. Again, the first ever ladies tournament for the Titan series, and that is truly special. And makes it even more special by not only breaking 100 points, but also getting the victory. And for all the teams that competed today, seriously, even if we were critical on you, even if, maybe you didn't perform as well, thank you for being here and competing. I love that you're representing the ladies out there. Again, I've always been a big supporter of that throughout my 11 years, of this career. Esports is a tough place to be in, but you ladies continue to power through, continue to represent yourselves well, because you always do. And it's always a pleasure seeing you play at the top level, because you are all very talented. And Panthers, for you, shout out to you. Let's see how well you do during the PMSL qualifiers, because that is a big opportunity to truly make a big name for yourself. For all the ladies out there, shout out once again. And for everybody in chat, thank you for being here. Make sure you hit that sub button if you haven't already. It's been a great day. Titan series continues to go forward, and I gotta say, I cannot wait until the Titan series starts back up again. But for myself, Taylor Reflections, Noble, Span Cargo, Proxy, Spider Tip, Bella Fox, our entire production crew, and you in chat, thank you so much for being here, and we hope to see you again on our next Titan series broadcast.